Chapter 451. Lord Joan jumped up in a hurry, holding back the scorpion that glared at Ida's transformation with fear, and shot a burning ray at him with his free eyes. The fiery light hit the head of Crimson Poisonous Scorpion, and was bounced away by a circle of magic shields without any damage to him. The scene in front of him made Joan's heart cool. It turned out that Ida had a fire-resistant enchantment body. No wonder he was bombed in the valley by Fireball, and it was even less likely that burning rays would penetrate him. Enchantment. Joan also wanted to use the debilitating rays to reduce the strength of Ida, but the Crimson Poison Scorpion was faster than him, and rushed to the front, throwing the tail needle and stinging his chest. Joan seemed to be bombarded by a burlister, and flew out sideways, tumbling down into the cave. The anti-poison physique once again saved his life, tolerating the violent pain in front of his chest, coughing and climbing up, staggering towards the depths of the cave. Crimson Poisonous Scorpion caught up and hesitated for a moment, seeming to worry that Joan deliberately pretended to be weak, tempting himself to come back, and suddenly counterattacked, shaking the tongs to make a squeaking squeak. Joan couldn't help but looked back, and immediately saw that Ida was launching natural magic with wild cast. The crimson claws touched the rock walls on both sides. A mysterious magic force caused the rock walls to suddenly collapse, like the two zippers that closed quickly extended towards where Joan stood. Plastic heart. Joan immediately realized that his situation was very dangerous. Within a few seconds, the gap between the rocks will be bridged by Ida's plastic stone, and he will also be sandwiched between the closed rock layers and crushed into meat sauce alive. His injured body was too heavy to support him, and his body became so small that he could not even run the speed of the rock formation even with the power to run. Joan felt anxious and suddenly remembered that the plastic stone wand that Lieutenant Colonel Valze had lent him had not been returned, and hurriedly took the wand out of the storage bag. Hold the rod handle firmly, touch the rock in front with the head of the inlaid crimson tears, and stimulate a plastic stone. Boom! The rock struck slightly, and the two magical forces of the same nature but in opposite directions collided each other after collision. The rock walls on the left and right sides of Joan came to a halt, and the gap left in the middle was less than 2 inches, which was barely available for him to pass through. Joan wiped the cold sweat and re-energized the energy of the plastic stone wand, using his own weight to return to the other body, controlling the rock formation towards the direction of Ida. Ida thought that his spell could kill Joan alive, but he did not expect that the other party would also cast plastic stone and could not help but fall into amazement. As soon as he recovered, Ida realized that the rocks on both sides were gathering, so scared that he changed his face and turned away. Joan pressed the stone wand against the rock, inspiring 3 stone-forming techniques at once, and the steeply closed rock wall chased after Ida, getting closer and closer. Ida moved his 6 claws together, desperately rushing out of the cave, and the sunlight projected at the entrance of the cave seemed to be the boundary between life and death. He screamed and howled, bloodshot eyes, desperate to run in the direction of the sun, and finally reached the hole. However, his upper body had just protruded out of the cave, and the of death had already chased him up, and the rock walls on both sides snapped together, clamping his body below his waist. The pain that could not be described by words caused the Herderman Ida to scream and scream, desperately shaking his upper body, trying to get rid of the rock crush. His struggle was in vain, and the narrowing wall was squeezing the limbs below the waist relentlessly. Stimulated by severe pain, Ida could no longer maintain his transformation, twitched back to human form, and his upward spine recurved into an arch. The naked skin first exuded a dense layer of oil sweat and then from the pores in the middle, spurting blood violently. At the last moment of his life, the shepherd Ida deeply regretted that he didn't prepare an extra plastics today. However, it is too late to regret now. The lower part of the waist is pinched off by the completely bridged rock. Only the front body is still supported by the arms and crawling forward, dragging the intestine out of the full 20 feet, and finally fell down in the grass in the middle, The binocular round bench stopped breathing. Behind Ida, the smooth rock wall suddenly roared far away, and then a gap was split, and a 7-inch villain came out with a magic wand. Joan dragged his tired body to the body of Ida. He looked up at this flesh mountain, at the dripping intestines and internal organs, at Ida's unshakable twisted face, and he suddenly felt that the big stone that had been pressed on his heart disappeared, and he couldn't help but kneel down softly, sitting on the ground, crying with his hands covering his face. From the beginning of the memo to the present, Joan has never cried like this happily for more than 10 years. When Grandpa passed away, he also shed tears when he learned that the tutor was murdered, but at the same time he shed tears while suppressing his grief, not letting go of crying and letting tears flow like a grievance. Child. The bigger difference is that Joan is not crying because of sadness at this moment, but she is crying after shedding the heavy pressure. Shepherd Ida finally died. This anti-human, anti-social, anti-civilized monster was killed by his own hand. This is true, not a dream. Shepherd Ida, the nightmare monster that haunted him day and night, finally died. He finally got rid of the hunt, and no one knows from now on that the meteorite that destroyed Beaver Village Tears of Gods is closely related to him, Joan Vida, and no one else. Because of this, something has come to trouble him. It's like getting rid of a ghost that has been entangled with him for half a year. The cloud that has enveloped Kiaun for a long time has finally dissipated, and he has paid too much for this moment of relief, and almost lost his life chance to escape from death. Compared to it, it's not too much to cry. After all, Joan is a restrained person who calms down after a brief vent. He raised his hand to summon the tears of God, soaked it in a water bag to make a potion that healed and relieved fatigue, and poured it into his stomach. After taking the medicine, he fell to the ground and gasped violently, gradually feeling that his strength was recovering. The wound on his body quickly stopped bleeding, and the pain was relieved. Joan put away the tears of God, helped the bush to stand up, and searched all the way through the memory of the fall. It took half an hour to finally retrieve the lost Ilmansur from the rubble. Branch. Joan picked up the branch of Ilmansur, held it in his hands and carefully examined it carefully, confirmed that it was not damaged and was not a tease, and tried to stimulate the natural divine power contained in the branch to become a tree people, only to completely let go of my heart, lift the transformation and restore the human form. Chapter 452 Crystal Amulet. Joan withdrew the lost branch of Ilmansur back to the storage bag, and stumbled back to the original path, until he stopped before the body of the shepherd Ida, and pulled down and hung on the animal skin pocket around the neck of the corpse. He had long seen that the animal skin pocket hanging on Ida's neck was actually a storage bag, which was pulled down and held in his hand for a little analysis to decipher the activation spell and pour out all the items in the pocket. Thousands of valuables such as dry food and kettles were thrown aside, and Joan picked out 5 things from it: a money bag, a sealed copper bottle, a crystal talisman, a book, and the Thefted Rawls Labs clockwork module. Joan first opened the purse and looked at it. There were 40 or 50 gold coins and almost the same number of silver coins. He stuffed the money into his pockets, and it was a great irony to think that the original believers with the purpose of retro-carry the coins circulated in modern society. Joan then picked up the clockwork module. This is a half-foot cube, stacked from countless pieces of copper. Each piece of copper is a spring, engraved with 1-2 ring spell configuration, used to enhance the low-level structure. These copper pieces are magnetically attracted to the hub spring located in the center of the cube. The appearance of the hub clockwork is similar to that of the spring clockwork, and it is also a boxy metal plate, except that its material is not brass, but a pure gold plate with special magnetic materials, and the thickness is equivalent to Zepho article 3 times. On the surface of Jin Kankan's hub clockwork, complex spells and geometric figures are engraved. Joan knew that this was a 4th level secondary command spell configuration, but he couldn't learn this spell yet, so he put the spring module into the storage bag and took it out to study when he was free. Joan, the Herderman Ida's copper bottle, is no stranger. He knows that there are dormant eggs in it. What can be determined is the ground worm eggs. Presumably there are big stag beetles and projectile beetles' eggs. How do these eggs hatch? Need to inject natural magic? Or that it will break out of its own cocoon when exposed to air? Joan lacked sufficient knowledge about this. For safety reasons, it is better not to move around. Tighten the copper bottle storing the eggs, put it in the storage bag, and then pick up the crystal-carved amulet. The talisman is about the size of a playing card, half an inch thick, with irregular edges, and the carving is very simple. From the perspective of identifying art, this thing is neither good-looking nor expensive, but more than a few dollars. But the essence of the amulet is not the appearance, but the engraved spell configuration. After some scrutiny, Joan confirmed that this crystal talisman is enchanted with 2 rings of fire-resistant enchantment. As long as it is carried on the body, it can be under the enchantment protection at all times. Fire energy damage around an energy level. If the damage is continuous, such as in a fire, the talisman will also continue to absorb high-temperature damage, averaging 1 energy level per second. A person is tied to a fire rack, and the burn sustained is almost an energy level second. Joan weighed this heavy fire-resistant amulet, and suddenly realized why Idar could escape the fire caused by fireball and alchemy bomb, and why he was not afraid of the burning rays emitted by his artificial eyes. A scorching ray can only cause 4 levels of fire damage, and cannot penetrate the fire resistance enchantment generated by this crystal amulet. This is a good thing. Joan tucked the talisman into his pocket. Regardless of arcane or divine magic, most of the powerful destructive magic is fire, and Joan's killer the tree man transformed with the branch of Ilminzur is most afraid of fire. With this peace crystal amulet, don't worry too much about fire attack in the future. The last relic of Idar is a mysterious book written on a roll of parchment paper, which transcribes a super magic skill called spell magic. After mastering this super magic skill, the caster can release the spell without having to chant the chant spell at the cost of increasing the level of the spell. Magic is divided into many subcategories such as divine art and arcane art. But super magic skills are not divided into categories, and they are equally effective for divine art or arcane art. This volume of super magic mystery book is written in Mew language. After reading it, Qian breathed a sigh of relief, thanking that he had learned Mew language, and there was no obstacle in reading it. If Idle copied this volume of mysterious books using the secret language invented by the Druids, it would be awful. Joan didn't know how many brain cells would be exhausted to decipher the extremely anti-human code. In any case, this matter verifies the creed he has always advocated: knowledge is power. There is no harm in learning one more language. Joan put away the spell profound book, cast a Mage assault palm and dug a big pit on the spot, throwing Idar's body into the land to bury it, so as not to be troubled by passers-by. With a wave of palms to flatten Idar's tomb, Joan turns into an eagle and soars into the air, turning around and flying to the Wrangler Valley. On the way, I saw 2 small figures walking towards this side, both holding shotguns. Joan recognized Rebecca and Wiki, and gathered the eagle wings to land. Rebecca and Arkai are looking for Joan, and seeing him fall from the sky, it looks like no big deal. They are all relieved. Joan, fine. Are the shepherds running away? Arkai asked urgently. Joan shook his head and replied calmly, I was killed. Stunned, I can't believe that he could kill Idar by himself. Without polite questioning, he nodded and said, well, then we can rest assured. Let's go back quickly. And I don't know what happened to Sister Meow. Has Brother Jack died? Rebecca saw that Joan was safe, and her long-suspended heart fell to the ground, eager to return to the Wrangler Valley to meet other companions. Ake is too slow on foot. Rebecca's flying technique is not as fast as I fly. I will take you back. Joan spread his arms, hugged Rebecca and Ake, and fluttered into the air. Fortunately, both of them are relatively lightweight, and Joan didn't feel much effort, and flew back to the valley in less than 10 minutes. Alas, Poor big banyan tree ... I knew it would. Rebecca looked at the smoke rising from the valley, the big tree falling in the fire, and his eyes were lonely. Joan couldn't say anything, and landed straight down. Hey, you guys are finally back safely, but we are worried about death. Thomas was the first to find Joan, greeted with surprise. Joan puts down Rebecca and Ake, and turns back to the human form to ask Thomas, Ida has been killed by me. How is your situation? We killed Big Jack and caught Little Jack alive, Thomas said cheerfully. Chapter 453 The truth of the murder. One Big Jack is dead, but Little Jack survived. This little monster, the Vitality, is really a pervert. Ake was surprised. Thomas shrugged and looked a little weird. He and Big Jack were both burned to death, but he cut open Jack's belly and ate Big Jack's liver before he died. As a result, Big Jack died, but Little Jack survived. The burns and gunshot wounds were also inexplicably healed. Eat the liver raw, Rebecca etched, disgusted. This man is really perverted. It's enough to eat the liver raw. It's the most perverted to eat the liver of my brother, Teacher Benny said with a somber face. You know, Big Jack was still trying to rescue until the moment Jack was cut open. Little Jack, who was trapped in the fire, is so human. He can't really say. We humans don't carry this black pot, Thomas retorted. Little Jack? He's a goblin. It's not surprising that no humanity. Joan heard a quarrel from behind and looked back. He realized that Martin was arguing with Edward. His excited face flushed and yelled. Edward looked very calm. Despite Martin's fierce protests, he just shook his head and refused. Senior Martin looks excited. What is he arguing with Edward? Joan whispered to Thomas. Martin was deeply stimulated by Jack's poisonous heart and could not tolerate this perversion to continue to live in this world, insisting on killing him forever. But Edward would not agree. Thomas sighed with a wry smile. Edward said he can understand Martin's hatred and hatred of Jake, but he can't kill him now. He must be forced to ask the truth about the murder from his mouth and give it to the police. Edward said very well, who of us don't hate Jack? But killing this only suspect will not be able to show the police strong evidence to detect the murder, and Miss Miranda will not be able to get rid of the charges and restore her reputation. As an adult, Mr. Smith should understand the big picture and control his excessive emotions, Rebecca said softly. Thomas smiled. If you remember what kind of abuse Martin suffered on Boar Island, you should not be surprised by his anger at the moment. But Edward was hurt more at the time, but he seemed very calm and very sensible, Rebecca retorted displeasurely. Because he is Edward Gates, most people cannot be as sensible and almost cold as he is, not to mention that he does not treat enemies kindly. Have you noticed Jack's hands and feet? Both the hamstrings and hamstrings were picked by Edward with a sword. This little villain can't jump anymore. Thomas made no secret of the gloating and tormenting the torture suffered by Jack. Joan looked at Jack, who was bleeding on his limbs and slumped on the ground. When he realized that Xiao Meow was interrogating him, he walked over. Sister Meow, did he plead guilty? Only admitted a part. Xiao Meow crouched in front of Jake, stroking her tail, and said to Joan, this guy admits that he has participated in the murder of Master Rawls, and also recognizes that Jake and Idle are his party, but he would never admit to committing the murder of Walter Lee. It's really strange, Joanne. If he wants to deny, he shouldn't admit the first murder case. After all, this case alone is enough to sentence him to death. Since he confessed to the murder of Master Rawls, it shows that he don't care about being sentenced to death. So why insist on denying the fact that he participated in the murder of Master Lee? Xiao Meow was puzzled. It's really illogical. We have to figure out what the monster is doing, Joan said, thinking, two idiots, less snagging in my ears, annoying people. Little Jack lay on the ground, cursing in the music language commonly used by goblins. Joan turned his head to look at him, and said coldly in Mew language, if you want to scold someone, it is best to use a language that the other party understands. Otherwise scolding is also a curse, but it reveals your weakness. Jack was taken aback, and Ziwu asked, you Do you also understand the Mew language? I know more than you think, but I don't understand why you only admit one of the two murders, but have to deny the other. Damn it. How many more things do I have to say? We did assassinate the chunky professor, as if name drop, but as for what Walter Lee, hell, I don't know this person at all, not even what he looks like. No, why should he be responsible for his life and death? Jack shook his neck and shouted excitedly. I did it. I don't deny it. I didn't do it. Don't want me to blame others. Okay, let's talk about the first murder case. How did you murder Tutor Rawls? Where is the magic weapon stolen from him? Joan asked quietly. Go ask the Catwoman. I have told her the details of the assassination, and I don't want to repeat it. As for what you said, go find Ida, it's all in his hands, and ask me such a little hello. There is a fart. Little Jack answered impatiently. Ida has been killed by me. Impossible. Little Jack glanced at the young mage with contempt in his eyes. With your skill, even if you are not lucky to be slaughtered by Ida, you dare to boast that you killed him, and laughed. I don't need to brag. Joan pulled out the crystal amulet from the storage bag and showed it to him. Ida is indeed very strong, but if he dies, he dies. Otherwise this thing will not fall into my hands. This. Little Jack stared at the crystal talisman in Joan's hand. Recognizing that it was indeed the fire-resistant talisman worn by Ida, he could not help but take a breath, realizing that he could no longer count on Ida to rescue himself, and his face quickly became grey and mournful. I have searched the body of Ida carefully, and only found the clockwork module stolen from Rawls Labs. And where is the soul bottle hidden by you? Joan asked. What bottle? I have never heard of such a thing. The soul-bound bottle, a black copper bottle with complex runes engraved on its outer shell, about half a foot long, with thin ears and thin necks. The weight is much heavier than the surface. You tell me these nonsense. You haven't seen it before. Little Jack interrupted Joan's description and shouted anxiously. Really? After we assassinated the professor, we took the brass cube on his desk, which is probably the clockwork module you said. This is Idar's idea. He said that he can use it to manipulate low-level constructs, such as the activated scarecrow in the farmland. In fact, he did that later. As for the soul-binding bottle or something, we haven't touched it at all. We don't understand the usefulness of other items in that laboratory, and it doesn't make sense to steal it. Why bother? Chapter 454 The Truth of the Murder 2. After hearing Jack's argument, Joan frowned, turned around and greeted Rebecca, and asked her in a low voice, are you ready for the second ring of magic Honest Realm today? I only prepared battle-type magic today, but I brought a scroll of Honest Realm with me. Rebecca opened the storage belt bag, turned out a sheepskin scroll, unfolded the spell, and then opened a circle of golden halo full of sacred magic under his feet, covering the surrounding 20 feet of space. In this area, the Trialese the spirit will be affected by the magic power, and the impulse to tell the truth can't help itself. Joan asked Rebecca to maintain the honest domain, turned around and continued to interrogate the little Jack, and asked the questions just mentioned again. Little Jack answered impatiently again without any change in the content. Did he lie? Joan asked Rebecca. I don't think he lied. Rebecca added two words carefully. Of course, a few exceptions are not excluded. For example, this guy has a very strong willpower that is strong enough to resist the control of the honest domain. Lie with a change of color. But I really don't think Jack is the kind of person who has the will to steal. This is troublesome. Joan frowned. If he is telling the truth, it means that Walter Lee's death has nothing to do with them. Who should be responsible for this murder? These details should be handed over to the police for tracing. At least Jake confessed to the murder of Master Rawls. This shows that we haven't had a hard time. I'm more curious about why Idle and the brothers murdered Master Rawls. Rebecca said. I have asked Jack this question just now. Xiao Miao answered Rebecca's question. There is no personal grievance between Jack Brothers and Master Rawls. They were called by Thaman Ida to assist Ida murder Master Rawls. So why did Ida have to kill Master Rawls? Rebecca asked. That's a long story. and we have to start this winter." Little Meow sat cross-legged on the grass with his hands on his cheeks, recalling Jack's confession. "As you all know, Brother Jack and Ida are both members of the primitive sect. The headquarters of this cult is located deep in a primitive jungle in the north, and worships a mysterious evil called the Primitive Lord. The contemporary Pope is an extremely powerful legendary frost giant which named Angel Poda. According to Jack Jr., in early January of this year, the original Pope Angel Poda received enlightenment in his dream and learned that a mysterious meteorite from the astral plane penetrated the barrier of the plane and fell on Yalfheims in the southern region. I don't know the exact location of the fall. This meteorite is very important to the Primitive Lord, so he asked Angel Poda to ask her to send someone to investigate the whereabouts of the meteorite and find it as soon as possible. Angel Poda did not dare to neglect, and immediately sent the senior deacon Shepherd Ida in the sect to go to Yalfheim to investigate the whereabouts of the meteorite. During the journey, the industrial and agricultural production of cities and towns around the world was destroyed. Practice the faith of the primitive sect. This explains the sudden outbreak of pests in the area around Leiden this spring. When Ida was active in Leiden, Rebecca said suddenly. Xiaomiao nodded and continued to talk. Ida disguised himself as a disguise and went through a thorough investigation in Leiden City. He was deeply shocked by the activating scarecrow generally owned by wealthy people in the city. The original religious group he belongs to is extremely disgusted with the modern magical industrial civilization, and especially hates the magical machinery used to replace manpower for industrial and agricultural production in order to reduce costs and improve efficiency. From the perspective of his beliefs, Ida has every reason to hate man-made constructs that violate the laws of nature, such as activating the scarecrow, and he is more interested in the father of Scarecrow Robert Rolls, who invented and promoted such constructs. Hatred is bone. However, during this period, he has not made up his mind to murder Master Rolls. After all, it was too risky to sneak into the Leiden Academy to assassinate an arcane professor, and his primary mission at the time was to search for the whereabouts of the meteorite. Leave Port Leiden and continue to travel south. Ida went south along the Dring River and first found Beaver Village destroyed by meteorite. After investigating for many days in the area, he found nothing and turned to Dillon Town, the closest human settlement to Beaver Village. Speaking of which, Xiaomiao gave Joan a meaningful look. That was this summer. Ida was wandering in Dillon Town for about 2 weeks, during which he also had a fierce conflict with my grandfather, and fled Dillon Town with injuries afterwards. Joan said softly. What Ida did in Dillon Town, Joan knew better than I did, and I won't say much here. In short, Ida hated after the conflict with Grandpa Joan, and dared not to provoke the elderly. He transferred the hatred. When he came to Joan, and he heard rumors during the investigation of the whereabouts of the meteorite, he suspected that Joan knew the whereabouts of the meteorite and returned to Port Leiden and wanted to find Joan's trouble. Leiden College just started school at the time, but Joan was still serving in Brass Hill. He hadn't returned to the college to report. Ida didn't find Joan. He was unwilling to find out where Robert Rolls was Joan's mentor, and if he wants to find Joan's trouble, he will inevitably have a conflict with Master Rolls. If he can solve the threat of Master Rolls in advance, Joan will be easy to deal with without the backing. That's it. Ida finally killed Master Rolls. At that time, Ida was not completely injured in Dillon. He knew that he could not beat Rolls by his own strength, and he went to the Wild Boar Island again, and the two believers in the original church, the Jack brothers, get in touch, murder the Master Rolls with the Jack brothers, and leave the Mark of our Son of Freedom Association on the scene, attempting to mislead the police, swindle and blame. The result really succeeded them. After listening to Xiaomiao's retelling of Jack's confession, both Joan and Rebecca fell into contemplation. After a long time, Rebecca took the lead in breaking the silence. If only in the case of the murder of Master Rolls, Jack's confession is well organized and reasonable, and he can be sure that what he said is true, but he does not mention another murder that happened on the same day. Isn't Walter Lee's and didn't they murder? I can't figure this out. Assuming that the three of them did not murder Master Lee, then Master Lee is the one who killed him. Why did the murder scene look so similar to the murder scene of Master Rawls? Like, was it the same gang who committed the attack? Xiao Miao flicked her tail and thought hard. Jack Jr. obviously does not have the virtue of honesty, but the case he confessed is likely to be the truth, because they have sufficient reasons to murder Rawls' mentor, but there is no reason to murder Walter Lee. Joan believed his instinct. I am afraid there are still hidden feelings behind these two murders. Chapter 455 Realm Breakthrough. No matter how many hidden feelings, we must insist on investigating to the end, and sooner or later we will make the whole truth public. Xiao Miao jumped up with her fighting spirit. Sister Miao is worthy of being a famous reporter in our port of Leiden, and we must get to the bottom of everything, Rebecca said with a smile. Ah, don't mention it. What kind of reporter am I still wanted? Xiao Miao said, flicking her tail sullenly. It's not too early. Let's take Jack back to the Chap family's farm so that he can take care of it. Bring it back to the city early tomorrow morning and give it to the police for disposal. By the way, I will help Sister Miranda to scramble her name. By the way, Joan, I have something to ask you for help. Sister Miao, what's the matter? Joan asked. I want to take a look at Walter Lee's laboratory again, and now I think that there seems to be signs of elaborate camouflage at the scene of the murder. At that time, I thought that Ida and the Jack brothers were the real murderers of Walter Lee, and I did not go to the forgery. I think deeply. Now that there are signs that this murder case has other hidden meanings, I decided to reinvestigate the scene of the case. Maybe I can find the clues that were ignored before. Xiao Miao said seriously. Dear Detective Sister Miao, Joan can't help you. You have to ask Martin for help. Thomas smiled and came to interject, looking back at Martin. Sister Miao's busy, you can't help. Tomorrow back at school, let's go to Lee Lab again. It may be possible, but I don't understand why you have to hold the case and not let go. Martin's face showed his reluctance. We used to venture down to pursue the murderer in order to avenge Master Rawls and take Milan. Miss DA has regained her reputation. Now 3 murderers have died and 2 have been arrested. The case of Master Rawls has been revealed. What else do you need to continue to pursue? Martin, what do you mean by that? Edward sullened his face. Is it only the case of Tutor Rawls that deserves attention, and the case of Walter Lee can handle anything casually? No matter what this pre-life behavior was, after all, it is also our professors at Leiden College. Can't I unclearly? I don't mean that. As a student of Walter Lee, I have an obligation to trace the truth. Your relationship with Master Lee is not so close, and you don't need to be so laborious. Martin defended awkwardly, his face flushed. Mr. Smith, we traced the mystery of Master Lee's murder not because of his personal feelings, but mainly because of curiosity and interest in exploring the truth. Teacher Benny took a deep pipe and slowly exhaled the spicy smoke. Why don't you consider our behavior of being too busy to be an occupational disease of newspaper reporters? If it were not for excess curiosity and a persistent attitude towards investigating the truth, neither Xiao Miao nor Akai would choose to engage in this one line. In fact, it is not necessary to say so noble, mainly for the purpose of mixing meals. As sneered, the murders of the 2 professors have now become the hottest topic in Leiden City, and it is full of storms. We have seized this hotspot that has attracted widespread attention from the public, and writing a series of chasing reports will greatly increase the circulation of the Leiden Post. After Sister Miranda is released from prison, we will invariably reward us with a big red envelope. Ha ha. Teacher Benny talks about ideals. Akai is talking about interests. It's true anyway. Xiao Miao stretched out with a smile. The sun is going down. Are you hungry? Anyway, my belly is already hungry. Don't stand silly here. Let's hurry and find a place to eat. This is Thomas' site, and of course he is responsible for entertaining. Edward said, it's an honor to be contemptuous. It's a gift. Don't talk politely when hungry. Guys, hurry home with me. Thomas picked up Jack, who was bound tightly by the rope, and led everyone out of the Wrangler Valley. Poppy and the carriage are waiting for them at Taniguchi. After the war in the Wrangler Valley, Ida and the Big Jack and the Little Jack were arrested and brought to justice. Aside from the suspicions of the case, Joan and their elaborately planned lead the snake out of the whole battle plan was a great success. At the evening dinner at Chap Farms, including Joan, who usually didn't drink, everyone drank a few glasses to celebrate. The lively banquet lasted until the early hours before the end of the day. Out of prudence, Mystery and Benny decided to take turns to guard the Little Jack, who was put in the woodhouse. Thomas also appointed 4 family members to be responsible for the night, so that Little Jack would not play fraud escape. Edward remembered that when he encountered Little Jack on the Wild Boar Island, he had witnessed the little monster through the wall and entered the wooden house. He specially reminded Thomas to hang it under the beam of the room. With these careful imprisonment measures, coupled with the fact that Jack's hands and feet have been cut off by Edward, everyone felt he could not escape the wings and went back to his room to sleep. Joan returned to his room, took a cold shower to relieve his fatigue, dispelled his drunkenness, and then sat in bed to enter a state of meditation, driving the spiritual probe into the deep space of the magic net. At the end of an hour of meditation practice, Joan finally made a breakthrough. Spirit probe touched the bottom of the second magic net for the first time. The moment the spiritual power entered this new field, Joan felt that his consciousness space suddenly became much wider, just like a caveman after a long trek, and finally walked from the depths of the tunnel to the cave exit, looked up and looked at it was a bright, mysterious and vast sky. The spiritual force touched the deep space of the second magic net, and Joan was able to examine the great magic net through the material and spiritual universe from a broader perspective, the source of supernatural power all over the world. Although he can only reach the tip of the iceberg of the magic net, he has seen more landscapes than before, and the magic power gained from the magic net has also increased significantly. Specifically, he gained 1 ring spell slot and 2 ring spell slots every day, 1 more than before the realm breakthrough. In addition, his mage level has been increased from level 3 to level 4, making the power of most spells increase year on year. After the excitement, Joan also felt a trace of regret. Despite the breakthrough, his realm still stays in the category of second double magic web, and the highest spell position currently available is still 2 rings. Only by making a breakthrough once again and entering the surface of the third magic net can you obtain the 3 rod level spell slot, which satisfies the premise of learning and using 3 rod level spells. For this, you have to redouble your efforts. Chapter 456 Midnight Shock. In order to confirm the progress made by this breakthrough, Joan performed endoscopy to enter the state of meditation again. Examining his own physical condition, rows of glowing words and data emerged from his consciousness space. Status: Basic health, blindness in right eye. Level: Master 4, Mythical Grand Master 1. Current spell slot: 0 ring infinity, 1 ring 5 intellect attribute bonus +2, 2 rings 4 intellect attribute bonus +2. Tower stability: Mythical Archmage, Mythical Power 5 days. Arcane Surge, Mythical Spellcasting, Energy Replacement, Attribute Spelt +2, Strength 12, Agility 14, Constitution 12, Intelligence 25, Wisdom Spring +5, Tears of God +4, Wisdom 16, Charisma 18. After carefully examining the changes in the body data, Joanne was pleasantly surprised to find that in addition to the improvement of the spell position and the level of the wizard, this breakthrough also brought him an unexpected benefit. After long-term unremitting learning of arcane knowledge and perseverance in spiritual meditation, his brain was further developed, and his intellectual attributes were improved by 1 point to 25. Higher intelligence attributes mean stronger learning and creativity. Joan can spend less time learning more spells and spending less energy to create more elaborate magic devices. Unfortunately, Tutorals is no longer alive, otherwise I will be pleased with my progress. Joan sighed, out of meditation, and lay in bed thinking about an imminent problem. It doesn't matter if the murder is detected or the murderer is caught, the role's mentor can't be brought back to life. Without the guidance of the mentor, what can he do in the next 2 years of school? At today's dinner table, Edward and Thomas both revealed plans to invest in other arcane professors, and it seems that they already have a favorite candidate. Joan, because of his character, has not participated in any networking activities organized by the faculty for half a year since he entered Leiden College. He is not familiar with other professors in this major and he is reluctant to change his tutor halfway. What should I do? With full of worries, Joan fell asleep unconsciously. I don't know how long I slept. I suddenly woke up and sat in bed for a few seconds to find the sense of reality. I could hear the noisy footsteps and conversation coming next door. Joan realized that she was woken up by the noise from the next door, and then remembered that Xiaomiao and Rebecca were living in the room next door. It is unlikely that the two girls will be noisy in the middle of the night, and something must have happened. Joan worried more and more, getting up and dressing in a hurry. Then footsteps came from outside the door, and then there was a rapid knock on the door. Joan, wake up! Something is wrong. Come soon. Joan hurriedly put on his shoes and ran to open the door. Sister Meow, what happened? It's not clear yet. It was an accident at the Chafang. Teacher Banny urged me to hurry over. Xiao Miao looked nervous. He also asked me to call you and Rebecca. It seems that someone was injured. Urgently needs Rebecca's past treatment. Then let's go. Joan stretched his legs and ran to the front of the fire room. Edward, Thomas, Benny and Ake were all around. They were surrounded by Jack lying on the ground in a coma, trying to bandage his wounds. There was a sharp knife wound on Jack's neck. The open wound was like a baby's lips, and blood was pouring out constantly. Go away, go away. You will only help. Let Rebecca take care of the wound. Xiaomiao whispered anxiously. Rebecca hurried through the crowd, leaned over and looked at the little Jack with breath, holding the holy emblem in his left hand, praying for the goddess of fate to pray for protection, and touching the neck of the little Jack with his right hand, injecting a soft light. That terrible. The knife wound quickly hemostats and heals. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Rebecca wiped her sweat and smiled at the nervous companion around her. Jack can't die. He will wake up after a rest. It's fine if it's okay. It's fine if it's okay. But it scares me to death. Slaps and gasps. Are you so embarrassed to say? Xiaomiao stared angrily at the white ratman with his hands tucked in his waist. How did you stay up all night? Didn't you just watch Jack? Jake almost wiped his neck with a knife. Alas, I don't know what happened. I was just fine. I suddenly felt sleepy. I knew in my heart that I couldn't sleep, but my body didn't listen to me, and I took a nap inexplicably. It wasn't until I heard Jack's screams that I suddenly awakened, and when I opened my eyes, the rope that hung up Jack was cut off somehow, and Jack's neck was still spurting blood, which scared me to call for help. Guilt explained guiltily. I arranged for 4 servants to stand guard outside the firewood house. Why didn't anyone stop the murderer from entering the firewood house? Thomas asked wonderingly. Your 4 servants are also asleep, a creek said with a wry smile. How is this possible? Did you make an appointment to be lazy to get there? Xiaomiao scolded. How do I know? Maybe a few more drinks during supper. Shouldn't I, even if I drink? I'm always alert. Groaned his head, his eyes full of confusion. Don't investigate these details. Did you see the murderer trying to assassinate Jack when you woke up? Edward asked. Well, I only saw a black back, vaguely familiar, but that's not enough to confirm his identity. Choked off again. Joan stood outside the crowd, turning his eyes to little Jack, carefully observing the bloodstains on the ground, and suddenly found a withered petal, and hurried over to pick it up. Xiaomiao also turned her attention to the ground, waved everyone back, squatted down to carefully look at the footprints around Jack. Sister Meow, is there any clue? Rebecca asked. It's weird that there are only our footprints in the fire room, And there are no signs of outsiders. Xiaomiao scratched her head. There are two possibilities. Either the assassin blessed in advance the magic of eliminating the footprints, such as wandering indefinitely, or the murderer is among us. Of course, this is almost impossible. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, your eyes become a little weird, and the atmosphere in the fire room becomes extremely depressed. What are you looking for? Rebecca looked at Joan, who was not involved in the conversation and just leaned over to observe the ground. I found something very interesting. Joan got up and spread his palms, holding some white particles and 3 dry petals in his palm. What's that? Xiaomiao stared puzzledly at Joan's palm. Dried rose petals and river sand. Joan answered quietly. How can there be dried petals and river sand in the firewood house on the farm? Xiaomiao flicked her tail, her face confused. Who brought these things in? What's the use? Thomas and Edward heard Joan and Xiaomiao's conversation on the side, and they all looked at each other, and their faces changed instantly. Chapter 457 Suspicious Fine Sand and Dried Rose Petals. This is the sleep cast material. Thomas gritted his teeth. No wonder Mr. Ueki and my servant are inexplicably falling asleep. The assassin is probably an arcane spellcaster. Wait first. Although I'm not a mage, I still have some understanding of arcane art. The magical upper limit of Ring 1 sleep is very low. It is reasonable to say that it is impossible to stun Sino rogues like Ueki. At most. He just yawned 2 times. Xiaomiao questioned. Qiaoan glanced at Catwoman and said, Sister Meow, I'm afraid you don't know enough about arcane art. Indeed, 1 ring of sleep is not enough to hypnotize, but 3 ring of deep sleep, it's different. This spell is an all-round enhanced version of sleep, and the casting material used is exactly the same as sleep, which is also fine sand and dried rose petals. Xiaomiao froze for a moment, and was about to ask, but was interrupted by Rebecca's cheers. He woke up. Little Jack woke up. The crowd gathered around Little Jack quickly, quizzing about who he was stabbed with, and whether he could see the other person's appearance. Little Jack lay on the ground, rubbing his neck with no trepidation until the people were quiet before speaking. That bald man wanted to kill me. What baldness? Thomas asked in surprise. Accurately, it's the guy with a declining hairline, the mage who mixed with you during the day. Little Jack replied sullenly. Are you talking about Martin? This is bullshit. Thomas froze as he spoke, and looked back at Joan with difficulty. That's weird. Where is Martin? He didn't come over at all. Joan whispered. Here are only 7 of us, but he didn't come. Without saying a word, Thomas hurried out of the chalet and ran back, gasping 2 minutes later, his face ugly. Martin is not in the guest room, and the servants do not know where he went. Sister Meow, you just said that the murderer might be among us. Does this include Martin? Edward asked casually. I know what you are doubting, but the existing evidence does not support your suspicion. Xiaomiao solemnly said. The footprints of the 7 of us in the fire room, except Martin's footprints. That is to say, Mr. Smith has no suspicion of assassinating Jake, and in fact he has no motivation to do so. Rebecca said to herself. How do you explain the petals and fine sand falling on the ground? Edward insisted. It is only 8 of us who know that Jack is imprisoned here, and of all of us, only Martin can play 3 rings of deep sleep. You can't doubt him just because of this. Otherwise, how can you explain that there is no footprint on the scene? Xiaomiao retorted. Ha ha. Little Jack suddenly laughed strangely. You fools, don't you know that there is a 3-ring spell called flying? What do you mean? Thomas glared at Jack. Nothing else. Just to remind you, our old friend Mr. Martin is not as honest as you think. He has made sufficient preparations to kill me, but fortunately, my life is hard. Otherwise there will be no chance to you reveal the truth. Jack seemed to be in a state of inexplicable excitement, his eyes burning and his smile twisted. He struggled to sit up and found that his hands and feet did not listen to him. He had to give up in sorrow and shouted, Hey, White Mouse. Although you slept like a dead mouse at that time, but at the moment when I was awakened, at least you should see the back of the assassin. Ake reluctantly nodded. Then did you see how he escaped from this room? Did he go? or did he fly? Little Jack was overwhelmed. It seems to be flying out. I reluctantly replied, I vaguely remember that his feet didn't touch the ground, his back was facing me, and he just floated out like this. Even if the assassin blessed flying, wouldn't it prove that he must be Mr. Smith? Rebecca doesn't want to believe. The companion who fought side by side turned out to be an assassin and a ghost. Yeah, you still refuse to face reality, which is really ridiculous. Little Jack yawned lazily. For your entanglement, I sent out my kindness and provided another piece of evidence. If you really have evidence, just say it out, and be less circled. Thomas said angrily. That Martin, this is not the first time I have met him. When he was on the Wild Boar Island, he and another little mage. Well, it was the thin and tall man opposite. Martin pouted at Edward. The two of them broke into my cabin and were teased by me. As a result, Martin's guy was scared and guilty. He smelled sweaty and wet his pants. I still remember the smell. Little Jack laughed twice, then said, you may not know that my nose is very smart, and the smell I smelled will never be confused. The person who tried to murder me tonight, although blessed with stealth, also cast a spell, but he entering this room, I immediately smelled a familiar smell and immediately recognized him as the wizard named Martin Smith. So as soon as he showed the knife, I guessed that this guy must have come at me and shouted desperately, finally grabbing the white ratman who was hypnotized by the spell before he cut my neck. Without me saying, you all know. This guy's sense of smell is indeed better than a hound. When he chased me on the Wild Boar Island, it showed this characteristic. Edward said with a sullen face. But why did Martin have to dive into the wood room to assassinate Jack in the middle of the night? Why is he doing this? Thomas asked wonderingly. Maybe in revenge for the humiliation on the Wild Boar Island, or maybe because. Edward paused for a moment, and finally expressed his conjecture. Walter Lee has been abusing Martin for the past 8 years. I am Martin instead. I can't bear it now. I have been desperately with the old owl. Yeah, no matter how weak the cowardly person is, there is a limit to swallowing it. When forced to endure it, it may explode with a crazier murderousness than the abnormal killer like Jack Jr. Thomas said quietly, listening to what you mean. It seems that Martin is not only the murderer who assassinated Jack, but also the suspicion of murdering Master Walter Lee. Is it not so good to make such an arbitrary decision? Rebecca's face was ugly. Chapter 458. The missing Martin. Now the only thing that can help Martin's seniors prove innocence is that he is the only one who can't say goodbye. Joan sighed, really unwilling to think deeply about why Martin did not say goodbye. The changes that happened tonight made him both physically and mentally exhausted, as if the whole world had become dark. What should I do next? Rebecca asked timidly. Her words resembled a kite with a broken thread, echoing in a dead room. Joan stood up and said to Thomas, I'm leaving now. It's not yet dawn. Where are you going? Back to school. Go to Martin's dormitory. Maybe he went back in advance. I will go with you. Thomas stood up quickly, and Edward and Rebecca also got up to follow. Joan waved his hand. I flew directly back to school. It is better for you to leave the caretaker Jake. After dawn, take the carriage into the city. First, give the Jake to the police and close the case of Roll's instructor as soon as possible. Joan thought for a while and then said, with regard to Martin Sr., the testimony against him is only on decided remarks of Jack Jake. It is not necessarily credible, and there is no reliable evidence that he is related to the death of Walter Lee. What happened tonight? It's best not to mention it to the police, and it's not too late to make a conclusion after the investigation is clear. You can rest assured that we will keep our mouths under control and we cannot just injustice good people by guessing, Xiaomiao solemnly promised. The others nodded. See you tomorrow. Joan cast a spell and became an eagle. He walked out of the chalet, flew into the air, spread his wings in the dim light, flew back to Leiden College in less than 10 minutes, and quietly landed in a forest on the corner of the campus. So as not to attract attention, when Joan landed, he returned to human form and hurried towards Martin Smith's dormitory. Martin is not a talented student. He has not received special care from the school or his tutor. He lives in the most common student dormitories. The advantage is that the rent is very low. There are also 3 fifth grade poor students living in the same dormitory with Martin. Their days are not more than Martin. Fortunately, they are not students of Walter Lee, and they can expect to graduate successfully by the end of the year. Joan knocked on the door and waited 2 minutes before a unkempt young man came out to open the door, his face impatient. It's not yet dawn. Hurried to knock on the door to do what? Joan can understand the other party's unhappy mood. The mage needs a quiet environment to ensure the quality of sleep. If someone is awakened during deep sleep and does not get enough rest, it may lead to the inability to get the spell slot tomorrow, and it is no wonder that people are annoyed. Sorry, Senior, I have an urgent matter to find Mr. Martin Smith. Martin? The man looked at Joan in surprise. It's no coincidence that Martin just left half an hour ago. Joan gave a sigh in his heart and reluctantly remained calm and asked, did Martin Sr. say where he is going and when will he come back? The guy ran back to the dormitory in the middle of the night. His face panicked as if he had lost his soul. He hurriedly packed his luggage and left. He didn't say where he was going, but it looked like he was going out. Otherwise there was no need to leave. The bedding is rolled up and taken away. That's right. Joan was bitter in the back of his throat, and what he was most worried about still happened. What's the matter with Martin? Hastily ran away overnight. Did he owe a loan shark outside and had to run away to hide his debts? I don't know, Joan replied bitterly. Senior Martin ... Maybe there is an emergency at home. This unlucky ghost. The mentor died first, and something happened at home, but it's really ugly. I don't think he wants to graduate in his life. Another waking boy sat up from the bed and said coldly, he's better not to come back forever. Lest bring bad luck back to this dormitory. I haven't wanted to live under the same roof with Thiston Thousand-Year Repeater, so I have bad luck, said the other person angrily. Kiawan felt a congestion in his heart for a while, and could not tell what it was like, but it was just inexplicably uncomfortable, so he closed the door silently and turned away. The next morning, Thomas, Edward and Rebecca returned to the school and told Joan that Jack had been sent to the police station. Due to the presence of Edward's son, the case was handed over smoothly. The police case handler adopted the clues provided by them and Jake's confession. It is estimated that the case will be closed soon. Miss Miranda Fisher will also resume her freedom and reputation. Learning that Martin packed his bags and left Leiden College overnight, Thomas, Edward and Rebecca had different expressions. Perhaps they had already guessed that this would be the result in advance. It did not seem very unexpected and did not comment on it, as if everyone reached a tacit agreement and deliberately avoided discussing the matter. In the next 3 days, Joan ran to Martin's dormitory every day to find all the students and even teachers who were said to have a good relationship with Martin. He asked about his whereabouts, but there was no news. Joan gradually realized that people's attitude towards himself became impatient, and repeatedly asked him why he cares so much about an insignificant Martin Smith. Leiden College has more people dropping out of school every year, so why not take care of this business? Although Joanne said that his emotional intelligence was not high, he also knew well, and he saw that he was being harassed by others, so it would be difficult to inquire about Martin's whereabouts. As for why he is particularly concerned about Martin's whereabouts, on the one hand, it is because the murder case of Walter Lee has not been settled, but also because he has a special concern for Martin Smith. Martin was actually not a friend of his. He had little contact during the school, but Joan couldn't forget that he had entered the Leiden Academy bravely and ignorantly. He had nothing but a heart to pursue his dream. Martin is the first person in this school to make him feel friendly. During his entrance exams, Martin took care of him more, helped him test his pedigree, eagerly offered professional advice, learned that his family was poor, and took the initiative to help him apply for student loans. Although Joan did not accept Martin's suggestion to apply for the warlock profession, looking back, to apply for a student loan was also more harmful than good. but it was all in hindsight. As far as the situation at the time was concerned, Martin was undoubtedly sincere. He wanted to help him so that he is still grateful. In addition, Joanne also saw his shadow from the person of Martin Smith. He was born in the same poverty as Martin, was also mediocre, and came to Leiden College with dreams, trying to change his destiny through hard work. The two people started from the same starting point, but their destiny prompted them to embark on a completely different path. Chapter 459 Crossroads 1 Joan walked along the road with good luck. He first accidentally obtained Tears of the Gods. With the help of this artifact, he became a so-called genius from mediocrity. After entering the academy, he met non-wealthy friends such as Thomas, Edward and Rebecca, and was also favored by the role's mentor. He just grabbed him from the old owl Walter Lee and earned it under his own door. He unreservedly taught him what he learned in his life, and broke his heart for his future. From Joan's point of view, Martin Smith is actually a self who did not get the above adventure. Martin did not have Tears of God and wisdom to enhance his intelligence. He could not become a respected spellcasting genius. He could not be appreciated by famous professors like Roll's instructor, and finally became a student of Old Owl. Was Walter Lee Owl is difficult and even tortured, and diligently pleads for 8 years of study. He has clearly reached the graduation level, but was still left by Walter Lee Kieng in his laboratory as a cheap labor. Not only did he owe a school loan, but he also endured the humiliation of his roommates and even the younger students. In hell, suffering from both mental and physical suffering. Joan often imagines this: if he is not lucky enough, will he also become another poor, mediocre, and annoying Martin Smith? Judging from his poor background and mediocre talent, this is very likely. For this reason, Joan had deep sympathy for Martin, and also wondered why Martin had fallen into such a predicament. Young men born like me and Martin who are mediocre and capable of mediocrity, are they destined to be a stepping stone to other students of better and better background if they do not have good luck blessings, and they are destined to be suppressed by discrimination? No matter how hard they try, there is no day to come. He vaguely felt that reality was indeed so cruel. Students of good background have more money, connections and resources to lay the foundation for them. Even if it is a pig, such a good condition will be cultivated into an outstanding pig. In contrast, poor people like Martin and himself do not have any resources to use, and they even have to bear heavy debts for schooling. Unless they are particularly gifted or lucky, how can they compete with rich children? Isn't it normal to be stepped on by someone? Joan felt something was wrong. There is a new invisible barrier in the school and the entire society, which separates the poor students from the rich children. The latter is born at the top of the barrier, but the former is pressed underneath. It needs extra effort to get a special good young Kai may break through this layer of barriers and entered the same class as those of rich children. Poor students like Joan who have had the luck to break through this invisible barrier are as scarce as pearls on the beach, and most of the poor students have struggled to survive under the heavy barriers for a lifetime. Martin Smith is the epitome of these humble masses. Kian is still too young and has limited vision. Although he felt the existence of class barriers, he did not know where they came from, why they existed, and how to eliminate them. He turned his attention to the campus he was familiar with more and more, and felt that Leiden College was not as beautiful as he originally thought. Setting up high tuition is tantamount to suppressing poor students in disguise, and tacitly apprehending Walter Lee to tamper with students is tantamount to indulging such evil behaviors. The school knows that these systems are unreasonable but still refuses to make changes. What does this mean? Joan suddenly remembered what Martin Smith had said to him inadvertently when he came to Leiden College to take the exam. Leiden College is not a haven for poor students. It has never been. Joan believes that this is Martin's sentiment. After Leiden College has spent a full 8 years of youth, Martin may have recognized the reality and all the stereotypes and habits used by Leiden College, even protecting these unfair traditions intentionally or unintentionally, just because these traditions can give vested interests. People bring many benefits. Of course, Those who get benefits do not want to make changes, while those who are insulted and damaged have no say at all. If you think about it, if Joan is in Martin's position, I am afraid that he will not be able to drop out of school 8 years earlier and find another way out anyway. I learned a spell, where can I still eat a bite? Joanne doesn't understand. Why is Martin obsessed with getting a graduation certificate? Is it to fulfill the wish of oneself or relatives and friends, to care for the whole face, to join the Leiden Harbour Master Association in order to find a glorious career in this city, or because it has already spent 8 years, and cannot give up this huge sunk cost? You must use a graduation certificate to comfort yourself for 8 years without pain? Perhaps all of the above factors have one point, which together constituted Martin's heart knot, and eventually pushed him to the embarrassing situation of riding a tiger. Joan also heard that Martin Smith made a request to Walter Lee at the beginning of the semester, hoping that the other party would sign his graduation certificate at the end of the school year and give him the freedom to wait for 8 years. However, the old owl ruthlessly rejected Martin's begging, and also told him hypocritically, "I am afraid this year will not work. I will let you graduate next year." Such a promise, Martin must have heard countless times. Year after year, Walter Lee's promise has never been fulfilled. It's not difficult for Joan to imagine that even a person with the best temper will hear Walter Lee's reply and he can't help but get angry and even get a chance. Now he is still not sure that Martin is the murderer of Walter Lee. Taking a step back, even if Martin is the murderer, Joan feels excused. In fact, Joanne now has no spare time to care about Martin's whereabouts, and he himself is at a crossroads in his life. The death of Professor Robert Rolls is undoubtedly a tragedy for his family, friends and students. However, his colleagues at Leiden College saw this as a great opportunity to openly or privately address his 3 talented students through an olive branch. Joan, Edward and Thomas have received invitations from many Austrian professors these days and offer to accept them as disciples to help them complete their studies for the next 2 years. Edward and Thomas are not weak-hearted people, but they have to face the reality that the Rolls mentor is no longer alive. For their academic considerations, it is a reasonable decision to transfer to other professors. The problem is only which professor to choose. Your new mentor. The two disagree on this. Edward thinks that Wordsworth is the second best professor at Leiden College after Master Rolls. Thomas is worried that Master Wordsworth is too harsh and he is more inclined to invest in Professor Hamilton's personality similar to Master Rolls. Chapter 460 Crossroads. Too early in the morning on Sunday, Thomas and Edward argued in the living room on the first floor. After 2 hours of arguing, they failed to reach a consensus. Joan didn't participate in their argument, holding the teacup in a daze. In these 2 short months, he witnessed too many deaths with his own eyes, and the most touching thing was the deaths of the 3 teachers. Colonel Harrison was assassinated, making Joan truly aware of the cruelty of the war. No one is absolutely safe on the battlefield, and death may suddenly fall on anyone's head, including the highest commander of the army. Compared with the accidental assassination of Colonel Harrison, Grandpa Joan's death is the other extreme, making him feel deeply the hardships of his life. He can't escape from all the sufferings of being sick, old, sick, or dead. At that moment, suffering only came to an end and was finally relieved. It's okay to die in battle. Sue is finally sick, and Colonel Harrison and Grandpa are at least those who are still longevity. They lived to that age, experienced countless ups and downs, were accustomed to sorrow and joy, and had children and grandchildren behind them. No regrets. But Robert Rolls is different. The star professor of Leiden College is in his prime, and his body and energy are in the best state of his life. No wife, children and family need to care about it. All his energy is devoted to the teaching and research work he deeply loves. There are 3 under his door. The genius disciple he was proud of. His academic research has just made a major breakthrough. His career is about to reach its peak, but he was suddenly interrupted, so silently ended his supposedly glorious life. All dreams have become bubble. Of course, Joan hates the murderer who assassinated his mentor, but what makes him feel deeper is the impermanence of destiny, which cannot help but breed a sense of anxiety of short life, and cannot help silently calculating how long he can live. If you are lucky enough, you will live long enough to live smoothly, but you will still have 50 years. Converted to days, less than 20,000 days. In this short 20,000 days, how much can a person who is keen on knowledge learn? A simple measure of learning efficiency by reading a book a day can only read less than 20,000 books in total. If we convert all the knowledge accumulated so far in the human world into books, there are more than 20,000 volumes. I am afraid that there are more than 20 million to 20 million. After a simple calculation, Joan couldn't help but sweat. Even if he has worked hard to learn new knowledge throughout his life, he will never be able to master a thousandth of all the knowledge accumulated by human society in the past thousands of years of history, let alone the inheritance of civilizations of other races. In this short life, it is not enough to learn the knowledge that has been handed down to the world. How can there be enough time to explore the unknown field, and how much new knowledge can be created? Seeking knowledge is Joan's greatest pleasure, and this pleasure mainly stems from a sense of accomplishment. If you only learned the knowledge created by others throughout your life, it would be like chewing the food that others have eaten and reinventing the wheel. What is the sense of accomplishment? When infinite curiosity contradicts the limited lifespan, Joan really feels the fragility and shortness of life for the first time in his life. What is the meaning of such a short and fragile life? Even if a person has made some achievements in his short life, it is nothing more than a fleeting little wave in the long history of infinite history. If luck is good enough, make a huge contribution enough to remember future generations, and put his own name writing a history book is indeed glorious, but people always die. When you close your eyes, what meaning does the glory behind have for a dead person? Joan vaguely had a hunch that he might not be able to find the answers to the above questions at Leiden College. Only by leaving the port of Leiden, the environment that is already familiar and comfortable, and going to Midgard, to the more distant new world, can it be possible to understand the meaning of life. Once this crazy thought was born, it couldn't be suppressed, and it expanded rapidly, completely occupying Joan's mind. When he came back, he realized that Thomas and Edward were still arguing about which professor they ran to, and had to come forward to persuade them. You don't need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Since Edward thinks that Master Wordsworth is better, he can put him in his door, and Thomas appreciates Professor Hamilton more. Then go and be his student. Nobody asks you to have to. You cannot study under the same professor. Edward and Thomas stopped arguing and looked at him with both eyes, seeming to be surprised by his indifferent attitude of outsiders. Joan, we quarreled because we didn't want to break up, Thomas shouted excitedly. If there are only two of me and Thomas, frankly, we don't mind our future. The question is you, Joan, do you choose Professor Wordsworth or Professor Hamilton? Edward said solemnly, if you choosing the latter, even if I am not willing, will change my decision. After all, the most important thing is not to follow which professor to continue studying, but the three of us will be together for the next 2 years. Thomas nodded with a smile. Edward finally said a man's words, Joanne, you can make a decision. Choose Wordsworth or Hamilton? I chose Robert Rawls. Joan answered softly, don't be silly. Tutor Rawls is gone. Thomas thumped the sofa angrily. Joan, we are also saddened by the death of Tutor Rawls, but we can't be resurrected. We are still young, and we have to look at everything in the long run. Edward tried to persuade Joan to be sensible and face reality, but he soon realized that these philosophies were doomed to persuade the stubborn teenager. Since I can't continue to follow the Rawls mentor, I don't choose any. Joan stood up and said firmly, I plan to leave Leiden College. Leave? What do you mean? Thomas looked at Joan in surprise. Are you going to transfer, suspend school, or drop out? It's possible. Joan lowered his head and said quietly, I also want to leave decently. If I can't do it, it doesn't matter if I drop out. Joan, what are you talking about? Edward couldn't understand Joan's thinking at all. trying to persuade him to give up his impulsive thoughts. Take a step back and say that even if you really hate this school, you can't make a joke about your future. It's better to find a tutor first, and you don't have to go to class. You are now a 4th level mage. At most, I can be promoted to the 5th level master in 1 year. Isn't it good to graduate with great scenery? You said it well, the planning is very reasonable, Edward, but that is not the life plan I want. Joan answered blankly. Don't say a year, even a month, a week. I don't want to stay here anymore. Chapter 461 Friend's Heart. What are you thinking about, Joan? Thomas almost frantically. I really don't understand what is wrong with Leiden College, so that you can't stand it, and you have to leave here if you ruin your future. After the death of Tutor Rawls, there is nothing else at Leiden College that is worth your nostalgia. It's not just because of the Tutor Rawls. Faced with the earnest retention of the 2 classmates, Joan couldn't help his nose sore, but he still had to harden his heart and tell the truth. Thomas, Edward, Leiden College is a very good school. I have learned a lot in this short career. There are a lot of valuable things worth cherishing me, but this is far from enough. Only leave this at school. It is possible for me to find what I really want. After finishing this sentence, he got upstairs without looking back. Joan returned to his attic like an escape, locked the door of the room, and sat down at the desk, covering his face with his hands, intertwined with pain and self-blame. Of course he knew that Thomas and Edward were really taking him as a friend, thinking about him everywhere, and what did he do? Faced with the enthusiasm of the 2 friends, insisting on not seeing the advice and saying a lot of hurtful feelings, the strong guilt even made him unwilling to recall the words he just said. However, guilt is guilt, self-blame is self-blame. But Joan does not regret it. Treating one another with sincerity is the least respect for a friend. He knows that some words will hurt the other person's feelings, but he can't help but say something that is insincere for the sake of friendship. Regardless of how Thomas and Edward view his decision, whether he is stubborn, naive, or impulsive, Joan will never look back. The only expectation is that when he leaves Leiden College, Thomas and Edward can continue to treat him. He is treated as a friend. The chaotic emotions left Joan unable to calm for a long time, so he got up and opened the window to breathe. Inadvertently glancing downstairs, he realized that Thomas and Edward went out side by side and headed towards the school building. Now only Joan is left in the dormitory, but his mood gradually calms down. He returns to the table to spread out the spell book, indulges in the vast ocean of knowledge, and temporarily forgets his troubles and sorrows. On Monday morning, Joan got up as usual, went downstairs after washing, and planned to go to the library to copy some new spells. However, as soon as he walked down the stairs, he froze and found that Thomas and Edward were both sitting in the living room on the 2nd floor. Their faces were tired, their eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and they stared at themselves without a word. What's wrong with you? Joan looked at them in surprise. His face looked haggard. Didn't you sleep at night? Joan, if I said that I and Edward both didn't sleep all night and stayed up in the library to study hard, do you believe it? Thomas asked seriously. Joan wanted to laugh and quickly held back, hesitatingly nodded, I believe, and I guess you must have a good reason for doing this. In fact, there is nothing special. But I feel that time should be cherished. Don't leave regrets. Edward seemed to be sentimental. What a pity. Joan vaguely felt that the 2 stayed up late related to what he said yesterday. It's just a sigh of emotion, so don't get to the bottom. Edward coughed twice and changed the subject stiffly. Joan, all 3 of us have no tutors now. But you still have to learn something. You recently upgraded your mage level. I want to copy some new spells. Thomas and I also want to learn more new things. It's not as good as our 3 people exchange the spell books, and copy the 2 ring spells that are in the other party's book but have not yet learned into their own spell books. What do you think? Joan froze for a moment and nodded. Well, in fact, Thomas and I occasionally copy each other like this. This idea was originally proposed by me. Edward, the guy, took all credit to himself. Thomas grumbled, and took out his spellbook and placed it on the table. Edward also handed his spellbook to Joan. Joan opened the spellbook of the two and briefly browsed, and immediately found something wrong. Both thick and thick books are almost full of spells, and most of them are brand new writings, which can be seen that they were just copied yesterday. What's even more weird is that the spells transcribed in the first half of the two books are similar, and are some of the most practical spells that must be learned. It is normal for both to have transcripts, but the second half of the two books, especially those inks on the brand new book pages, the total number of transcribed spells is no less than 20. It is not normal to find a duplicate spell. Joan is not stupid. After a short thought, he guessed that Thomas and Edward had discussed before copying these spells. The two worked together to copy different two-ring spells. All ring spells are transcribed. Judging from the ink, they probably decided to carry out this work from yesterday morning, from morning to night, plus an overnight, and transcribed until completion this morning. Not only did it consume a lot of energy, but it also cost a total of not less than 5,000 gold at transcript costs. What is the purpose of Thomas and Edward doing this? The scrolls of spells in the library will not run away with long legs. Why should they copy the spells in such a hurry? Joan felt more and more moved, and couldn't help turning his eyes red. Looking up at Thomas and Edward, he wanted to say something, but he choked back. Okay, look like you. Like a crying nose girl. Thomas threw a punch on his shoulder and stood up yawning. You copy it first, I have to go back and get some sleep. Edward also got up and stretched a lazy waist, so he pretended to casually say to him, Joan, the spell book is here first. Don't worry, copy it slowly. I have to go back to sleep and my eyes can't open. Seeing the two leave, Joan took a deep breath, barely restraining the tears that almost came out. The two spell books left by Edward and Thomas record almost all the two-ring spells he wanted to learn and had no money to copy. Thomas and Edward must have worried that he was in a hurry to drop out of school, did not have the opportunity and money to learn all these spells, and once he cancelled his schooling, even if he earned enough money in the future, he would not be able to enter the college library again to copy the spell scroll. So he stayed up late, transcribe spells and help him learn as many spells as possible in the name of exchanging spell books before leaving school. With such a thought, Joan's will could not be shaken, and he wanted to give up the original decision and continue to stay at Leiden College to complete his studies. Although there is no mentor that he loves so much, there are still two classmates who treat him like a brother. Chapter 462 Spell Combination 1. However, after the initial moment of shaking, I do not know why, but Joan's conviction has become more firm. This is really strange. Thomas and Edward's intimate attention to him seems to have a reverse effect, prompting him to make up his mind to leave Leiden College and pursue the dream that he can't even tell the truth. Joan wiped the corners of his eyes. The sense of urgency in his heart did not allow him to waste time. Picking up the spell books of Thomas and Edward and returning to the attic, Joan put these two books on the table side by side with his spell book. After comparing them, he found that there are 11 two-ring spells in Edward and Thomas' spell books that he has never learned. In the following time, Joan first simply classified these 11 spells, and then copied them into his spell books one by one. The first spell Joan transcribed was Uncovering Invisibility. This two-ring prophecy spell is as the name suggests, and is specifically used to detect invisible spells. Joan often stealthily inspected the enemy's situation while taking oral service in Brass Hill. In most cases, he would not be noticed by the enemy. Only the Wolf Queen Alpha had penetrated his invisibility twice, and he almost lost his life. The reason why Alpha can see through Joan's invisibility is because her magic collar has the function of seeing through invisibility. In addition, Alpha can also stimulate the magic of the collar to become invisible, and successfully assassinated with this unpredictable unique skill. Colonel Harrison left a deep impression on Joan, but also made him aware of the need to learn to see through invisibility. The second spell Joan transcribed is Darkness. which can create a dark enchantment covering a 20-foot radius spherical space after casting. In the dark environment created by magic, neither normal eyesight nor dark vision can see things close to you. Natural light sources such as candles, torches and lanterns cannot dispel the darkness created by magic. The next two spells Joan transcribed are also closely related to darkness. The first is Dark Vision. This spell allows the subject to gain the ability to see normally in a natural dark environment, but cannot see through the dark enchantment created by magic. To put it simply, a person with dark vision can see an ant 20 feet away in a dark cave, but cannot see through the barrier formed by darkness. So, are there any spells that can see through magical darkness? Of course there is. Joan's next copy of the Evil Devil's Eye can see through the darkness, just like the devil born in the of Bartor. He can naturally see through all darkness, whether it is a naturally produced night or the darkness created by magic enchantment. In this way, the Devil's Eye is fully compatible with the dark vision function and has been enhanced. But these two spells are both two rings. Is it counterintuitive? Joan initially thought so, but after carefully comparing the two spells, he found that dark vision also had an advantage that the Eye of the Devil could not match. The first is that the cost of casting is different. It takes expensive black gemstone powder to display the Devil's Eye, and only a small piece of dried carrot is needed to release the dark vision. Secondly, the duration of the two spells is different. In terms of Joan's current mage level, casting a Devil's Eye can only last up to 40 minutes, but casting Dark Vision can last for up to 4 hours. If both the cost of casting spells and the duration of the spell's effective duration are taken into account, the magical energy levels corresponding to Dark Vision and Eye of the Devil are actually similar, and both require 2 spell slots. The fifth 2-ring spell Joan transcribed was Firework. This spell has 2 effects that the caster can choose from: creating a large blinding glare firework, or creating a thick smoke that blocks the view and chokes. Judging only from the effect of the spell, pyrotechnic is almost a combination of flash dust and cloudiness, which is a model for the optimization of the tuned level spell. If you have to pick out a problem with this spell, it's a bit awkward. To cast pyrotechnics, you need to use a fire source as the material. Ordinary flames created by torches, bonfires or magic can be used. The caster must use the fire source as a target to cast pyrotechnics. After the spell is completed, the fire source will emit a strong light or transform into a thick smoke, and cause blinding or blocking effects to the surrounding creatures. Joan carefully analyzed the pyrotechnic spelling process and found a problem. As a source of fire for the spellcasting material and target, it must not be too close to the caster himself, otherwise the caster himself will be affected by the strong light or smoke emanating from the fire. Conversely, if the fire source is next to the enemy, casting this spell will have an unexpected effect. But this condition is slightly harsher, at least during the day. Few people will rise next to themselves. He didn't even run around holding a torch when he piled a bonfire. If you can't find a suitable source of fire, pyrotechnic is difficult to play. From this perspective, this spell is not as practical as flash dust and cloudiness. But this is also normal. Without these troublesome restrictions, pyrotechnic cannot be just a 2-ring spell. What's more, these restrictions are not absolutely insurmountable. Whether or not the conditions for applying pyrotechnics can be created depends on the mind and imagination of the caster. Joan next transcribed is a prophetic school 2-ring spell, Misty Sight. The purpose of this spell is straightforward. The subject's eyesight is enhanced by magic power, which can see through clouds, smoke, turbid water and other disturbances that hinder the vision. Spells such as cloud fog and pyrotechnics are actually double-edged swords. After being cast, they can effectively interfere with the enemy's vision, but they will also hinder their vision. The caster can't take advantage of it. In order to get rid of such a dilemma, the mist sight was invented, and with the cloud fog technique, then both of us were surrounded by mist. The party holding the mist sight could clearly see the enemy, but the enemy could not. Seeing each other can only be beaten unilaterally. This eye-covering spell plus perspective spell is not uncommon tactics. such as darkness plus devil's eye or invisibility plus see-through invisibility, also follow the same ideas. With the improvement of the casting level, more and more spells are mastered. Joan's perspective is no longer limited to the application level of a single spell. More consideration is given to how to combine multiple spells to form a series of exquisite tactics. Form your own unique casting style. Chapter 463 Spell Combination 2. Joan's next copy of the Ring Blaze is a typical tactical spell. He had seen Kunti cast this spell, creating a huge fireball, tumbling and jumping against the ground, which looks like fireball. In fact, it is far worse than fireball, and it must hit the enemy under the control of the caster in order to cause 2 levels of fire damage. This level of lethality is too low for a 2-ring spell. Although the caster can remotely control the flaming sphere to chase the enemy repeatedly and repeatedly, each time it can cause 2 energy levels of damage. But the enemy is not an idiot. If he is hit by a fireball, of course he must pull his legs to escape. As long as he escapes 100 feet outside, the flame sphere reached the remote control limit distance, and could not continue to kill. In this way, the flaming sphere seems to be a chicken rib spell. There is no need to waste energy to learn. Joan doesn't think so. It is indeed not very practical to look at the flaming orb alone. But use your brain a little bit and use it with other spells to get the magical effect of turning decay into magic. For example, the biggest shortcoming of pyrotechnics just copied by Joan is that it is difficult to find a suitable source of fire as an outbreak medium. If flaming sphere is used as the source of fire for pyrotechnics, this problem can be solved easily. The caster first releases a flaming sphere among the enemy groups in the distance. While the enemy has not spread, he immediately casts a firework on the flaming sphere and uses it as a source of fire to cause blindness. The glare or choking smoke makes the enemy suffer from firework while being burned by the flaming orb. Sources of magical fire such as flaming sphere will not be consumed by firework. After completing the above spell combination, if there are still enemies who are missing the net trying to escape, the caster can remotely control the flaming ball to roll over and hit, or when the fireball is about to catch up with the enemy, another firework. All in all, where the pyrotechnic ball rolls, the source of the pyrotechnic is the source of the fire. Since the caster can remotely control the pyrotechnic ball at will, it is actually equivalent to being able to choose the outbreak of pyrotechnic at will area. Pyrotechnics and flaming sphere, 2 spells that are not very practical on their own, have a wonderful transformation when combined, and together form a very practical tactic. This is the manifestation of the wisdom of spellcasting. The 8th 2-ring spell Joan transcribed itself represents a kind of tactical thinking. The name of this spell is very straightforward and is called pitting technique. After casting, a 100 square foot crater can be created on any plane. The pit depth is proportional to the cast level. At Joan's current level, the crater is about 20 feet deep. The trap created by the pitting technique is not an entity, but a semi-open heterodimensional space, or half-plane. So it can exist on any medium surface, including on the water or on the ship's deck. The surface can instantly create a big pit to shut down the enemy. Obviously, this is a spell specifically used to pit people. However, the depth of 20 feet is not safe. Those enemies who are particularly tall, have superb jumping ability, or are proficient in climbing, take a little time to climb out of the pit. In order to enhance the imprisonment effect of the pitting technique, Joan naturally thought of trying to increase the difficulty of escape from the pit. For example, with greasy technique combined with pitting technique, a lot of viscous grease was spilled in the pit, and it became slippery from the bottom of the pit to the 4 walls. The people trapped in the pit could not even stand still. Climb out. Just releasing the greasy technique into the pit did not satisfy Joan. In the following time, he copied a new spell, an enhanced version of the greasy technique 2-ring fuel technique. Fuel technology retains all the functions of greasy technology, and also has a special function that greasy technology does not have. When it hits an ignition star, it will burn violently, and the oil-covered area turns into a sea of fire. The creature deals 4 levels of fire damage. If fuel oil is used instead of grease in combination with pit making, it can not only effectively prevent the prisoners from escaping, but also ignite grease and turn the pits into fire pits, so that the prisoners can experience the taste of fire. It is not difficult to ignite the fuel in the pit. For example, it is possible to shoot a burning ray against the pit. But is this the best tactical match? No, obviously not. The fire spell that is more suitable for matching pitting technique and fuel technique is actually a flaming orb. Putting a flaming sphere in a pit filled with fuel can firstly lead to fuel grease. Secondly, the flaming sphere itself will also hit the prisoner and cause 2 energy levels of burns. Compared with the 4 energy level damage caused by burning ray, burning sphere at first glance looks weak. But burning ray can only cause 1-time damage. But burning sphere can continue to contact prisoners and cause multiple killings. Comprehensive calculation, its lethality is much greater than burning rays. If it is on flat ground, the above analysis does not hold. After the enemy is hit by the flaming orb for the first time, it will try to stay away from the burning fireball. But in the pit, the space for prisoners to move is very limited, and the surrounding is full of viscous fuel. How can there be room to dodge the flaming sphere? The spell combination of pitting technique plus fuel technique plus blazing sphere is very practical, but it is not perfect in Joan's eyes. Since the pit has turned into a fire pit, there is also a burning fireball in the pit. When necessary, Joan can also use the flaming sphere in the pit as a fire source and cast a firework. Make the prisoners in the pit blind, or force them to inhale a lot of choking smoke, and fall into a cough that makes them unable to try to escape from the fire pit. If this is not enough, Joan can add another Mage assault palm. The remote control giant palm is suspended above the fire pit. The giant palm formed by the force field will not be burned by the flame. If the prisoner in the pit has not been burned to death, or even trying to climb out of the fire pit, Joan can remotely control the giant palm to slam down, slapping the prisoner's final escape hope. Died in a fire pit. What is creative casting? What is tactical casting? This is it. There are no useless spells in the world, only incompetent casters. The 10th spell June transcribed is the 2 Ring of Crazy Laughter. He is no stranger to this spell. Not long ago, he witnessed Big Jack cast it. After Zez Hong stroked, he could do nothing but endlessly laugh. This confusion control spell is very practical, with only one small limitation. It has no effect on creatures with too low intelligence. For example, low-level creatures such as beasts and insects, either cannot understand the sense of humor, or have not evolved the function of laughing, and crazy laughter cannot be performed. Chapter 464 The Meaning of Life 1. The last 2 ring spell June transcribed was Crushing Sonic. Among the various offensive spells, the 3 elemental attributes of fire, electricity, and freezing are the most common. The acid attack is relatively rare, and the most rare is the sonic spell. Smashing Sonic is a rare and practical sonic spell that causes a deafening roar at the moment of cast, causing 5 levels of shock damage to creatures near the explosion point. Fragile inorganic materials such as rocks, glass, and ceramics are bombarded with crushed sound waves and will suffer double damage. From early morning to early evening, Joan worked at the desk for a whole day, during which he only took time to rest for an hour, chewed a few cookies for lunch, and finally transcribed all the new spells from the 2 books into his spellbook. The night was dark, and Joan couldn't go downstairs to disturb Thomas and Edward to rest. He decided to return the spellbook tomorrow morning, and lent them his copy of the spellbook. The body is very tired, but Joan's spirit is very excited, and he is not sleepy. Take out the Tears of God and make a cup of potion. After taking it to dispel fatigue, he returned to the desk and unfolded his diary under the illumination of the magic lights to record the work that needs to be done before leaving school. First of all, of course, to learn the new transcribed spells. In addition, Joan also wants to upgrade his artificial eye. Joan plans to give priority to research on seeing through invisibility, dark vision, Devil's Eye, and Mist Sight starting tomorrow, and then enchanting all the 2-ring spells of the same prophetic school on his own artificial eye. If his vision is realized, the prosthetic eye will get 4 special detection functions in addition to the debilitating ray and burning ray, which can see through invisible enemies, insight into the dark areas formed by nature or magic, clouds and fog. Smoke will not be able to hinder his vision, and will eventually turn the artificial eye into a multifunctional reconnaissance magic guide. Learning spells and enchanting techniques is not a problem. The key is to complete the above enchanting process requires at least 8 ounces of magic crystals, which is a huge expense. Fortunately, when Joan expelled the gangsters of the werewolves in Dafing Town a month ago, he once personally killed the head of the red-nosed buck, and also found a box of magic crystals from Buck, which was just enough to upgrade the cost of the eye. With enough magic crystals in his hand, Joan had a bottom in his heart, and then he just had to work hard and follow his steps to realize his vision. In the following week, Joan's life returned to the 3-point, monotonous mode of dormitory canteen laboratory. Thomas and Edward have not yet decided which professor to switch to and get along with Joan as always. It seems that he has forgotten his intention to leave Leiden College. Perhaps they also hope that Joan can change his mind and forget the momentary impulse to do decision. However, Joanne is not an impulsive person, and the decision made will not be easily regretted. Just 2 days ago, he had written his thoughts in a letter and handed it to the principal, Mr. Alexander Jefferson's mailbox. Just this morning, Joan received a reply from Mr. Jefferson and invited him to talk to the principal's office. Since Joan had been studying at Leiden College for half a year, he only listened to the speech of Mr. Principal at the opening ceremony. After that, there was no intersection. After learning that the principal invited himself for an interview, he felt somewhat flattered. Joan knocked on the door of the principal's office with a disturbed mood, and a gentle voice came from the room. "Please come in." Joan bravely pushed the door open, walked in lightly, stood at the desk opposite the door, and bowed deeply to Alexander Jefferson, the current principal of Leiden College, who was working at the desk. "Mr. Principal, bother." Mr. Jefferson took off his glasses to examine the slightly restrained young mage in front of him, smiled and nodded at him, motioned him to sit on the sofa, and got up and poured himself a cup of coffee. Joan took the coffee cup handed over by the principal and thanked him. He almost spilled the coffee and his face was embarrassed. "Mr. Vader, don't be too restrained. I invited you today just to talk casually." Mr. Jefferson, seated on the sofa beside Joan, lit the heatherroot pipe and took 2 deep breaths. Later, the tall body leaned forward slightly, and said to Joan with a kind but sincere attitude, "I have read your letter." "Well, I feel deeply about the problems you pointed out in the letter." "Mr. Principal, you are too polite. In fact, that is just some of my naive opinions. You don't have to worry about it." "I don't think it's naive, Mr. Vader. The 2 problems you pointed out are very sharp," Mr. Jefferson said seriously. "As a nominal public school, theoretically the teaching funds of Leiden College should mainly come from the Parliament, the appropriation, from the taxes paid by the colonial people. Should it be so, should not charge students too high tuition fees. This is your first opinion, right?" "Yes, Mr. Principal." "Mr. Vader, I fully agree with your criticism, but allow me to explain to you that huge gap between theory and reality. As a public school, Leiden College is in vain. The annual financial allocations are pitifully small, and even paying teachers is not enough. Not to mention improving the teaching environment and improving the quality of teaching. These expenses must be managed by ourselves. Mr. Jefferson sighed. "Mr. Principal, why didn't the colonial government allocate more money to Leiden College?" Joan asked puzzlingly. "Because the government has no money." Mr. Jefferson shared his hands and smiled helplessly. "All public institutions in Yalfheim are funded by government revenues, and fiscal revenues are mainly derived from taxes. Our industry in Yalfheim is not well developed, and taxes are mainly from agriculture and commercial trade." "This is not difficult to understand?" Joan nodded in understanding. "We, the colony of Alfheim, A fertile land, a suitable climate, and agriculture has always been very developed. It stands to reason that agricultural taxes are a large amount of government revenue. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Farms and plantations in the area around Leiden can still charge some taxes. As for the remote rural areas, the small towns that are mainly self-cultivating have almost all of them have a long tradition of tax resistance. Taxing here is harder than extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. Mr. Jefferson shrugged helplessly. Joan was so hot that he couldn't speak. He himself came from a country town, and his hometown of Dillon Township has what Mr. Jefferson called the tax resistance tradition and civilian style. Where can I get a national tax on a copper plate? Chapter 465 The meaning of life too. Actually, we can't blame the self-cultivation farmers for tax evasion. The big plantation owners are also reluctant to pay taxes. Our most powerful person in the name of Alfheim is the governor, but the government's fiscal and tax power is actually in the hands of the parliament. After all, even the governor will have to count on the parliament to approve the salary. Mr. Jefferson joked casually and then said to Joan, "Take our port of Leiden, for example. The legislators are either wealthy big merchants or large manor owners sitting on 10,000 acres of fields. Do you think these old men will agree to increase taxes on their own businesses?" Joan shook his head helplessly. Reality, as Mr. Principal said, the big plantation owners who control the parliament will never agree to levy heavy taxes on the big plantation. In this way, despite the agricultural development in the Alfheim region, the colonial government was unable to receive sufficient agricultural taxes even after years of bumper harvests. The budgetary expenditures had to be cut. The education expenditure of Leiden College was one of the public budget items that was cut. Agricultural taxes are not up. The authorities can still collect commercial taxes and customs duties, but you probably also know how rampant the smuggling activities in the New World are. Collecting tariffs is tantamount to declaring war on all smugglers. This is not a joke. Mr. Jefferson collected. He smiled. "Mr. Vader, have you ever heard of a gang called the Son of Freedom?" Joan nodded awkwardly. "I know this organization, which is said to be closely related to smuggling gangs. The Son of Freedom Association is actually a crime kingdom formed by the combination of many smuggling giants in the New World. The resources and manpower this organization can mobilize are immeasurable. Why fight against others?" So when Mr. Snow proposed to crack down on smuggling activities, I supported him emotionally, but reasonably concluded that his efforts were destined to end in failure, and the result was not unexpected. Jefferson sighed, and then spit bitter water at Joan. Agricultural taxes and customs duties cannot be collected. The two money bags of the colonial government are shriveled and have to withhold education expenses. If the tuition is reduced, what do you ask me to pay teachers? I understand your hardship, Mr. Principal. The high tuition fees of Leiden College is one of the necessary conditions for the survival of the college. My previous thoughts were too shallow, Joan said shamefully. This is not to blame you, my child. No matter how hard it is, unfair is unfair. I am also looking for ways to improve this problem. If you can get more commercial sponsorship and charitable donations, the college can give students from poor families, provide more scholarships to help them complete their studies. In other words, the college's financial resources are built on the rich people's kindness. Can this really make education more fair? Joan was deeply suspicious of this, but he wasn't embarrassed to propose it to the principal. Mr. Vader, you also pointed out in your letter that professors have too much power, just like the guild masters, who control the future of the apprentices. If a student cannot win the tutor's favor, the other party will deliberately seek out Carter, not let he graduated, and the students had no choice. Mr. Jefferson put down his pipe, got up and paced, his face gradual and dignified. This problem does exist. I consider establishing an ethics review committee composed of all teachers in the school. If any student feels that he has been abused by his tutor, he can appeal to the committee. What do you think of this method? It sounds good, Joan reluctantly answered. In fact, he was not optimistic about this so-called ethics review committee. An institution composed of teachers examines teachers, which is like being a referee and an athlete. Professors usually bow their heads and do not look up, who cannot give each other a face. Students who file a complaint may not be treated fairly. Of course, such a committee is better than nothing, and it is also a deterrent to people like Walter Lee. As the principal, Mr. Jefferson has been able to accomplish this step, which is already very rare. Mr. Principal, I'm just a small person. You take my presumptuous letter so seriously. I really appreciate it. Joan bowed deeply to Mr. Jefferson with excitement and stuttered, although I am leaving Leiden College. Although I am not qualified to say these words, I still want to pay tribute to you on behalf of all the poor students of Leiden College. Thank you for your efforts to help us complete our studies. Mr. Jefferson smiled and patted his shoulder. This is my job, my child. One should not be praised for doing what he should do. Otherwise it would be tantamount to agreeing that dereliction of duty is a normal phenomenon that can be forgiven. Joan was stunned for a while. The more he thought about it, the more thought-provoking the president's words were, and he deserved to be a university admired by all walks of life. Mr. Vader, you just mentioned that you want to leave the college. You also mentioned this in your letter to me. I believe you have considered the decision maturely, but I still want to remind you that you still did not meet the graduation criteria. If you insist on leaving the college, you can only deal with withdrawal, but you can't get a diploma. Mr. Jefferson solemnly looked at Joan. Mr. Vader, you are a rare talented student in our college. I sincerely hope that you will take your studies and future seriously and consider the problem of dropping out carefully. Mr. Principal, thank you very much for your attention, but I really don't want to stay here anymore. Leiden College has left me with many good memories. I have learned a lot of knowledge and made many good friends here. But there is no longer what I am eager to seek. I have to leave here and continue to pursue elsewhere. Joan stuttered, and finally expressed his thoughts. Mr. Jefferson patiently listened to him and asked with a little curiosity, Mr. Vader, can you tell me, what is the thing you are pursuing in your heart? Is it more profound magical knowledge? Not just magic, Mr. Principal, I also want to seek an answer to a question. What's the problem? Mr. Jefferson asked enthusiastically. Joan's face was flushed, her head bowed down somewhat, and she rubbed her hands and said, this. Saying it might make you feel naive and ridiculous. This makes me even more curious. What is the problem that is bothering the brightest students at Leiden College? Mr. Jefferson encouraged the young mage to be brave and express his thoughts boldly. Joan lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, and then raised his head after clarifying the chaotic thoughts, watching the tall and elegant scholarly scholar in front of him with an almost solemn expression. Mr. Principal, I want to know that what is the meaning of our life in this world when people's lives are so short. Chapter 466 The Remaining Truth. On hearing Joan question, Mr. Jefferson's brow furrowed and his speechless for a long time. As soon as Joan spoke, he regretted it and said with shame, I am very sorry, Mr. Principal. I know this question is ridiculous. I should have spent my energy thinking on more practical issues instead of. No. Joan, please listen to me. Mr. Jefferson interrupted him suddenly. His expression looked very excited. My child, you know, in this impetuous age, at your age, it is great to dare to seriously consider this issue. Joan Vader, I am really proud of a student like you. Joan looked at him in surprise, and said doubtfully, really? Mr. Principal, thank you for your encouragement. Of course it is the truth. Mr. Jefferson generally hurried back to his desk, raised the quill and dipped in ink, and said happily, Joan, do you want to go to Mage University for further study? I will write it for you a letter of recommendation. Although I don't know if it works, I will try to help you. But Mr. Principal, my master's level is less than level 5, and I don't have a Leiden College graduation certificate. Even if I get a letter of recommendation written by you, I can't enter the University of Mage University Austrian Law School. Joan said helplessly. There is no absolute thing. There are always ways to work around. Mr. Jefferson looked up and blinked playfully. Well, there is a blank graduation certificate here. I will fill in your name first, and then sign my name. I still need your tutor's signature. However, Master Rolls is no longer alive. Reasonable, right? But Mr. Principal, I haven't reached the graduation standard yet. Joan was at a loss. So you have to work harder, my boy. Mr. Jefferson handed the recommendation letter and graduation certificate to Joan. The smile seemed a bit sly. As long as you upgrade to a Master Level 5 and become a Level 5 Master before entering the campus of Mage University, who would doubt that you did not meet the graduation criteria when you left Leiden College? The expression on Joan's face changed from confusion to surprise, and she was almost moved to tears. Good boy, don't cry, be strong. Alexander Jefferson patted his shoulder and encouraged with a smile. Go, Joan Vida, my good student, go the path of your own choice. In the future we will the day I meet again. I look forward to seeing the answer to that question in person. Joan walked out of the school building at a brisk pace. Compared with when he entered this building an hour ago, his mood became much easier. Thanks to the care of Mr. Principal, he not only received a recommendation letter, but also received a graduation certificate in advance. As long as he is promoted to a 5th level master before enrolling new students at the Austrian Academy of Mage University in March next year, he can take the normal process to take the admission exam. Joan calculated in his heart that it is now mid-October, and there is still nearly 4 months before the deadline for applying for the Olympic Law Institute of Mage University. During this period, it is still very promising to increase the level of the master. Of course, the pressure is also great. The sense of urgency prompted Joan to speed up, just want to return to the dormitory as soon as possible to study, and strive to upgrade the master's level as soon as possible. Back in front of the dormitory, he saw a somewhat familiar back. He didn't care, and hurried past the man. Mr. Vader, please wait. The call from behind forced Joan to stop and look back at the man, remembering his name a little after a while. Mr. Fitzgerald, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Vader, long time no see. Student loan agent Charles Fitzgerald took off his bowler hat, smiled and bowed slightly to Joan. Fortunately, I met you here, Mr. Vader, otherwise I'll run for nothing. So you came to see me specially? Joan asked in surprise. It can be said, actually I want to talk to you about our mutual friend Mr. Martin Smith. Fitzgerald looked to the left and right, lowering his voice and saying, we better find a secluded place to talk. How about the tree-lined road over there? We can talk while walking, just because I want to talk to you about something. No problem. Just talk about your business first. Fitzgerald followed Joan to the secluded forest path. This is the case, Mr. Fitzgerald. For some personal reasons, I plan to leave Leiden College before the end of this month. The relevant procedures have been completed, and now only the school loan has not been paid. Joan briefly introduced his current situation and then turned to the topic. After leaving Leiden College, I plan to try my luck at Mage and try to apply for the Olympic Law Institute of Mage University. Since I have not yet met Leiden College's graduation standards, whether I drop out or transfer is still not yes, so I want to pay off the loan owed before leaving school, so as not to cause you any trouble. It turns out that way. Fitzgerald nodded thoughtfully. I don't know why you are eager to leave Leiden College, but it is not difficult to guess. You made this decision with Master Rolls unfortunately related to the murder. Joan didn't say anything. Fitzgerald took his silence as a default and said with a smile, Mr. Vader, you can see that you are not ambitious, and the long-distance travel will inevitably cost you money. I suggest that you do not rush to repay the loan first. Everything waits until Midgard. If you can successfully transfer students to Mage University, the loan contract can also be transferred. In case you fail to be admitted to the Austrian Academy of Sciences, it is not too late to consider repaying the loan. Joan was really not lenient, and after listening to Fitzgerald's suggestion, he felt very reasonable. He stopped mentioning the loan repayment and turned to him to ask about Martin Smith's whereabouts. Mr. Vader, I know that you are anxious to understand Martin's current situation and why he did not say goodbye. In fact, Martin also knows that you are the only person with goodwill towards Leiden Academy. The night before he fled from Port Leiden, while staying at my house, I talked with me all night and asked me to take the time to come to you and confess everything to you. Joan listened intently, expecting Fitzgerald to continue. The reason why Martin was forced to flee Leiden was frankly because of the death of Walter Lee. But before revealing the hidden circumstances behind this murder, please allow me a few minutes to introduce you to Martin's origin and childhood. It will be very helpful for you to understand his later experience. I listened to you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Joan made a gesture and asked him to continue to tell Martin's life. Chapter 467. The remaining truth. To Martin and I were both born in a rural place called Stagtown in the western part of Yalfheim. My father opened a pub in the town, and the business was okay. It was considered to be a wealthy family in the town. Martin's mother is my father's cousin, and Martin and I are also cousins. Martin's father is a blacksmith in town, with good character and craftsmanship. The only drawback is his alcoholism, especially after marriage and childbirth. The abuse of alcoholism becomes more and more serious, and he spends most of his time drinking. After spending time, not only did I waste my work, but when I got drunk, I beat my wife and young Martin like crazy. As you can imagine, Mr. Vader, poor Martin was born and raised in such a family. It is hard to count from the hardship of snacks. Such a childhood is far from being happy. Joan nodded gently, deeply sympathetic to Martin's childhood experience. In contrast, although he was an orphan, at least he was taken care of by his grandfather, and his childhood was much happier than Martin. This tragic life lasted until Martin was 10 years old. His drunken father drank in the pond after drunkenness, which was a relief for Martin and his mother. After that, the orphans and widows came to work in my pub. His mother worked as a maid in the kitchen, and Martin was a chap. The child Martin is hardworking, smart, and ambitious. Every day from morning to night, after work, other guys ran to drink and gamble. Only he came to me and begged me to teach him to read and write, saying he wanted to be a decent person of readers, rather than being a buddy for a lifetime. I am 3 years older than Martin, barely a peer of the same age. I wish I could have a partner to study and play with me, so I accepted his request very happily. I soon discovered that Martin was very smart and learned new knowledge much faster than me. Within 2 years, I would not be able to teach him anything. I simply gave him the key to his study and what books he wanted to read. Pick it yourself. One day Martin came to me excitedly and said that he found a scroll of sheepskin in a pile of old books. The weird symbols on it were elven words, which probably described the magic. Some of my family's old books were accumulated from my grandfather's generation, and most of them were outdated newspapers and recipes, almanacs, and other boring booklets bought from the grocery store. It's really hard to imagine these old waste paper piles. There was also a spell scroll, and he did not take Martin's words seriously, but just threw him a Kenya dictionary, and thought he might help him decipher the old scroll. It was about half a year later. One day, Martin came to me excitedly, claiming that he had learned the tricks recorded on the scroll, and was confident to show me. I asked him to perform with half doubt. He took out a half-dead firefly, held it in his palm, and then chanted a long list of elven spells that I didn't understand. Then the miracle really happened. Martin's hands, a ball of bright light, actually rose like an oil lamp. Zero ring light technique. Joan whispered softly. Mr. Fitzgerald nodded approvingly, then said, I was so surprised at that time. Immediately dragged Martin to his mother and my parents, declaring that my cousin had become an amazing mage. The news spread that the whole town was sensational. Before Martin, there was no native mage in this country town. Since then, Martin has become a young genius in the eyes of the folks. Everyone expects him to become a great mage, using his magical power to help the neighborhoods solve their difficulties. I guess Martin had the same ambitions at that time, and he had perfect plans for realizing his ideals. The most critical step was to obtain the Leiden College Austrian law major. Joan heard a mixed mood. Martin's mentality at the time was almost exactly the same as when he decided to enroll in Leiden College a year ago. In order to raise tuition fees, Martin's mother sold the blacksmith's shop and borrowed some money from my father. In the spring of that year, Martin left his hometown with the farewell of the townsfolks and went to Port Leiden to pursue his dream. I was walking with Martin at the time, but it was only a humble beside him. This was natural. After all, I was not as smart as Martin. In any case, I couldn't learn the spells recorded on the scroll of the sheepskin. Expectation. Decided to apply for business majors in Leiden College. As you can imagine, Mr. Vader, in the eyes of my fellow villagers and even my parents, is mediocre like me. After graduation, I just went to a colonial company or a business firm as a clerk. How great is it? Martin is different. Young genius mage, unlimited future. Fitzgerald put his hands in the coat pocket and sighed long, continuing his memory. Later, when we arrived at Leiden College and took the entrance exams individually, I didn't have high expectations for myself. After passing the exam, I felt satisfied, but Martin seemed to have been hit hard. After I repeatedly asked him, I admitted that my test scores were not as good expected. He came to the city under the aura of genius, originally thought he could still excel, but the test scores poured a bucket of cold water on his head, and he was shocked to find that he was not a genius, compared with those students from the city. Regardless of his intelligence level or ability to cast spells, he seems mediocre. Although he was hit on the first day of school, Martin still had a good illusion about the future. After being forced to admit that he was not a genius, he did not lose faith because he felt that he could still make up for the smart ones with hard work. Gap between classmates. The proverb, "The stupid bird flies first," we have been convinced since childhood. But fate is too cruel to Martin. In the 8 years since then, Martin has been working hard to study, and his achievements cannot be considered bad. Unfortunately, he met a devilish mentor. Walter Lee, this psychologically distorted near-perverted old owl, had been devastating Martin from the flesh to the spirit for 8 years. All kinds of abuses, I can hardly tell you. Fitzgerald's grinning expression made Joan couldn't help but think of the rumors about Walter Lee's special in the school. I can't bear to say that Martin has suffered inhuman torture for the past 8 years. You must have heard about it. As for myself, although my talents are not outstanding, I graduated smoothly after all. I first worked as an assistant cashier at the Colonial Company for 2 years. Later, he was responsible for the management and disbursement of student loans, and his career was not very successful. Not bad. Recall that when I left Martin's hometown to study in the city with Martin 8 years ago, I had to sigh with fate. The life experience is really unpredictable. Yeah, fate is unpredictable. Joan felt the same. Martin has never returned to his hometown in the past 8 years. Mr. Vader, can you understand his mentality? I can understand that, Mr. Fitzgerald. My background is similar to that of Martin. My grandfather sold the most valuable black oak at home to barely cover my tuition, just like Martin's mother sold the blacksmith's shop. When I left my hometown, I also had the expectation of countless family and friends. They all expected me to fight for the people, just like the friends and family in Martin's hometown. If my studies are terrible and I am unable to graduate, I will not have a face to go home to meet my friends and relatives, and I will not be able to face the brutal reality of disappointing the expectations of my friends and relatives. I would rather die outside in obscurity. Joan said deeply. Chapter 468. The Remaining Truth. 3. Yes, Martin was right, Mr. Vader. Only you at Leiden College can understand his hardship. Fitzgerald looked up at the gloomy sky. It's not too early, and the weather is very bad. It looks like it might rain at any time. Let's talk a little longer. Joan nodded in agreement. Mr. Vader, there are no outsiders here. I can tell you frankly that the death of Walter Lee has nothing to do with Master Ole's murder. The person who killed him is Martin Smith. Joan actually had a hunch, but Fitzgerald couldn't help but sigh when he heard the truth about the murder. Why did Martin kill his mentor? There is no reason why I don't have to say that you know what you are. In fact, he has long wanted to do it, but he is a cowardly and timid person. He hasn't dared to resist because of so many wrongs. Endure for a long time. Walter Lee will eventually soften his mind and let him live a life. Martin is still too naive. His expectations have repeatedly failed in the past 3 years, but he is still not stubborn. After the start of school this year, he again submitted a request for graduation to Walter Lee, but what he got was still contemptuous and perfunctory, as in the past 3 years. Senior Martin is unbearable. And finally got a killer? Joanne asked. Fitzgerald shook his head and smiled wryly. No, this weak man succumbed again, and this is the saddest. The old owl just saw through the cowardice in his bones and bullied him unscrupulously. But Mr. Martin eventually. Joan stopped talking. That was an accident, Mr. Vader. Not premeditated. Fitzgerald lowered his voice. It happened on the night after the second day of school. Martin was busy at Lee Labs as usual, and suddenly heard miserable news coming out of the window. Screaming. He walked out of the window to look out of curiosity. He vaguely saw a shaking figure through the window of the Rawls laboratory opposite, seeming to be fighting fiercely. Martin was disturbed by what he saw, and hurriedly went to Walter Lee to explain the situation. Walter Lee was also curious about the unusual movements of Rawls Labs, and followed Martin to the window to peer. At this moment, the windows of the Rawls laboratory suddenly burst, and 3 black shadows jumped out one by one, and there was no trace in a blink of an eye. Through the broken window, Master Rawls was vaguely visible in a pool of blood. Martin was stunned by what he saw. When he came back, he planned to call the police, but he was stopped by Walter Lee. He also said that it wouldn't be too late to call the police if he knew the situation. Next, Walter Lee cast a spell, blessing himself and Martin with stealth and flying, pushed open the laboratory window and flew out quietly, and entered the room through the hole in the Rawls laboratory window. Confirm that Master Rawls was really assassinated and fell in a pool of blood, seeming to have stopped breathing. At that time Martin was thinking about the alarm, but Walter Lee was very excited, fiercely prevented him from calling the police, and also used the mage's hand to search for Master Rawls' body, took the soul-binding bottle from the body, and immediately activate this mysterious magic guide and draw Master Rawls' soul into the bottle to seal it. In this way, even if the high-level priest is invited to perform the resurrection divine art, Master Rawls, who cannot lose the soul, will come back to life, and Walter Lee will have a competitor in the college. After doing all of this, Walter Lee returned to his laboratory with Martin unconsciously. Martin was deeply shocked and horrified by this series of despicable acts by Walter Lee. I don't know what to do. Walter Lee asked him to vow to keep the secret tonight. Martin had to swear to keep it secret, but Walter Lee was still uneasy about him and went back to his room, intending to transfer a glass of poisonous wine to kill Martin. Perhaps in his view this was just a trivial matter. No one cared about Martin anyway. Life and death of this waste. Martin heard the sound of a beaker colliding, and saw through the door slit that Walter Lee was fiddled with a wine bottle and poison, and immediately realized his dangerous situation. Behind Walter Lee of the poisoned wine, he stabbed him into the heart with the dagger he carried, and finally killed the devil who had tortured himself for 8 years. In this way, just a moment of fear and impulse prompted Martin to do the thing that he did not want to do all the time for 3 years but dare not to do it, killing his mentor Walter Lee. Fitzgerald turned to look at Joan, his face complex. Mr. Vader, I don't know what you think. When I heard Martin tell the story, I couldn't believe it. I don't doubt that Martin will take a knife to kill people under impulse, but Walter Lee is a 9th level wizard after all, and he is much stronger than Martin. How could it be so easy to be stabbed by Martin behind him? However, when you think about it, how did Walter Lee expect Martin to be a fool student who has been tortured by him for 8 years and has never made even the slightest resistance? This time he was killed. In fact, as you said, Mr. Fitzgerald, Walter Lee despised Martin's seniors too much. His long-term prestige made him believe that Martin did not dare to resist, and he did not have the consciousness of guarding the other party. "I am afraid he will die. I can't believe Martin really killed him," Joan said with emotion. "In any case, Walter Lee is dead, and Martin must calm down and face the reality." Mr. Fitzgerald sighed. At first he wanted to surrender, but he was not reconciled to his life so miserable. Under the gallows, he finally decided to try to cover up his crimes and escape the sanctions of the law. So he carefully disguised the scene of Walter Lee's death and painted the sign of the Son of Freedom Association on the wall, making the scene look very similar to the scene of the killing of Tutor Rawls. Trying to induce the police to the direction of the serial murder case, Joan asked Fitzgerald coldly. He sympathized and understood Martin's motives for murdering Walter Lee, but he did not agree with his forgery scene. This behavior not only deceived the police, but also caused serious misleading to the investigations he and Xiaomiao and others later carried out. "As you guessed, Mr. Vader, Martin personally confessed to me the crimes he committed, including the murder of Walter Lee and the forgery of the scene, which was a compelling move for him." "What about the soul-binding bottle?" Fitzgerald tried to release Martin, but Joan interrupted him and asked him coldly, "Mr. Fitzgerald, can you tell me why Martin Sr. take the thing that doesn't belong to him?" Chapter 469 The remaining truth for Mr. Vader. Please don't be angry. I don't intend to defend Martin on the bottle of soul binding. You listen to me slowly. Charles Fitzgerald pressed his hands down and motioned for Joan to calm down. The soul binding bottle stolen by Walter Lee from Rawls Labs was indeed taken away by Martin. Not only that, he also remembered that Walter Lee started the soul binding bottle not long ago to extract the soul of Master Rawls' sentences, and in the same way to extract Walter Lee's soul from the corpse. He did this out of fear, in order to cover up the crimes he committed, and worried that the police or the school asked the pastor to perform psychic awakening Walter Lee's soul spirit to question the truth, resulting in his murder crime being exposed. Walter Lee's soul was imprisoned, and he could escape the French Open. Fitzgerald recounted Martin's psychological activity to Joan in a tone that was as emotional as possible. "Mr. Vader, this is the criminal fact that Martin personally admitted to me, and I don't need to hide it from you. Senior Martin imprisoned the soul of Walter Lee, which I can understand. But why didn't he release the soul of the Rawls mentor who was also imprisoned in the bottle?" Joan Shin asked in a sound to Charles Fitzgerald. "I also asked Martin the same question. He told me that I was too scared at the time and didn't expect it, and he only knows how to activate the soul-binding bottle to extract the soul, but he doesn't know how to release the imprisoned soul. Worried that a random attempt will release the soul of Walter Lee, so I haven't dared to open the bottle of soul binding after that night," Fitzgerald said, watching Joan's face, and realized that he showed a disapproving look, and then he smiled bitterly, and then said, "Is Martin's words excuse or sincere? I have no way of knowing, but according to his understanding, even if he is proficient in the use of the soul-binding bottle, I am afraid that he will not dare to liberate the soul of Master Rawls." "Why is this?" Joan looked at Fitzgerald with a puzzled look. "Because Martin is a timid and suspicious person. He told me personally that when Walter Lee took him into the Rawls laboratory, he could not even determine whether Master Rawls was really dead. Is it too late to rescue? In this case, the first thing Walter Lee does is not save people, but steal Master Rawls' soul-binding bottle. If Master Rawls hadn't died at that time, and there was still a little sense of consciousness, seeing Walter Lee and Martin sneaking into his laboratory, it would be okay to see him dead, even stealing his what do you think, Magister? If Martin releases Master Rawls' soul, this soul will be awakened by a priest as a psychic. Will he condemn Walter Lee and Martin's apprentice by night after indicating the murderer who killed him? Extremely unethical behavior. Considering that Walter Lee is dead, the condemnation of Master Rawls' soul will undoubtedly push Martin into a very dangerous situation, exposing his crimes. To avoid this, He would never dare to release Rolls' master's soul. After Martin forged the murder scene, he slipped back to his dormitory with the soul-binding bottle, and was afraid that he could not fall asleep. The next day, 2 murders were exposed, and the police came to investigate. Martin learned of the progress of the case and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was safe, and no one else knew the truth of that night. But at this moment, you came back from the front line and also summoned Edward, Thomas, Rebecca and the newspaper. People were investigating the truth of the murder together, and Martin was forced to get involved. Martin didn't want to join your investigation team at first, but he was afraid that you might find clues that were bad for him during the investigation. In order to keep track of the progress of the case, he decided to join your team. Later, with the deepening of the investigation, the 3 murderers who murdered Master Rolls surfaced, and Martin took a more active part in the operation of catching the murderer, taking the initiative to help you in making plans, with the aim of killing all 3 murderers in this way. The murder of Walter Lee can be seized on their heads as soon as possible, and the dead will not justify it anyway. Martin had a very good idea, but unfortunately it was counterproductive. Only 3 of the 3 murderers died, and a little Jack survived, and he firmly denied having participated in the murder of Walter Lee. This time Martin panicked. Jack Jr. refused to plead guilty. Walter Lee's case could not be concluded. Continue to investigate. His true murderer will not be exposed. In order to perpetuate the trouble, he had to kill Jack as soon as possible. Mr. Vader, as for what happened afterwards, you don't have to say that you all know. Joan listened to the ins and outs of Fitzgerald's full story, and had mixed feelings in his heart. He felt both sympathy and dissatisfaction with Martin Smith's actions, and he didn't know what to say about this person. Martin lost his assassination of Jack Jr. and had to escape from Chap Farm overnight, and it still felt unsafe to go back to school. He ran to my house overnight and asked to stay overnight. That night, he told me about the crimes he committed, crying and begging me to save him. I couldn't bear it, so I promised to send him out of the city. Early the next morning, I rented a carriage and accompanied Martin out of the city gate. After that, Martin got out of the car and left, and I don't know where he went later. A cool breeze blew from the edge of the woods, and a long cloud that circulated in the air finally gave birth to an electric light. Then thunder and thunder rang, and the cold autumn rain fell down. Mr. Vader, Martin told me to tell you what I said. These things are all from Martin's own story. Without other evidence, I can't guarantee the authenticity. I just say it casually and forget it. You just listen to it as a story. It's better not to take it seriously, let alone to spread it. After today, if the police or other good people come to me to inquire about these stories, I can only say no comment. Fitzgerald made explicit hints, then looked up at the sky again, and said to Joan with a wry smile, "This bad weather. The rain is getting bigger and bigger, let's not pass it." Goodbye, Mr. Fitzgerald, I won't tell anyone about today's affairs. If you receive follow-up messages from Martin Sr., please write to me and please. Joan waved goodbye to Fitzgerald, watching his back disappear at the end of the tree-lined path, and his mind was chaotic. It took a long time before he recovered, wiped his hair wet by the rain, and dragged his heavy steps towards the dormitory. Chapter 470. Invite. Charles Fitzgerald's unexpected visit caused a strong impact on Joan's state of mind. He returned to the dormitory and sat at the desk alone, recalling the details of Fitzgerald's disclosure about Martin's murder of Walter Lee, and fell into a long time meditation. Joan respects the law, but does not have the faith to defend the law unconditionally. Martin Smith could have continued to conceal the truth of the murder, which would greatly help his absconding. However, Martin not only confided his criminal facts to Fitzgerald, but also told Fitzgerald to pass on these details to him. Joan couldn't figure out what the reason Martin was doing this was bad for himself. Lee's decision, but it's not difficult to feel Martin's trust in himself. Now that Fitzgerald has hinted that he does not want him to disclose the details of Martin's crime, Joanne can only remain silent, but it does not mean that this matter will end. Joanne can keep his promise and not reveal the truth to the police or others, but he will not give up personally tracing the whereabouts of Martin Smith until he takes back the soul bottle from his hands and releases the soul of the prisoner Rolls. Just the liberation of the soul can resurrect a dead person. If possible, Joan also wants to visit a Quasi-legendary priest who is proficient in 9th level magic, and seeks to request the other party to perform the resurrection magic to reinvigorate Rolls. Of course, at present, these ideas are still far away and seem unrealistic, but Joan will never give up help because of the slim hope. After a long time of thinking, Joan's mind gradually calmed down, so he temporarily put down this thing, opened the book on the table, and re-entered the magic research. Time flies so fast that by the end of October, Joan's spell research has been preliminarily completed, and the project of upgrading the prosthetic eye has also been a great success. Just when he was planning to bid farewell to Leiden College, he received it this morning. 2 letters. The first letter Joan received today was sent by the Vassar's servant, saying that Lieutenant Colonel Vassar returned to Port Leiden to report his job. He just arrived home yesterday, and today happened to be a weekend. He wrote to invite Joan to go farm stay as a guest. The second letter was received later. The letter people was a crow, the animal messenger sent by Xiao Miao. The letter revealed that Miss Miranda Fisher, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper who was previously imprisoned by the assassination of 2 professors at Leiden College, had been arrested by the police, declared acquitted. This result is inseparable from the various efforts of Xiao Miao and others, and Joan has played an irreplaceable key role in the investigation of the murder. After being released, Miss Miranda was very grateful to everyone who participated in the rescue. She originally planned to host a banquet to treat everyone. Later, after listening to Teacher Benny talking about Joan's introverted personality, she did not like to participate in social activities such as banquets and decided to hold a banquet. I previously invited Joanne to meet him individually, and to thank him. Joan's main purpose in investigating the murder was to catch the real murderer and avenge his mentor. As for helping Miss Miranda clear the suspicion, it was just incidental. I felt that the other party did not need to be so serious and thank him in person. But in the letter, Xiao Miao repeatedly told him to go to the appointment on time, and said that it was good for him. Joan couldn't escape, so he had to go to the newspaper office by taking the early morning public carriage. He planned to leave after a casual entertainment, and went to visit Vernon Mountain Villa Lieutenant Colonel. The public carriage stopped at the corner near the newspaper building. Joan jumped out of the carriage and saw Xiao Miao wandering around the street in the distance. He looked around and was clearly waiting for someone. Sister Miao, good morning. Joan walked towards Catwoman and greeted him by the way. Good morning Joan, I'm worried that you won't come to the appointment. Xiao Miao greeted him happily, took his hand, and ran to the newspaper building without any explanation. Come with me. Sister Miranda is waiting for you in the office. This old woman has a bad temper and has no patience. The most annoying thing in life is waiting for someone. Don't make her angry. Joan heard a headache and said helplessly, Sister Miao, I have received Miss Miranda's kindness, but there is no need to thank you in person. Are you sure? Xiao Miao glanced back at him, thieves gleaming in the emerald-like eyes. Sister Miranda has always been very loyal, thank you. Not only stay in the mouth. Are you sure you are not interested in her? Xili? There is Xili. Why is this so embarrassing? Come on. I've seen through your little treasure fan's thoughts. What do I pretend to do with my sister? Xiao Miao dragged Joan into the wind-operated ladder, and the cabin slowly ascended and asked him, is there any news about Martin Smith recently? Joan hesitated and shook his head gently. Xiao Miao did not ask too much, and changed to a more relaxed topic. The murder investigation report co-authored by R.K. and Mr. Benny has been serialized in the newspaper. It is very popular among readers and the number of newspaper subscriptions has increased greatly. My colleagues in the newspaper are very happy and said that this is blessed by misfortune. Joan nodded and agreed, but actually didn't want to listen to Xiaomio's nagging. As the floor rose, his mood became more tense. The wind-operated ladder came to a halt on the top floor of the building, and the ladder door opened slowly. Xiaomiao took Joan's hand through the corridor directly opposite the ladder door, stopped outside an office door, and raised his hand to knock on the door. "Please come in." The voice from across the door was cold and majestic, prompting Joan to recall the Mrs. Wolf wearing a silver mask. "Big sister, I'll bring Joan to you." "It's hard for you, Xiaomiao. There's nothing more about you here." "What do you mean?" Big sister's head. "When the call is over, send the others away." "Is Miss Ben just a tool person in your eyes?" Catwoman's pettiness sounded in the office, and then there was a deep laughter. "Of course you are not a tool man, my dear little cat, you are a tool cat." "Damn old woman." Xiaomiao rushed out of the office and said to Joan, "Come in. The old woman just wants to talk to you alone." Joan dared into the office, closed the door, turned to look across the desk, and he couldn't help but stunned. He heard Xiaomiao confess that his boss is an old woman. He thought he was going to face an unsmiling, dignified and middle-aged woman, which is also in line with the identity of the newspaper editor. However, the reality runs counter to his imagination. Sitting across the desk is a young and beautiful lady, who looks like she is in her early 20s, with crystal glasses on the bridge of her nose, and a short, almost transparent, golden hair with short hair that highlights intellectual beauty. When Miranda Fisher met with a smile, Joan noticed that she was wearing a well-cut red and black checkered tartan jacket with trousers and high-heeled leather boots, which immediately formed a chic and capable in his mind impression. Chapter 471 Referral Letter. "Hello, Miss Fisher, I thought." Joan hesitated and changed his voice. "You look much younger than I thought." Miranda Fisher smiled slightly, without making a sound, but gently lifted the hair beside her ears to reveal the pointed ears. Qian froze for a moment, suddenly said, "So you are an elf lady." It is no wonder that Xiaomiao secretly called her old woman. Even if the elf woman lived to 300 years old, her face would not be the slightest. The signs of aging still look like a young girl. Pure-blood elves are too rare in human cities, and my lineage is not pure enough. My grandfather is human, which has caused me to be somewhat discriminated against by the elf community and human society in my growth. Miranda's DA shook her head. Her hair shook with platinum luster. "Don't say these old things, Mr. Vader. Would you please sit down and prefer black tea or coffee?" "Yes, thank you." Miranda handed over a cup of hot black tea, and then picked up a beautiful metal flat box. "Would you like some tobacco? Refreshing?" "Thank you. I don't smoke." "Then do you mind women smoking?" "This, I don't mind, of course." "Please help yourself." Miranda smiled relievedly, opened the cigarette case and pulled out a handmade cigarette, inserted it in front of a slender ivory mouthpiece, and made a magic trick to light the cigarette, and took a quick breath. The lips slightly opened, slowly exhaled a ray of lavender. Joan doesn't really like the choking smell of tobacco when he burns. He also analyzed the ingredients of tobacco in the alchemy class of Roll's tutor. Among them, the narcotic and addictive ingredients impressed him. He also knows that many mages are addicted to tobacco, and it is said to help relieve mental fatigue caused by high-intensity mental activities, but Joan does not want to try this decompression method. He is deeply guarded against all addictive ingestion products. He can avoid contact as much as possible without contact, so as not to damage the body. Although Joan doesn't like the smell of tobacco, he must admit that Miranda Fisher's expression when smoking is as elegant as a classic oil painting. Even the small movements of the fingertips are so charming, making him unable to help. God can be seen. Miranda looked up at him with a smile, her lips slightly raised. Joan quickly looked away and his cheeks were hot. "Mr. Vader, This time I invite you to be a guest. I want to thank you in person to find out the real murderers of the 2 murders at Leiden College, helping me to dispel the suspicion and restore my reputation. You are too polite, Miss Fisher. This is not my credit alone, Joan quickly declared. I know this, but I also know that your role is irreplaceable. Miranda Fisher interrupted Joan's words with a smile, and at the same time handed a check. This is a little thank you, not respectable. Please don't quit. Joan took the check, and the amount of 2,000 gold duga came into his eyes, and he couldn't help but jump in his heart. The newly prepared polite words were all swallowed back in his stomach, and he thanked the lavish lady with embarrassment. Miranda waved her hand with a smile, saying that you don't have to be polite, and then inquired about Joan's origin and intention in the future. It was inevitable that he would leave Leiden College. Mr. Vader, you are so young and talented, why should you give up studying? Is it financially difficult? Joan heard genuine sincerity in her words, and added a little bit of sympathy to the cold-hearted and sincere lady. She whispered, it is not that you can't afford tuition, but just want to change a new environment and seek higher-level knowledge. In our new continent, the only higher-level institution than Leiden College is Mage University. Are you planning to go to Mage University for further study? Miranda looked into Joan's eyes with inquiry. As you said, there is indeed this idea. Joan told the truth. Miranda nodded thoughtfully, and then asked him, are you familiar with the Midgard area? Are there any relatives, friends or guardians there? I've never been to Midgard, and there are no acquaintances there. Joan replied crampedly, you are too young, Mr. Vader. It is not appropriate to live alone in a northern city thousands of miles away from home. Midgard is different from our south in terms of climate, environment and customs. I am afraid you will not feel used to it. Miranda advised Joan in a subtle way. I have considered these issues, and I will gradually get used to it. Joan answered with his head down. Miranda sighed, and heard that the stubborn teenager had made up his mind, and no longer tried to dissuade him. He went back to the desk, lifted the quill, dipped in ink, and wrote a few lines, and finally added the spell. Imprint, hand this note to Joanne. Joan took a look at it and first noticed that Miranda's insignia stamped with the secret seal, split into 8 segments of the golden snake, is the mark of the Son of Freedom Association. As for the content of this text message, nothing special. Miranda Fisher stated in the letter that Joan is her friend. Please see the colleagues in this introduction letter to provide him with convenience and help as much as possible. Miss Fisher, thank you for your care. Joan took the letter of introduction and bowed gratefully to her. When I'm a friend, don't be so out of sight. Miranda put down the quill and walked to Joan. The slender figure was more than half of the handsome young mage in front of him. The smile and staring look made Joan feel warm. I thought if I had a sister, Miranda Fisher is undoubtedly the most perfect example. Joan, our Son of Freedom Association also has an office in Midgard. After you get there, take time to go to a local store called Bay Business and present my letter of introduction. If the business people ask you whoever you are looking for, just say that I will introduce you to Mr. Joseph Adams. Remember him? Of course I remember. The man wearing a fox head mask immediately appeared in Joan's mind. This person is Miranda Fisher's boss at the Son of Freedom Association and seems to have a close relationship with Lord Castis. If Adams is not in the business, you can also find the manager of the business. In short, with this letter of introduction, the colleagues of the association will not treat you as an outsider. If you are in trouble, you can go to the Gulf firm for help. If you want to buy special casting materials, or sell your own magic guide, you can also go to the Gulf firm to trade, guaranteeing you the most affordable price. Speaking of which, Miranda Fisher blinked slyly. Unfortunately, the association can't provide you with invoices and tax returns. Is it okay? Of course, no problem. Joan couldn't help laughing. However, the thought of going to Midgard still inevitably deals with smugglers, and the mood is quite complicated. Chapter 472 Heir to Inheritance. After talking about the business, Joan said goodbye to Miranda Fisher. Miranda didn't do much her attention, ringing the bell to call Xiao Miao to come in and told her to send Joan downstairs. Going downstairs, Joan said goodbye to Xiao Miao, rented a stagecoach at the nearby public station, went out of the city gate, and rode west along the banks of the Ifan River. Just after the autumn harvest, the crop straw after harvesting has not yet been cleared, the farmland on both sides of the river bank is golden, and the scenery is pleasant. Joan rode a horse on the road across the wilderness, and the cool autumn wind greeted him, and he was particularly excited. On this way, he first passed the Chap family's farm, then passed the Castis family's plantation, and rode for another half an hour before seeing the Vasa family's manor. Joan recalls his half-a-year experience in Leiden city. Except for the campus, the two places with the most visits are Castis and Vasa. Mr. Vasa and Sister Castis treated him like a close family member, and thought of saying goodbye to them. Today, they don't know when they will meet again, and Joan's mood is inevitable. Joan dismounted the horse outside the gate of Vernon Mountain and led the horse towards the large house of Vasa's house. The servants seen along the way have long been accustomed to his visit, and greeted him on his own initiative, respectfully calling him Master Vader. Joan gave the horse to a servant and asked him if Mr. Vasa was at home. After getting a positive answer, he hurried into the house. "Joan, I've been waiting for you all morning. Why didn't you come until now?" George Vasa came down the stairs, and although he complained slightly, he accidentally revealed his mentality of treating Joan as his own family, not as a visitor. It should have arrived long ago. Temporarily received an invitation from the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, Miss Miranda Fisher, and went to her editorial office for a moment. Joan explained. "Miss Fisher is an amazing person." "How did you get to know her?" Vasa asked curiously. "That's a long story." Joan scratched his head, wondering where to start. "Let's go to the stable first and say as we walk." Vasa walked out the door. Joan only noticed that Vasa had put on a formal dress that would only be worn when attending the banquet and asked in surprise, "Are you going to the banquet?" "It's not a formal banquet, just go to Martha's house for lunch," Vasa replied with a smile. "Should I follow suit?" "This question is really strange. It would be inappropriate for you not to go." Vasa glared at him angrily. "Listening to Rebecca, are you planning to drop out?" "It's not about dropping out. I just want to end my studies at Leiden College in advance, and then travel to Midgard. If everything goes well, I will go to the University of Midgard in March next year to take the freshman exam." "This is a good thing, Joan. I have long felt that the pond at Leiden College is too shallow to accommodate your big fish, not to mention that Rawls tutors are already." "Sorry, I should not mention this." Vasa looking apologetically at Joan. Joan shook his head and whispered, "It's okay. Things have happened. No matter how sad it is, you can only accept reality." "Yeah, we can only face the reality. Just like the moment when the fortress of Nicaea was about to fall, I thought I was dead, and even wrote a suicide note, intending to leave Vernon Mountain and the surrounding pastures to my heir to the inheritance. I did not expect the desperate moment to usher in a turning point. Thank you, Lord Moses." Vasa prayed in a low voice, and then smiled at Joan's odd smile. "I haven't told you something yet. Do you know who my heir is?" "It's not me anyway," Joan replied casually. "Fool. It's really you." Vasa slapped him on the back of the head. "But you didn't ask for my opinion in advance." Joanne was surprised and confused. "I was writing a suicide note in a prisoner of war camp at that time, so I can still ask for your opinion. I have no children, no daughters, and no immediate family members. I want to leave the inheritance to whom it is entirely my freedom. No need to control others." "What do you think of it?" Vashaman said carelessly. "You are doing it too arbitrarily." "It's not important, Joanne. You should regret that you haven't become the new owner of this manor," Vasa said with a big smile. "Considering the prerequisites for inheriting this inheritance, I am only happy now." Joan couldn't help but say another word. "Mr. Vasa, Imho, you do not like this. At the very least, you should first ask Marmish's opinion." "Why ask her for advice?" Vasa asked. "Are you going back this time?" Are you going to propose to Martha? Martha? In fact, we just got engaged yesterday. Lieutenant Colonel Vaza rubbed his cheeks embarrassedly. Then you want to dispose of your property? Of course. You should first seek the advice of your fiancé. The truth is correct, but Joan, do you think Martha, who owns 20,000 acres of plantations, will care about my 2,000 acres of property in this area? Vaza laughed wryly. Forget it. Don't talk about this, Mr. Vaza. I heard that you came back to report this time. Have you been troubled by your boss? Mage Joan asked with concern. Frankly speaking, I fought a defeat this time, and I was also a captive of the Sea Blues. It was really not glorious. I heard a lot of cold words from General Gates. Fortunately, the Governor General was generous. Not only did I blamed me for defeating, I also praised my calmness during the critical moment, and informed Lieutenant Colonel Anderson in time to stop marching and avoid greater casualties. Vassar took the reins handed by his servant and rolled over to ride his own love horse Nelson. Joan also rode the stagecoach that he rented and followed. I am grateful for the tolerance of His Excellency the Governor, but also a little uneasy. What are you worried about? Joan urged the horse to ride side by side with Vaza. You also know about this matter. In order to lead all captured officers and men to freedom, I was forced to sign the surrender letter drafted by the Navy officer Diego Antonioni. Actually, I didn't understand Sea Blue text very much. At that time, I was anxious to regain my freedom. When Diego Antonioni translated the terms of the surrender book for me, I didn't listen carefully. I signed the document sloppily. Vasa's face was heavy. Is there a text trap buried in that surrender book? Joan speculated. Vasa nodded and whispered, until yesterday, I took a copy of the document and returned to the headquarters to report on the job. I learned that there was a message in the surrender book that said, I ordered the killing of the Sea Blue diplomatic envoy Sir Joseph Jumonville, and my signature is tantamount to confessing this crime. For this reason, General Gates was ridiculed for it, and I feel ashamed in retrospect. Did you sign the surrender letter? Would there be any bad consequences? Joanne asked worriedly. Chapter 473. Heartbreaking voice. Signing the surrender letter certainly damages my reputation, and as a soldier, ordering the killing of unarmed diplomats is not something to be proud of. Lieutenant Colonel Vaza frowned. My personal honor and shame is only a small matter. The bigger trouble is that this surrender book will likely lay a hidden danger for the diplomatic relationship between the Ashan Empire and the Sea Blue Kingdom. Joan found he was in a bad mood and tried to change to a more relaxed topic. Mr. Vaza, I have to report something to you. Reporting? Listening to your solemn tone, what is this? Vaza looked over curiously. When the Nicey fortress was built, the stone wand you lent me, I haven't returned it yet. In fact, Joan was fortunate that he had forgotten to return the wand. Otherwise the person who was caught alive by the rock in the Battle of the Wrangler Valley was probably himself, not the Shepherd Idar. Plastic wand, that's the military supplies of the knights. You should go to our quartermaster Major Green to return it. Actually, I have already sought Mr. Green, but he said that after the troops surrendered at Fort Nicey, the military supplies were robbed by the Sea Blues. Although the prisoners of war were free again, the supplies that were stolen were not returned. In the report submitted by Major Green to the command, this wand was also included in the lost list and has been filed in the quartermaster department. If it is turned over now, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. So he suggested that I leave this one myself, and no one will pursue it anyway. After hearing Joan's story, Vaza pondered for a long time before speaking. If you were looking for me to return the stone wand, based on the principle of a paladin, I would withdraw the wand and try to return it to the quartermaster department. But this may not be the best way to deal with. Nathaniel is more experienced than me in terms of logistical requirements. Since he has already told you this, you should stop tangling. Keeping the magic wand yourself is a souvenir. Joan nodded silently, and finally settled his mind. The two rode side by side, walking and chatting, and within half an hour they came to the White House estate of the Casts family. From a distance, they saw Miss Martha standing on the balcony on the second floor and looking out. She seemed to notice the figure of Joan and Vaza, turned around and rushed back to the house. Not long after, she pushed open the first floor door and greeted her. "Joan, you haven't been to my house for a long time." "Good afternoon, Miss Martha. You look much better than before. I heard that you and Mr. Vassar have signed an engagement." "Congratulations." Ms. Martha's cheeks were slightly red, and she turned to the big house and shouted, "Rebecca, Joan is here." "Let him wait a moment, I will come down." There was a lively and hearty laugh of the girl in the room, and then a series of rapid and crisp sounds when the heels hit the floor. Rebecca appeared at the door in a snow-white dress, first nodded to Lieutenant Colonel Vassar, raised her skirt slightly and bowed her knees to salute. Then she couldn't help but grab Joan's hand and turned and ran to the house. "Come to my room and have something to talk to you alone." Joan was staggered by the rash girl and quickly stepped up to catch up. Hearing Vassar and Martha snickering behind her, her ears were hot. Rebecca turned a deaf ear to her sister's ridiculous laughter. Her pretty face tensed, and she was very worried. He dragged Joan back to the boudoir on the second floor, closed the door, and asked him seriously, "Is it really decided?" Joan froze for a moment, then immediately realized her intention, avoiding the girl's eyes full of speechless retention, and nodded gently. "Why hurried to leave? Is there anything in the port of Leiden that annoys you so much that you are forced to leave?" "That's not there," Joan answered humbly. "Then please tell me honestly, are there any people here that will make you unforgettable and unforgettable?" The girl's unusually hot eyes caused Joan to panic inexplicably and nodded quickly. "What is it then?" "Many, such as Mr. Vassar, Miss Martha, Sister Meow, and friends from school." "Is there anything else?" Rebecca stepped closer to him at the same time, his nose almost touching his face. Joan thought about it and vaguely guessed the answer she was expecting, but in terms of general language logic, friends at school include Rebecca herself, and she still needs to take her alone to put special emphasis on. Looking at Rebecca's serious expression, Joan feels that although this is not very logical, he should still give a positive answer. "Of course Rebecca, you are one of my best friends. I feel much better with your words." Rebecca's face finally showed a little smile, holding his hand, walking happily to the dresser, pulling open the drawer and taking out a wallet-like storage bag. "I have packed all my belongings. I have also brought the pocket money that I have accumulated over the years. I save it a little and count the tuition fees, which is enough for our on-air expenses." "When should I start?" Joan looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean? What is going on in this stupid posture to elope?" "What else do you mean?" Rebecca jumped up in excitement. "Of course it is to go to Midgard. Don't you plan to take me with you?" As if he was punched in the face, Joan stumbled back 2 steps, and it took a long time before he spoke. "Have you asked Miss Martha?" "Why should I ask her about my own affairs? Besides, she asked in vain. She now has Mr. Vassar and is about to usher in a happy marriage, but she is still so stubborn and refuses to let me go for freedom." Rebecca grabbed Joan's arm with excitement, and pointed nails plunged into his skin. "Joan, I don't care what Martha thinks. Anyway, I want to live the life I want. You said that we are the best friends. You will never leave me, right?" "I'm sorry, Rebecca. I can't take you with you unless I get permission from Miss Martha." Joan didn't look too far, not daring to face Rebecca's extremely disappointed expression. At this moment, he seemed to hear the heartbreaking voice from the girl's violently undulating chest. A silver light suddenly flashed in the dim bedroom, and Rebecca's long hair became silvery white due to an out-of-control emotion. Fortunately, the soothing bracelet was activated in time to make the strange blood that had just started restless returning to peace. Joan noticed that Rebecca's excited face gradually calmed down under the soothing magic, first relieved, and then blamed herself deeply. The enchanted bracelet on Rebecca's wrist was created by him, and he can trigger the 2-ring spell Stable Mind when Rebecca's emotions are out of control. Out of control weapon. For a long time, Joan was very satisfied with the work of Ancient Bracelet and thought that he had done a good thing to help Rebecca get out of a big trouble. However, at this moment, Witnessing the heartbreaking expression on Ribka's face, the flashing tears in her eyes, and the disappointment and frustration in her eyes, all quickly subsided under the pressure of the enchanted bracelet in an extremely unnatural way. With a calm and dull look like a doll, he suddenly realized that he had put Rebecca on a sedative bracelet when he actually did a very cruel thing inadvertently. Chapter 474 Happy Forever. Rebecca does need a sedation bracelet to control the restless blood and violent instincts. But the sedative bracelet is like a double-edged sword. While restraining the awakening of the strange blood, it also ruthlessly deprived Rebecca's freedom to express joy and sorrow and joy, and deprived him of the power to freely express his emotions. Even a fool, a lunatic, laughs loudly when he is happy, and howls when he is sad. Rebecca is not crazy or stupid, she has sound intelligence and emotions, but she is thus deprived of the freedom to cry, laugh, sorrow and joy, and even regards the person who deprived her of the above freedom as her best friend. How sad it is to try to follow him to an unfamiliar city thousands of miles away, to try to put my own dreams and hopes for the future on each other. Thinking this way, Joan's mood suddenly calmed down, and the guilt that he had just caused by refusing Rebecca also disappeared. This was not because he was too cruel, but because he finally realized that a person like himself was simply not worthy of the true feelings of Rebecca. Leaving her, instead, was saving her and preventing her life from slipping into a destiny. The track to the tragic ending. Joan, I was so impulsive just now, don't you be angry with me. Rebecca regained her calmness, and looked so gentle and wise. But Joan felt that she had become very strange, and became like a delicate doll, rather than a living, fleshy girl. But who can blame all this? Was it not all caused by him? Joan couldn't answer her soft whisper, lest she couldn't help crying when she spoke. Rebecca noticed that he was biting his lips hard, bleeding between his lips, clearly distressed, but had to restrain his emotions so as not to awaken the strange blood. Calmly said, Joan, the Olympic Law Institute of Mage University only started enrolling in early March. It's still early. You don't have to leave immediately. It's better to take a slow start. After the new year, let's try to persuade Mr. Vaza, then ask the prospective brother-in-law to persuade Martha to allow us to travel together. Do you think my approach is better? Rebecca did come up with the most reasonable and feasible strategy, but she didn't understand. The more Joan saw her well-behaved and well-organized, the more painful she felt. If Rebecca loses her temper and scolds him, or even beats him, he will feel better in his heart, but he doesn't want to see her like this, as if he was hypnotized by magic hypnosis. I'm sorry, Rebecca, I can't wait any longer, I have to go. Joan forced himself to harden his heart and turned to the door. But, what exactly is the reason for leaving? Rebecca chased behind him, asking with a depressed cry. Because. Joan opened the bedroom door and looked back at her for the last time. I don't want to harm you. It hurts me. What are you talking about? Rebecca groaned and realized that his attitude might hurt Joan's self-esteem. He quickly put away his smile and replaced it with a warm and docile expression, like a mask. Joan, I know that the loss of relatives and teachers has caused serious trauma to you, but people are always going to die. Your grandfather, Master Rolls, every life and death is destined. You have no reason I think that my own existence will hurt the relatives and friends around me, let alone feel guilty or even inferior. Joan bowed his head and said nothing. His irritability stirred in his chest. Rebecca didn't seem to be aware of the change in his mood, and took his hand to continue to comfort him softly. Being a person should be more optimistic. You can't live in memories forever. You know that there are still many people in this world who care about you and love you. I have also experienced a lot of blows, so that I suspect that my life is a tragedy. But you see, now I have become positive and optimistic. This is also thanks to you, the sedative bracelet made for me. Enough is enough. Rebecca, I don't want to listen to your preaching anymore, and I don't need your sympathy. Joanne finally couldn't help interrupting Rebecca's words. She pretended to be a consolation. In fact, She misunderstood him from beginning to end. From the death of my grandfather to the assassination of Rawls's tutor, to the forced crime of Martin Smith and the absconding of fear of crime, the negative emotions that have accumulated in Joan's heart for a long time have sprung up like a volcanic eruption. And every heartbreaking confession is like burning magma. Rebecca, you think you and I have similar peculiar pedigrees and similar unfortunate childhoods, so you think you can understand what I think and think? However, you are wrong. You and I are two completely different people. You mentioned misfortune just now, and you don't understand what is misfortune at all. Rebecca, now I will tell you what a real misfortune. If the people around you discriminate against you, hate you, exclude you, this is not unfortunate. Because you know you have done nothing wrong, you are an innocent victim. You can think of the person who bullied you as a villain harlequin, as the world is malicious to you. The real tragedy is that the people around you are very concerned about you, take good care of you, and do everything you can to help you, but your heart is cold and dead, like a desolate cemetery. It can never inspire the same fiery love. Repay those who are good to you. You will even hate them and hate those who love you. The more they care about and love you, the more they will show off your cold blood and ruthlessness. The more you want to stay away from them, the farther you are, the better. Escape the flame of enthusiasm. You don't know why this is happening, and you can't anger anyone. Are the people who care about you wrong? Although they care about you, they will always bring you more mental pressure than hostility, but they are all good people. They can't be blamed. The only thing wrong is you. You can only think that you are sick. You are a monster lacking normal human emotions. I tell you, Rebecca, this is a real tragedy. This is the greatest misfortune in life. This misfortune stems from your soul and not from the outside world. In this tragedy, there is only one real villain from beginning to end, which is yourself. Joan walked out of Rebecca's bedroom, silently closed the door, and went down the stairs. Vaza and Martha stood hand in hand in the middle of the hall, looking at Joan with both eyes uneasy, eager to find out if he had quarrelled with Rebecca, but he couldn't speak well. Mr. Vassar, Miss Martha, I'm sorry I can't stay with you for dinner. I'll leave now. Joan, did Rebecca make you angry? Miss Martha followed with apology. No, I made her angry. Joan thought for a while and turned to look at Martha and Vaza, resisting the urge to cry, and said to them as sincerely as possible, Miss Martha, Mr. Vaza, thank you for treating me as your own family and giving me meticulous care for this year. Before saying goodbye, I hope you can seriously consider Rebecca's wish and let her pursue her own thoughts. The life you want. Goodbye, please forgive me for not being able to stay and attend your wedding, and wish you a happy life after marriage, forever. End of Volume 2. Chapter 475. Scimitar Coast. The Pico Bay, where Leiden Port is located, has a curved coastline extending northward, overlooking the sky like a slender machete, splitting a corridor paved with golden sand between the jungle and the sea, and reaching northwards. Henze Forest, so this part of the coastline is called Machete Coast by the local indigenous people. People traveling along the Machete Coast can admire the beautiful scenery of the Vernoya waterfront, and there can be fat oysters and crabs everywhere on the beach, but occasionally encounter beasts, dinosaurs and even sour that are active in the shallow seas. The risk of pirates. Compared with enjoying the scenery on the journey, most business travelers are more concerned about safety and convenience. From this perspective, hiking or riding along the coast is not a good idea. Taking a boat north of Leiden Port is the best choice. However, the risks of the journey are not just on the coast. The dense headlands and the reefs in the coast all pose a great threat to the ships. In order to eliminate the risk of hitting the reef, the colonial government of Alfheim built many lighthouses on the Machete Coast. Experienced sailors only need to look at the indestructible bright flame that shines day and night from the top of the tower. The lighthouse emits a yellow light, indicating that there is a calm anchorage near the lighthouse for temporary docking. If you see the red light, it is best to bypass it. Far away there must be dense reefs near the lighthouse. Today, most of these coastal lighthouses are still performing their duties of keeping watch over the waterway, but some lighthouses have been destroyed, the lights have been extinguished, and even reduced to monster nests. The colonial government had neither financial nor military power to expel the monster to rebuild the lighthouse. It could only open its eyes and close its eyes. As a result, seafarers who were unfamiliar with the local conditions suffered. When they lost the navigation of the lighthouse, they took risks and sailed. Located on a headland on the Machete coast, there is such an early warning lighthouse that has been abandoned for 4 years. A total of no less than 20 ships of large and small have sunk in this dangerous sea area over the past 4 years. The Sour Murlocs are preoccupied with the killing and plundering of sailors and business travelers as victims. The addition of pirates to the reef has cast a horrible atmosphere on this sea area, so that it has won the chilling notoriety of sailor cemetery. At the end of October, Yalfheim is in late autumn. The weather is suddenly cold and hot. The coastal coast is affected by ocean currents. The climate change is particularly fierce. In the morning, it is still sunny and sunny. The sky immediately gloomy. In the overcast sky, a black shadow was spreading its wings, which was exactly the opposite of the swarms of geese passing by on the way. The monster of half man and half eagle flew north alone. The cloud above the eagle's head became thicker and thicker, and a flash of lightning flashed occasionally, and thunder came along with it. Seeing that a thunderstorm is coming, the hawks worry that their fluffy feathers will be wet by the rain, and they have to converge their wide wings to lower the height, hovering over the coast, planning to find a place to temporarily shelter from the wind and rain. He soon noticed that a lighthouse stood on the nearby headland. Although the lighthouse seemed to be in disrepair and the light on the top of the tower was extinguished, for a traveler eager to avoid the wind and rain, there was no room for choice. Land quickly. The whistling airflow dissipated the dust in front of the lighthouse door, and the eagle fell to the ground steadily. He raised his hand and lifted up the cloak hood, revealing a pair of bright, sharp eyes. He looked around and confirmed that there were no dangerous creatures, and then cast a spell back to human form, instantly turned from the tall and mighty Jotunheim Hawkman into a young mage, with a fair and handsome face with a little book gas, and the right eye was darker than the dark one. The left eye is slightly shallower, golden brown, with magical fluctuations deep in the pupil. There was a thunder in the air, raindrops falling down. The young mage quickly hurried to the lighthouse, pushed open the old door, and shouted loudly, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Echoes echoed in the lobby on the first floor of the lighthouse, and no one answered for a long time. The juvenile mage stood at the door, saw the hall covered with a thick layer of sand and dust, and confirmed that the lighthouse had been abandoned for a long time, and the watchman had long left. The rain outside the door turned bad, and the sky quickly overcame. The lighthouse became darker and darker, glanced everywhere, grey and dead. Tursn. The young mage raised his hand and touched his right eye, and at the same time chanted an elven spell representing insight, activating the right eye. In fact, a righteous eye. The enchanted two-ring prophecy arcane dark vision. The vision suddenly becomes wider, just like observing things under sufficient light. The young mage backhanded closed the gate of the rusty mottled lighthouse, pacing calmly in the dark, his eyes glancing around like two electric lights. There was only a large pool of water in the empty hall, and several large pots more than 2 feet tall were stacked in the opposite corner, half of which were broken. The young mage walked around the puddle and walked to the corner, cast the mage's hand to remove the dust from the tank, unscrewed the lid, and looked inside, and found that there was only a shallow layer of turbid liquid, emitting a pungent odor. The smell seems to be a jar of aging wine about to evaporate. The junior master was not interested in wine, screwed the lid back on, and turned to the spiral staircase, intending to climb to the top of the tower to see what went wrong with the lampstand. But as soon as he took a step, he stopped and turned his head to look at the shimmering puddles behind him, frowning. This young mage, on the surface, is not much different from ordinary human teenagers. In fact, he has a thin, strange pedigree and cannot be regarded as a pure human being. The deformed eyeball growing behind his neck is the external feature of the peculiar pedigree. This deformed eyeball that grows behind the neck has all the visual functions of normal human eyes, so the young master can use this eyeball to see the scene behind him. Thanks to this specialty, when he just turned his back to the puddle, he inadvertently saw the calm puddle of the beach suddenly shaken through the eyes of his neck, and there were two silver-grey slender water columns slowly from the surface of the water rise slowly, as if two tentacles are protruding. This unexpected discovery caused the young mage to be alert, stopped to look back, and carefully observed the silver-grey muddy puddles on the beach. The puddle stayed there quietly, and at first glance it looked no different from ordinary sewage. But when the juvenile mage took 2 Sidmana and blessed 2 rings of higher endoscopy, the disguise in front of him was completely exposed. Detection target: suspected mud-shaped creature. Health status: weak, excessive evaporation of body fluids, urgent need for rehydration. Special ability: unknown. Danger level: unknown. Attributes: strength 16, dexterity 1. Constitution 26, Intelligence 1, Wisdom 1, Charisma 1. Chapter 476. Stucco Monster. It turned out to be a mud monster. The young mage secretly thanked himself for being vigilant enough. If you accidentally stepped on the mud monster disguised as a puddle just now, you would definitely be captured by the monster and wrap yourself from head to toe like a big ball of glue. Like a small mage with ordinary physical quality like him, if he is attacked by this mud monster with a strength of up to 16 points, I am afraid that it is difficult to break free of the other party's shackles, and the consequences are even more unimaginable. Mud monsters are commonly known as slimes. There are many kinds of mud monsters, and there are no less than 10 kinds in the Vare's monster book. All types of mud monsters are actually similar, and they look like a big translucent jelly. If they are flat on the ground, they look like the same pool of glue, but the shape and color are slightly different. Most types of mud monsters do not have organs such as brains dedicated to thinking, and their mental level stays at a very low level. Their IQ is almost zero, and they only rely on their instinct to hunt and survive. For example, this mud monster lurking in an abandoned lighthouse, disguised as a puddle of puddles, waited for the prey to come to the door, mistakenly regarded it as a potable water source, and then took the opportunity to launch an attack. This way of hunting is not clever, but it is very effective, especially with the sticky jelly-like body of the mud monster. Once it sticks to the prey, it is difficult to get rid of it, and most of the body fluids of the mud monster are corrosive strong acids. The flesh and bones of the prey are eroded away and converted into nutrients that depend on oneself for survival. Mud monsters have neither a developed brain nor flexible limbs, let alone combat skills. But this monster is not as good as it looks. Sharp weapons such as swords and arrows are difficult to cause fatal damage to its elastic jelly-like body, but it will be corroded and rusted by its acidic body fluids. In addition, mud monsters generally have high to abnormal physical properties, which is really difficult to kill it completely. Moreover, even if you kill it, you won't get any valuable loot. So when adventurers encounter mud monsters during their journeys, they often choose to avoid them by avoiding them. However, there are always exceptions, and occasionally there will be the kind of weirdo who is not afraid of hardships and troubles to satisfy curiosity and curiosity. For example, the young mage who walked into the lighthouse to shelter from the rain had a strong interest in the mud monster disguised as a puddle in front of him. Anyway, his travel experience was to increase his knowledge. Time to study this rare and interesting monster. Judging from the silver-grey color it showed, the juvenile mage preliminarily judged that it was probably a stucco monster. He has seen relevant records of stucco monsters in the illustration of Vale's monsters. Some scholars believe that this monster is the product of a failed alchemy experiment, but some scholars hold different opinions and are convinced that the stucco monster is a magic potion and unexpected products born after the integration of sewage will grow to a certain extent and undergo sprouting. The statements in the book can only be used as a reference. If you want to learn more about this strange creature, you still have to observe and analyze it yourself. The young master opened the storage bag and happily took out a suitcase. The box is divided into many small cells, neatly placed all kinds of alchemy experimental equipment, reagent bottles and strange drugs. The young mage puts the portable experiment box under his feet, and then casts the zero-ring arcane hand of the mage, remotely controls this invisible magic palm to take out a glass syringe with a thick thumb and a half-foot length from the suitcase, and install the needle, sending it 20 feet away. Pouting plunged into the body of the stucco monster disguised as sewage, withdrew a tube of body fluid, and then pulled it back to the mage's hand. Looking down at the syringe, the young mage found that the steel needle had been corroded and rusty, but the glass syringe showed no signs of corrosion. It can be seen that the body fluid of the stucco monster can corrode the metal as described in the book, but it has no effect on the glass products. The juvenile mage's curiosity was still not satisfied. Next, he took out the acid-base test paper from the suitcase to measure the acidity of the stucco body fluid and recorded it in the experiment manual. Then, the acid was dropped on objects of different materials to further test its corrosion. It was found that limestone, bones, hair and other organic substances can also be eroded by the acid of the stucco, and the ceramic pieces are completely free of corrosion. The young mage was addicted to his research work, but the stucco monster opposite was a little panicked. With its poor intelligence, it is completely impossible to understand what the human youth is doing. First, pierce it with a thick tube, draw its blood, and smear its blood on various materials to observe, but always refuse to approach it. All contact is done through remote control spells, so that it has no chance to launch a counterattack. Into a very embarrassing situation. The stucco monster finally couldn't bear it anymore. It simply gave up its disguise and gathered its body. It turned from a puddle flat on the ground into a huge hemispherical grey jelly, which crawled like a snail on the ground, and stretched a few slender on both sides of its body. The pseudofoot, trying to actively capture the abominable guy opposite. The juvenile mage heard a slight noise when the stucco monster wriggled, and looked up alertly, observing its original form with faintness. No slight panic in his quiet gaze, seemingly casually grabbed a glass from the suitcase beads, hold in the palm. The moving speed of the stucco monster is very slow. Before the young mage calmly chants and casts the glass bead in his hand. Rumor. The glass dust was transformed into a translucent magic giant palm by magic power, like a large shield blocking the front of the young mage, preventing the stucco monster from continuing to come closer. The stucco monster detected 2 false feet touching the magic giant palm, trying to corrode the barrier. However, the big hand constructed by the force field was not affected by the strong acid, and opened 5 fingers under the remote control of the young mage, and grabbed the stucco monster. Stand up. The stucco monster instinctively realized the danger and twisted his body in a hurry, like a stretch of glue, trying to get out of the palm of his hand and escape the danger. The juvenile mage ripped off the corner of his mouth, and the remote control magician threw up the gel that was about to overflow the finger joints. The stucco monster involuntarily flew into the air, his body contracted instinctively into a ball, and entered a state of preventing collision. The young master took the opportunity to free his hand and remotely controlled the master to attack the palm to grab a large pottery jar piled up in the corner and faced the stucco monster falling from the sky. Puff! The stucco monster fell into the earthenware pot, and a pot of syrup splashed from the mouth. The young mage walked up to the clay pot and leaned over to peep into the pot. Stucco monster, half of his body was soaked in wine, struggling to stretch the sticky pseudofoot to climb the tank wall, trying to climb out of the mouth. Chapter 477 Phantom of the Tower. The young mage spit out a mantra. His right eye suddenly turned red as fire, a beam of scorching rays deep inside his pupils, and a stucco monster in the middle of the jar. The stucco monster was hit by this magical ray with a temperature high enough to melt through the iron plate, but it just shuddered, still trying to climb towards the mouth of the can, and it seemed that there was no harm. Aren't you afraid of burning this guy? The juvenile mage scratched his head, raised his hands with his fingers and flicked a zero-ring freezing ray at the stucco monster in the tank. The ice blue beam hit the stucco monster, and the burst of cold caused a layer of frost on the inner wall of the pottery pot, but the stucco monster itself did not hinder. Immune to flames and cold attacks, coupled with its own etched physique, this guy is really tough enough, the young mage muttered to himself, and pulled out the dagger he wore around his waist. The chanting mantra stimulated the magic contained in the dagger, and the blade shot a shining arc of 5 feet in length. Crackling, the electric arc struck the stucco monster who had just climbed out of the clay pot. The monster shivered violently and hurriedly retracted it into the pot without daring to show his head. It seems that among the 4 elements of energy, only electrical energy can cause effective damage to stucco monsters. The young mage showed a relaxed smile, grabbed a charcoal pen and hurriedly recorded the test results about the energy resistance of the stucco monster in the logbook. Putting away the pens and experimental equipment, the young mage looked up at the clay pot that contained the stucco monster. After a little hesitation, the idea of killing the monster immediately was dispelled. The lid of the pot was tightened, and the guy was imprisoned for the first time. Maybe you can use it as a source for some more interesting research. The young master remotely controlled the magic giant palm, put the clay pot holding the stucco monster back to the corner, and turned to climb the stairs leading to the top of the lighthouse. The old staircase was covered with dust and stepped on it to make a crunchy, harsh noise. The juvenile mage had to take his steps lightly, lest he would step on the board under his feet. The lighthouse loft has a small space and no windows. The dim room was filled with a pungent musty smell. A roulette wheel resembling a rudder was placed against the wall. The metal grip had been rusty and mottled. The young mage walked over to the helm wheel and observed it. He took out his handkerchief to wipe off the dust and rust on the handle, and tried to turn the wheel. A creaking chain wriggled from the top of the head, and the rusty copper chain was driven by the roulette to put down the small round platform placed on the top of the tower. Musty, the air has become a lot fresher. The young mage nodded in satisfaction. The lampstand lifting device still works normally, which is a small surprise. He walked to the lampstand and found that the indestructible bright flame blessed in the center of the lampstand was extinguished, and the lampstand showed several crisscrossing scratches, destroying the magic circle used for the constant indestructible bright flame. Obviously, the failure of the lampstand stems from some eon's deliberate destruction. But who would destroy a lighthouse used to warn ships along the coast? What benefits can be done to the saboteur by doing this kind of lack of virtue? The lighthouse usually has 1 or 2 watchmen hired by the government to act as guards. When the lampstand was damaged, did the watchman responsible for the lighthouse do its duty? These questions flashed quickly in the mind of the young mage, but the lighthouse was destroyed many years ago, and the times have changed. These questions may be doomed to be unanswered. I can't help but think about it. Fortunately, the core installation of the lampstand, the ruby dust inlaid magic circle, was only cut a few lines, and there is a possibility of repair. The juvenile mage touched the casting material pack and took out several magnets and a small bottle of ruby powder. First, place the magnets one by one on the broken place of the lampstand, and continuously perform the repair of the zero ring trick to repair the magic circle on the lampstand from the physical level. Under the action of magic power, the magnet melts into a golden fluid, just like melted turpentine, which fills in the scratches on the lampstand and repairs it flat. After completing this step, the young mage unscrewed the glass bottle, poured a small amount of ruby powder on the lampstand, and then chanted the spell-casting spell and skillfully made a series of gestures. When he chanted the last activation spell, indestructible bright flame was reapplied to the lampstand, and a magical glow rose from the top of the brass lamppost embedded in the center of the lampstand, emitting a bright red light. The young mage put away the casting equipment, turned back to the roulette wheel, turned the handle hard. The tight hinge made a squeak sound, and the chandelier lifted to reproduce the light slowly rose, and finally slammed into the ceiling slot, tightly fit. Mosaic. Wind and rain and sunlight were blocked from the reclosed skylights, and the lighthouse loft recovered from darkness. The young mage dusted his hands and was satisfied with the restoration work he had just completed. Although ruby powder worth 10 gold coins was spent for this purpose, The lighthouse that reignited the indestructible bright flame provided much help to the ships that could not be measured by money. He doesn't think he is a noble and kind person, but unless he will cause serious damage to his own interests, he is still happy to do something good. Staying in the attic was so sullen that the young mage turned and walked towards the staircase, but a cold airflow blew ahead, causing him to stop and watch the front with vigilance. The air temperature in the attic seems to be dropping rapidly. The cloudy wind is hovering in front of the stairs, and the invisible airflow gradually condenses into a translucent black phantom. The juvenile mage recognized it as a ghost that was becoming visible, frowned, and quickly took a handful of silver powder from the spellcasting material bag, spreading a circle around the place where he stood, and chanted an elven language representing blessing and warding off evil. Mantra. Aman. The ring-shaped magic circle drawn by silver powder glowed suddenly, like a circle of silver barriers covering the young mage. This one-level spell called Protect from Evil has the effect of resisting various confusion control spells, while also preventing ghosts from possessing. Prepared for precautions, the young mage did not dare to carelessly, and continued to chant spellcasting spells, and two groups of purple magic glory condensed in his palm. Ordinary weapons and even most magic is very difficult to kill incorporeal ghosts such as ghosts, but the force field spells have a magical effect on ghosts, such as the magic missile that the young master is preparing to cast at the moment. At this time, the ghost on the opposite side was fully visible, and the translucent face was full of eagerness, and sent out a call to the young master with telepathy. Please don't hurt me. Dear Mr. Master, I am not an evil spirit. The juvenile mage suspended his spellcasting, and two purple missiles hovered in his palm, buzzing and trembling, and he could fly away at any time and bombard the ghost on the opposite side. Chapter 478 Lighthouse Watcher's Wraith. The juvenile mage watched the ghost in front of him cautiously and asked quietly, "Tell me your identity and origin, Mr. Ghost. I will decide what attitude to take on you based on your sincerity." Ghost is a kind of incorporeal undead creature created by the combination of negative energy and the soul of the dead. It usually retains a part of memory and life habits including dress and dress. This ghost that suddenly appeared in the lighthouse, although it has become an incorporeal body, can still distinguish his appearance and clothing. Before his life it looks like a young seaman. Dear Mr. Master, my name is Thomas Curry. I am a watchman employed by the colonial government to manage this lighthouse. The ghost shrugged and added with some frustration, "Well, at least I was this before I was alive." The watchman of the lighthouse. Mr. Master, what do you call it? My name is Joan. Just a traveler passing by here. The young mage deliberately omitted his last name to prevent the ghost from cursing after learning his full name. Mr. Curry, listening to your tone of voice, you obviously know yourself it's dead, but your soul can't rest. Is there anything else you can't let go of? After a person dies, the spirits usually go to the divine kingdom where the gods worship during their lifetime, or the outer planes corresponding to their philosophical beliefs, and the souls of unbelievers go to the spirit world ether plane. Only those with strong feelings, souls who are resentful and unwilling to leave this world, can be transformed into ghosts, still hovering in the places they miss. In front of Joan, the ghost who claimed to be Thomas Curry, I don't know how long he had died, and the soul was still wandering in the lighthouse. It can be seen that he has a deep feeling for this place, which is commensurate with the pre-life profession of lighthouse watchman. Mr. Master, it is hatred, anger, and guilt that have prevented my soul from resting. For all 4 years, I have been tortured by these 3 negative emotions, and I am almost crazy to become an evil spirit. Your arrival saved me and made me I was able to get rid of guilt, said the ghost excitedly. Guilty? Joan raised his eyebrows and looked curiously at the ghost. Mr. Curry, have I done anything to help you get rid of guilt? Just now, you repaired the lampstand so that the lighthouse will reignite the warning light after 4 years. Mr. Master, this was supposed to be my job, but after turning into a ghost, I could no longer perform my life's duties. Looking at the extinguished lampstands every day, and watching the ships sinking and sinking because of the loss of the lighthouse navigation, I would always deeply blame yourself for your negligence. Until your arrival, the lighthouse reappears brightly. This dazzling light makes it difficult for me to contain my excitement, and I can't help showing up to thank you. The ghost bowed deeply to Joan, expressing gratitude from the heart. I am deeply touched by your professionalism. Mr. Curry, you just said that there are 3 negative emotions that make your soul uneasy. Now that I already know why you are guilty, can you tell me that it has been so many years? Why can't you let go of the hatred and anger in your heart? Mr. Master, let's talk about it. 4 years ago, a group of siren girls traveled from the depths of the ocean to the Scimitar coast in a storm cloud. They built a nest in the atoll near the lighthouse. When it was quiet at night, they sang beautiful songs, seduced nearby creatures to move closer to them, and fell into the prey of that evil banshee in a state of infatuation. They were first arbitrarily played by them as slaves. Corpse. Recalling the encounter, Thomas Curry's ghost couldn't help shaking, and death could not make him forget the fear and torture he had suffered in his lifetime. Mr. Curry, if I guessed right, you are also one of the victims of the Kraken, and until now you still remember to avenge the banshees? Joan asked. Yes, Mr. Master. My fragile will can't resist the beautiful singing voices of the Kraken girls, becoming their captives, and listening to their rhetoric. They broke the lampstand and extinguished the lights by themselves. Alas, now I think back to me I feel ashamed. It is like a nightmare. The ghost covered his face and sighed. After a while, he calmed down. Then he said, I thought that was love. I gave everything for the sake of winning the Kraken's favor, and even committed the crime of dereliction of duty, but this is all mean scam. When I personally destroyed the lighthouse, the siren girls thought that I had lost the value of use, and immediately changed a vicious and cold face, killing me cruelly, eating my body, and my soul was due to hatred. Can't rest with anger. In the 4 years since then, the Kraken girls have been entrenched in the atoll belt and built their own evil kingdom. Day after day, they used the song of the ecstasy to lure ships passing by to touch the reef and plunder the gold and silver jewelry on the ship, enchanting and eventually eating the poor passengers and sailors on the ship. The crimes committed are almost innumerable, so that this sea area is regarded as an extremely dangerous restricted area by the ships, called the Sailor Cemetery. The ghost of the lighthouse watchman raised his head, and his eyes burned with pale and blazing light, and he excitedly floated to Joan until he was blocked by the protection against evil enchantment. Respectable mage, over the years, there have been no less than 10 casters passing by this place, but only you are willing to take the initiative to repair the lighthouse. You can see that you are a kind-hearted person. I beg you to try to eliminate those evil Kraken girls to restore tranquility to this sea area and get rid of the notoriety of Sailor Cemetery. Calm down, Mr. Curry, tell me how many Kraken girls there are, where they usually hide, and how many accomplices are around them. Joan told the ghost frankly, before deciding whether to accept your commission, I must fully understand the power of the enemy. If there is no hope of victory, I do not want to take my own life in vain. Right, Mr. Master, we really have to take this matter seriously, and now we'll answer your question. The ghost of the lighthouse watchman stopped and recalled, then said, the ring about 2 miles away from the lighthouse near the reef belt, there was a large ship stranded on the reef 4 years ago. Half of the hull was inclined and sunk below the surface of the sea, and was deeply plunged into the sand, but the bow part was still exposed above the sea surface. In this shipwreck, every night on a clear moon, I would sit on the rooftop on the 2nd floor of the bow and sing. Are there 3 siren girls in total? It's not a good deal. Joan frowned slightly, thinking. Chapter 479 Siren girl, also known as Siren girl, is a kind of water-dwelling goblin. Most of them live on isolated islands in the deep sea far away from human society. Occasionally, they also appear in the offshore area and come into contact with local human residents. The ecology and habits are described in detail in the fairy partition of Vare's monster book. Judging from the illustrations in the book, The siren girl looks like a young and beautiful human girl regardless of her body shape or appearance, except that the roots of the ears and the outer sides of the limbs are covered with a shallow layer of delicate silver scales, and the long curly hair is like dark green seaweed. If you only look at the appearance, the siren girl is beautiful and charming, and she has a touching voice. The singing voice incorporates the innate charm of the fairy family. Those who are not determined enough will be deeply impressed by this wonderful song, deeply attracted and unconsciously want to be close to the kraken, willing to do anything for this beauty. In addition to the deceptive singing voice, kraken and other close relatives of the goblin will also cast spells. However, in Joan's view today, only 2 or 3 low-level spells of the kraken are really worth mentioning in terms of casting. In contrast, the unique transformation ability of the kraken's trinity needs to be increased. Be careful. The siren girl usually appears in front of the world in the form of a beautiful woman, but this is only one of their 3 forms. When necessary, the siren girl can also turn into a human face and bird form and fly into the sky, or become the shape of the human fishtail dives into the deep sea. The 3 forms correspond to the 3 environments of sea, land and air. It is conceivable that even if you can defeat the kraken, it is difficult to prevent them from flying in the sky and diving from the sea. Just when Joan was thinking about how to deal with the 3 sisters of the kraken, the ghost Uri coughed twice, and said with some guilty conscience, "Mr. Master, actually beside the kraken, there are a group of accomplices." "Who are the actresses of the kraken?" Joan asked. "It's a group of evil and cruel sour fishermen," the ghost of the lighthouse watchman answered with a bitter face. "These guys were originally pirates operating in the nearby waters. Later, they were charmed by the singing of the 3 sisters of the kraken, and moved to the atoll. The bodyguards and thugs of the demon girls are willing to help the 3 sisters of the demon girl rob the passing ships." Shawayuran. Joan's brow tightened. Fishman is a general term for a large group of aquatic humanoid monsters, which can be subdivided into many different ethnic groups, such as the snail fishman, kutal fishman, shawa fishman, etc. The sour murloc is undoubtedly the most populous among all murlocs, and it is also the type with the most intense conflict with human society. The body of the shawa murloc is similar to humans, with a head resembling a shark. The body is covered with thick green scales. A fin is raised along the spine, and a slender fishtail grows on the hips. The webbed hands and feet and the breathing organs on both sides of the ears resemble gills to facilitate the swimming of the saffron fish in the deep sea. But they cannot live on dry land for a long time, otherwise they will die from suffocation. The Shawu are a race of evil nature. The vast majority of individual Shawus have a greedy and brutal tendency to violence, especially those living near the coastline, which is particularly harmful to human society. This group of pirates is keen on looting ships. Once they succeed, they will kill all passengers and sailors on board, and take away all the goods they can move. Because the sourfish looting and killing style is exactly the same as the orc robbers on the land, and their dreaded dark green scales are very similar to the orc's green skin, they are also hated by fishermen and sailors. Call it the orc at sea. Joan hasn't dealt with the Shawayuran, but he is no stranger to orcs. Since the 2 are discussed by people, their strength is similar. Out of prudence, he inquired about the dead souls of the lighthouse watchman. "How many salamander bodyguards are the next to the kraken girls?" "Almost a dozen, Mr. Master," Curry replied. "At least 12 murderous sour pirates, plus 3 kraken girls. This is really a big trouble," Joan muttered in a low voice. With his current strength, there is no certainty to challenge this group of gangsters alone, and the risks are too great. Curry seemed to see that he had plans to retreat, and quickly said, "Mr. Master, if you can destroy the kraken and the saber pirates, you can get the ill-gotten wealth they have accumulated by plundering the ship over the years as your chivalrous move of compensation." "Mr. Curry, to be honest, I really want to send this windfall, but I don't want to lose my life because of the wealth fan's mind." "We need to develop a proper combat plan," Joan answered with thought. "Mr. Master, If you can attract evil parties into this lighthouse, I can help you deal with them," Curry said eagerly. Joan glanced at him and asked in surprise, "You can't leave this lighthouse at night?" "I can leave the lighthouse for a short time, but I can't go too far, otherwise my soul will dissipate and disintegrate," Curry replied depressedly. "That is to say, your soul is bound to the lighthouse by some kind of power?" Joan asked curiously. "It is indeed so, Mr. Master. After all, before I die, I just want to go back to the lighthouse and stick to my post," Curry said sadly. Joan nodded. "I thought Curry is probably the so-called ground-bound spirit. After death, he couldn't sleep because of the attachment to the lighthouse. The ghosts transformed into were also bound in the lighthouse and could not leave too far." "Mr. Curry, I can consider your suggestion, but it is not easy to lure demon and pirates who are 2 nautical miles away into the lighthouse. The rain has stopped. I will first investigate the evil party's den. Make another decision. Please be careful, Mr. Master. I'm here for your good news." Curry flashed away and let out the stairs. Joan went down the spiral staircase, feeling entangled. He did not have complete confidence in dealing with the 3 sisters of Siren and a large group of saffron pirates. Even if this group of evil parties had robbed the treasures for 4 years as a reward, it seemed that it was not worth taking their own lives to take risks. Anyway, now that the rain has stopped, if it is gone forever, flight immediate as originally planned. Curry, who can't leave the lighthouse too far, can't help himself. "That's what I said, but if it's done like this," Joan in her heart is a little uneasy, feeling that he has betrayed Curry's trust and expectation, giving the other party hope and ruthlessly destroying it. A kind and honest lighthouse watchman. Chapter 480 Maritime Opera House. Joan pushed the gate of the lighthouse with a complicated mind, looking up at the starry night outside the door for a long time, and finally decided to go to the place where the Kraken was entrenched to investigate, and then he should consider whether to intervene in this idle matter. Joan turned into a hawkman of Jordanheim and was about to spread his wings. He accidentally saw the pottery jars piled up in the corner. Thinking of the stucco monster, he was imprisoned in the pottery jar. Think of a good idea. He turned and walked to the corner of the wall, caught out the eagle claws and grabbed the big clay pot that contained the stucco monster, and lifted it up hard, feeling quite heavy, and inspired the last remaining Sidmana today to bless himself and change Jussu. Joan's strength and weight-bearing ability also greatly increased while his figure doubled. Lifting the clay pot again made me feel more relaxed. Joan carried the clay pot out of the lighthouse, fanned his wide wings to fly into the clear moon, and flew toward the atoll across the coast, as directed by lighthouse watchman Thomas Curry. Flying about 2 nautical miles in one breath, Joan saw a big grey ship stranded in the shallow sea with reefs illuminated by the moonlight. The hull was inclined downward at an angle of 30 degrees. The mainmast was already broken and most of it was submerged underwater. Only the bow bridge is still exposed above the sea. On the wet deck of the shipwreck, a group of hazy figures lay lying in a row, seeming to have just eaten and drunk, and enjoying the moonlight leisurely. With a pair of sharp eagle eyes, Joan volleys overlooking the shipwreck deck, and recognizes that the guys lying on the deck are all monsters with human heads. Their naked bodies are tall and muscular, and their skin covered with dark green scales is smooth and moist, glittering under the moonlight. It was the sour fishman that Thomas Curry mentioned. Joan also noticed that the sea was calm, the moonlight was bright, and the visibility at sea was very high. When he flew over the mirror-like sea, the long and dark projection accompanied by the flight track moved against the sea. If it was so straight and faltering toward a shipwreck, it will surely cause the vigilance of the sour pirates. So he frees his left hand to take out a small group of eyelashes wrapped in gel from the cast material bag, chanting the incantation gently, and blessing himself with invisibility. After the cast, the huge eagle man and the earthenware pot in his right hand disappeared slowly, completely blending into the night. Joan had a bottom in his heart. He spread his wings in the direction of the wreck, approaching a distance of half a mile, and faintly heard the melodious singing sound in the cabin on the second floor of the bow. like the actresses of the opera house rehearsing the chorus in the background. This moving song with magical power immediately aroused Joan's alert. Fortunately, the protection against evil enchantment blessed on his body in advance still played a role, preventing the fascinating songs of the Kraken girls from invading his mind, and his consciousness remained awake. Those sour fishermen on the shipwreck deck had no magic enchantment shields, and their willpower was far less than Joan's firmness. They were fascinated by the singing of the three sisters' siren, and when the song sang to the morning and climactic, the murderous pirates were sobbed by the emotion and wiped the moist corners of their eyes. Seeing the scene in front of him, Joan couldn't help but feel a little regret. If the Siren Sisters are not misusing their talents for wrongdoing, but show beautiful singing voices in the opera house and bring enthralling artistic enjoyment to the audience, it will surely become a widely acclaimed star, not a demon in the eyes of people. Unfortunately, like most goblins, the Siren has no moral concept, and it depends on his own preferences for good and evil. Although there are many good fairies in this group who are friendly to people, there is no shortage of the three sisters Siren who are self-willed and self-conscious, regardless of the life and death of other people. Their poisonous hearts are really not worthy of this beautiful tearful song. Sister Siren and the Saber Pirates destroyed the lighthouse, looted the ship, bewitched and cruelly killed many innocent compatriots including Thomas Curry. Even if they sang the song again, Joan would never be right. They are merciful. Thinking so, Joan lowered the flight altitude and circled close to the sunken ship. At this time, the three sisters of Siren happened to finish the first act of the opera, holding hands to the balcony on the second floor and bowing to the audience on the deck. These three female sea monsters all look young and beautiful girls, with enchanting bodies and gauze covers. They look almost the same as twin sisters, but their hair color is slightly different. The girl in the center has the darkest hair, with dark green curls interspersed with a few strands of purple hair, and a pearl necklace inlaid with a sapphire pendant around her neck, which looks most mature and steady. The two banshees standing beside her had thick green hair and no trace of variegation. Their innocent smile made them look younger. They also wore pearl necklaces on their necks, but no sapphire pendants. Until Sister Siren stepped out of the cabin, the salamander talents on the deck woke up dreamily, jumped up one after another, surrounded to the balcony and applauded, looking up at the Banshee sisters on the stage full of obsession and admiration. There was also a particularly tall sour fisherman in the crowd, who seemed to be the leader of this group of pirates, holding a splendid coral tree in his hands, and raised it to the balcony like a flower. The Siren Banshee standing in the center of the sisters leaned over to take over the coral tree, and smiled and gave a kiss to the leader of the Sawagin who presented flowers. The leader of the Shawayuran gets the please favor. His fists thump his chest and groan, and he is fainted with excitement. The sour Murlocs gathered around him also cast jealous eyes. While the atmosphere was warm, neither the Siren nor the Sarawak pirates noticed an unusual air current blowing in the air, and a dark, spherical object fell into the air. Boom! The earthenware jar fell on the deck, making a piercing shattering sound, which finally aroused the alertness of Sister Siren and the Shawa pirates. With a strong alcoholic smell, crawled out of the clay pot fragments. Sister Siren, who stood on the balcony, had a dignified complexion, and a sharp whistle sounded with her forefinger to remind everyone to guard against enemy attacks. The Shawu people hurriedly picked up the shiny steel forks and surrounded them with vigilance. The stucco monster was soaked in the wine jar for most of the day. The dehydrated body sucked up the aging wine, and its body expanded in a circle compared to when Joan was locked in the clay pot. Perhaps it was due to the influence of alcohol, coupled with a long period of claustrophobia. The stucco monster's temper became extraordinarily violent, shell flicked up, fell into the crowd, waved a Suda foot, and hit a set of drunken fist, and immediately knocked down the two nearest sour pirates. Chapter 481 Fuel Purgatory. Seeing the stucco monster take the initiative to attack, the sour fish on the deck immediately clamored. The shower urine have a fierce temperament, and usually they only bully people. How can they tolerate the insignificant big jelly provocation in front of them? Although I couldn't see what the other party was doing, why did he get out of a wine jar that fell from the sky? But it did not prevent them from picking up steel forks to start beatings. The stucco monster's elastic body is like a large rubber skin, and its physique is surprisingly tough. The sharp harpoon is bounced on the body, and it is difficult to cause effective damage to it. The leader of the sour pirate has the strongest physique, with his hands holding the fork and struggling to pierce, puffing through the jelly-shaped body of the stucco monster. However, before he had time to be happy, a large amount of acid was spurted out of the wound punctured by the steel fork. It was unexpected to prevent him from spraying his face. The already ugly face was corroded and corroded, the fish scales fell off, and both eyes splashing into the acid, the burning pain, the tears kept flowing, and the eyes could not be opened. The leader of the shower urine shouted in pain, dropped the steel fork, and staggered back with his hands concealed. The other sour pirates witnessed his encounter and were too scared to attack the stucco monster. The three sisters Siren, who stood on the balcony watching the battle, were very anxious to see this scene. They sang in unison under the leadership of the elder sister, trying to charm the stucco monster with their singing. Any art form can only arouse the sympathy of the intimate, otherwise it is playing the piano against the cow, and the fantasia sung by the Siren girls is no exception. The intellectual level of the stucco monster can't appreciate this elegant art at all, and it doesn't even have hearing organs like ears, but only perceives the air vibration with the sensitive surface skin. There is no difference between the curse of the shower urine and the singing of the siren banshee. It is nothing more than a sonic vibration. Will it be charmed by the banshee's throat? They sang theirs. The stucco monsters were not affected at all, and they still waved their pseudo foot to chase the shower urine. Sister Siren sang in the throat for a long time, and found it useless. Both angry and frustrated, they had to give up the fantasy, hurriedly jumped off the balcony, and personally came to the deck to urge the sour pirates to siege the stucco. Joan suspended invisible over 100 feet above the sunken ship. Seeing that the three sisters Siren came down in person, they immediately realized that the opportunity they had waited for a long time had finally arrived. Without thinking about crushing the mica in their hands, the volley waved a large piece of flash dust. The three sisters Siren and all the Sawagins around them were shrouded. The sudden eruption of light shone brightly above the deck as if it were daylight. Sister Siren and the shower urine were unprepared, and all were instantly flashed with eyes. Sour murlocs are called sea orcs. In addition to their similar temperament and skin color, there is another important reason that they also have the weakness of fearing strong lights like orcs. Flash dust caused great damage to the sour murloc. He was unlucky and stabbed in the eyes directly with strong light, causing permanent blindness. He screamed and ran on the deck. After the successful application of flash dust, Joan did not hesitate to use the cobweb technique, covering the temporarily blinded sister Siren together with the surrounding Sawagin in a sticky cobweb. On the cobweb deck, only the stucco monster was not hindered, and its squirm body bouncing freely on the cobweb, knocking down a Sawagin and releasing strong acid body fluid. The murloc captured by the stucco monster, whose hands and feet were all entangled with spider silk, was unable to struggle at all, and could only utter in vain a scream of heartbreaking lungs, and was corroded by the strong acid wrapped around it within a few seconds. Into a bone. The stucco monster throws away the remains of its prey, and its shape seems to swell again, turning into a large jelly with a diameter of more than 6 feet, still unsatisfied, bouncing towards another unlucky sandbound on the cobweb. Where you people? Joan would like to tell the stucco monster, regardless of the thick-skinned saffron pirates, you should go and hunt the finesse-skinned siren banshee first. Unfortunately, the stucco monster only catches the closest prey, and does not have enough IQ to listen to his suggestions. Seeing that the three sisters Siren had opened their swollen eyes, Joan was struggling to tear the spider thread around them. If they did not interfere, they would soon be free again. Simply take them to experiment with new spell combinations. Joan made up his mind, took a small piece of ham skin from the cast material bag, and held a chant spell in his hand. Pura. The moment the spell was completed, Joan pointed to the deck. A large piece of dark and greasy grease was created by magic, flowing along the inclined deck, and in a blink of an eye, Sister Siren and the saber pirates on the deck were all submerged. The grease dripped on the deck, floated on the sea surface, and quickly spread out, forming a thin layer of colorful oil film. Joan nodded with satisfaction. A red light appeared in his right eye, a scorching ray burst out of his pupils, first hit a siren banshee, igniting the black grease attached to it. At first glance, the second ring of fuel oil performed by Joan looks similar to the first ring of grease, but there is a key difference. The oil created by grease is not combustible, and fuel oil is, as its name suggests. The created grease burns on fire. Fuel was spread all over the deck, and the fire spread rapidly from the kraken, who was ignited by the burning rays, to the surroundings, and instantly ignited the entire hull above the water, like a huge torch. The siren and the Shawayuran were both caught in the burning fire, and were soon burnt to pieces. The stucco monster is also in the sea of fire. Fortunately, it has a physique that is immune to the damage of fire elements. It is not affected by flame burning, but the large amount of spirits absorbed by the jelly-like body is an excellent fuel. It is also ignited by the fire at this moment. Make it a lively fireball, tumbling and bouncing happily in the fire, killing the sour pirates who are in flames and howling. The spider silk created by cobweb is also a flammable substance, and was instantly burnt by fire, and the pirates who were previously bound by the cobweb were able to get out. Some sour murlocs rushed out of the fire and jumped into the sea, trying to extinguish the fire. As everyone knows, there is also a thin layer of grease floating on the nearby sea surface, which is ignited by fire, and the flowing flame rises and falls with the waves, and continues to burn the sand saffron who jumped into the sea. Joan overlooked this genuine fire sea from a high altitude. The scene in front of him was magnificent and terrifying, as if he were a living purgatory, giving him an unprecedented visual impact, and he was dumbfounded for a while. The fire on the ship was getting hotter and stronger. Most of the sour fishermen had been burned to death. The siren banshee lit by Joan, and another banshee beside her, at this time also fell in the fire. Breath. Only the eldest sister among the three sisters of Siren was still struggling, taking advantage of the flame of the twined arms to be burned by the flame, and finally freed up his hand to grab the string of sapphire pendants under his neck, and his dry lips struggled to chant a spell. Yal. Chapter 482 Seafloor Tracking. Yal. The sapphire pendant responded to the magic glory, and a large amount of water vapor gathered to transform into a huge blue translucent monster. The upper body of this monster looks like a giant made of seawater, but the body and face are blurred in outline, and there are no facial features. A pair of sturdy long arms crossed the chest. It looks very imposing. Below the waist is a giant water column circling at high speed. Instead of feet sliding on the deck flexibly, the flames extinguished wherever passed, leaving a wet watermark on the ground. The siren banshee gripped the sapphire pendant and controlled the large water element to glide around herself, extinguished all the flames on her body, and then twisted her body into an eagle-faced bird demon. The wings flew away from the fire. Joan had already summoned Mage Assault Palm, staring at the siren banshee's every move in the air, and seeing that she became a bird demon and flew up, rounded her arm and slapped it. Boom! The huge palm with a glass texture roared across the sky, hitting the banshee hard. Numerous feathers exploded in the air, and the siren banshee screamed and flew out, rolling over and falling into the sea. Joan slapped off 3 ribs and a leg bone of the banshee, and also helped her inadvertently, allowing her to stay away from the sea covered with flammable grease. As soon as the water was about to fall, the siren banshee demonstrated her ability to transform herself again into a glorious tailed mermaid, swaying her tail fin and diving to the bottom of the sea. Joan didn't want to let go of this demon, and found a mermaid scale from the cast material bag, restarted the transformation, and changed from the Jotunheim hawk form to a tall, fit, long-haired male mermaid, volley turn over and jump to the sea. The palms are closed at the top of the head, like a shuttle piercing the smooth water surface, and only a small wave of water splashes into the sea. Joan dived for 30 yards in one breath, and finally caught the back view of the siren banshee fleeing in the dim current, sneering and swinging his tail fin to catch up. The two are now in the form of a mermaid, and the technique of underwater swimming is similar, but Joan's physical fitness is at its peak. The siren banshee was first burned by fuel, and several bones were broken by Joan's slap. Compared with Joan, the two sides are catching up with each other, and the distance keeps getting closer. The siren banshee dived desperately and looked back from time to time. Seeing Joan getting closer and closer, he quickly made a spellcasting gesture, and his slim figure quickly faded, as if to be integrated with the sea water. Seeing this scene, Joan guessed that the banshee had just cast an invisible spell, raised her hand in a hurry, and gently touched her right eye. Considering that the light under the sea is weak, the visibility is very low, and the seaweed and muddy mud block the line of sight, Joan activated the misty sight while turning on the see-through invisibility, plus the turn-on that was opened in the lighthouse earlier. Dark vision. Now Joan has set 3 anti-hidden, dark, and misty magical visions in one, and the field of vision in front of him suddenly becomes bright and wide, and within 100 feet, it is full of light. Joan captured the trace of the Kraken girl with a little observation, and found that she buried her head into the stern cabin of the shipwreck stuck between the two reefs. She pretended not to see through her invisibility and searched around the shipwreck. There is no other entrance. The Kraken hid in the cabin and peeped out through the cracks in the deck. Seeing that Joan was wandering nearby, he seemed to have no intention of chasing into the cabin, secretly relieved, and turned to dive into the bilge. Joan saw her move through another crack in the bulkhead, first blessing herself with invisibility, and then quietly trailing past, observing the move of the siren through the cracked wooden board. After waiting for 2 minutes patiently across the layer of decayed bulkhead soaked in seawater, Joan finally saw the siren succubus emerge from the shaft leading to the bottom cabin, and sneaked around to confirm that no one was around. Then he jumped out of the shaft and grabbed a large leather pocket with both hands, struggling to drag upward. The leather pockets were bulging, and the inside seemed to be stuffed with stuff, but it was stuck at the exit of the shaft. The siren banshee was afraid of destroying the treasure in her pocket. She dared not drag it hard and pushed the pocket down again, intending to reposition it so that the pocket could be dragged out of the shaft smoothly. Joan stared at the busy figure of the siren across the wooden wall, thought for a moment, took out a piece of mica and clutched it in his hand, chanting the mantra in a low voice. The siren girl vaguely heard the words from the next door and looked back in surprise. It was at this time that Joan chanted the last mantra of the second ring of arcane smashing sonic representing roar and noise. Rave. Seawater can also conduct sound waves, and the speed of sound is faster in water than in air, so if the spell smashing sound waves is cast in the sea, both the lethality and the killing range are much more amplified than in the air. The Magi's-induced shockwave caused the seawater in front of Joan to boil instantly, turning into a turbulent undercurrent and high-frequency impact on the wooden wall blocking the wave surface, instantly smashing the entire bulkhead. Countless barbed sawdust, the siren banshee shot across the wall, pierced mercilessly on her face, her body from head to toe. The surging tide followed, throwing the screaming siren banshee to the opposite bulkhead, making a dull impact, and then bounced back like a billiard ball. Joan pulled out the electric blade and followed the undercurrent to the dying siren banshee, grabbing her long hair, forcing her to raise her head, revealing her white and fragile neck, and cutting her throat with a knife. The kraken's carcass twitched violently, his eyes turned white and his breath disappeared, and a ray of blood flowed from his neck, staining the surrounding seawater. Joan let go of her hair and allowed her body to rise slowly. Suddenly remembering something, she hurried up and pulled off the pearl necklace with a sapphire pendant around her neck. The banshee has long, fluffy, curly hair. Joan caressed the heart-shaped sapphire, which was the size of a thumb, and sensed that the gem contained a powerful magic power. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient to identify it in the sea, and it was temporarily impossible to confirm what spell was enchanted in the gem. However, judging from the Siren Banshee's previous summoning of large water elements with this gem, most of the enchantments are some kind of high-level summoning spells. Joan tucked the gem necklace together with the demon girl's hair into her arms, folded and swam back to the shaft, and spent a little effort to pull out the large pocket made of waterproof leather. Picking up his pocket and shaking it, Joan heard the sound of metal collision, and it was not difficult to guess that the pockets contained the treasures accumulated by the three sisters Siren over the years. The thought of this ill-gotten wealth is now all his own. Joan's mood is very comfortable, and the corners of his lips can't help rising slightly. Chapter 483 Siren's Treasure. Joan drilled into the shaft of the sunken ship, dived into the bottom tank and searched for a circle. After finding nothing valuable, he turned back and carried the heavy leather pocket to the surface of the sea and returned to the form of an eagle. At this time, the fire near the shipwreck had weakened, and the fire on the deck was also extinguished by the large water element. There were more than 10 charred bodies lying on the smoky deck, and only 2 or 3 Sahuagins had not been burned to death, lying in the ruins and moaning painfully. The large water element summoned by the Siren Banshee is waving her arms to fight the stucco monster. The 2 mindless guys have been beating each other for a while, and it seems that no one can do anything else, and if no one intervenes, they will continue to beat each other until the brother is separated. Joan landed on the deck, pulled out the sapphire necklace from his arms, tried to guide the magic remote control large water element in the gem, and soon received a response. Bulk, don't wrestle with the stucco monsters anymore, and strangle all the sour fishes who haven't died on the boat. The large water element turned and bowed slightly to Joan, dragging his thick arms to glide on the deck. Hearing the sorrow of the Sahuagin, he walked over, grabbed a palm and grabbed the other person's throat, a brute force with a thick arm, and easily twisted the throat of the dying person. The stucco monster is fighting fiercely with the large water element, and suddenly realizes that the other party ignores itself and walks away. This made it feel very lost, bouncing up and down like a ball, trying to recall the large water element, and fighting with itself for another 300 rounds. The large water element is the first priority to execute the order of the holder of the water element gem, formerly the Siren Banshee, now Joan. So I don't bother to take care of the stucco monster and throw it off and pinch his neck. The Showa pirates turned to other pirates who had not yet died. Joan saw the stucco monster perseveringly chasing behind the large water element, but, like an angry puppy, trying to jump up and bite the large water element, but he was angry and funny, and he cast the mage, attacking the palm. Catch it up and throw it hard towards the sea. The plump body of the stucco monster formed a spherical shape in the air, drawn a beautiful parabola, and finally fell into the water with a thud, and the sea surface rippled. The stucco monster first sank to the surface, then floated up and drifted away with the waves. Kiaon stared and watching the stucco monster drifting towards the end of the sea level, silently wishing this stupid a peaceful rest in the depths of the ocean. The large water element searched all the inside and outside of the sunken ship, killing all the unrequited sour fishmen, and then returned to Joan, waiting for his command. Go and extinguish the fire on the ship. Joan sent it away casually. The large water element itself is the essence of the aggregation of water. It is inherently capable of extinguishing fire. Its liquid body can temporarily suppress the magic flame. As for the natural flame caused by fuel, it can be extinguished with a touch of the hand. The large water element extinguished the flames remaining on the ship, and the time for summoning quietly came to an end. The huge body collapsed into a pool of seawater flowing along the inclined deck, and finally returned to the embrace of the sea. Joan watched the disintegration of the large water element and turned around to check his booty, the heavy leather pocket. The mouth of the bag was tightly tied, underwater seal was applied. Joan spent 5 minutes unraveling the seal in the rope, opened the bag and probed it, and was immediately swayed by the pearl jewels. Although he had long guessed that there were a lot of valuables in his pocket, he could be pleasantly surprised when he opened it. Joan reached out and took out 2 fiery red coral candlesticks from his pocket. Judging from the workmanship, it was obviously an art treasure from the hands of famous artists. If you get a Yangbo firm for sale, this is worth 800 gold dugo for the coral candlestick. There are also many gold jewelry and silverware in the leather pocket. Joan took them out one by one to observe and appraise them. The estimated total value is not less than 600 gold coins. Then he took out a sandalwood box, and when he opened it, his eyes shone brightly, and a dozen pearls were neatly arranged on the scarlet velvet substrate. Each one was the size of a pigeon egg, and it was smooth, round and flawless. Kind Yuga. There are still a lot of colorful gems in his pocket. Joan couldn't estimate the price for a while, and he didn't plan to sell them. The mage's use of certain special arcane spells and the creation of magic wands such as magic wands all require specific gems as materials. For example, the plastic stone wand given to Joan by Lieutenant Colonel Vaser, the head of which is inlaid with a crimson tiered gemstone for enhancing magic power. Joan decided to keep these gems as a resource reserve for future spellcasting and magic guides. There was a pile of gold and silver coins and a sheepskin scroll left in the leather pocket. Joe safely fell on the deck and tapped one by one. Gold and silver coins seem to be many, but in fact they are not worth much. It is equivalent to 400 gold dugo in total, but the scroll written in Kenya caused Joan's curiosity. Kenya is an ancient elven language commonly used to record spells or magical knowledge. Joan initially thought it was a magic scroll, but after a cursory review, it was found that the scroll was not a spell, but an extremely rare super magic skill, which was translated into the common human language as spell overrun. Most spells have clear ballistic requirements when they are cast, which is like shooting an arrow. If the target hides behind the shield, the arrow will be blocked by the shield grid and cannot cause damage to the target. Many aggressive spells also follow the same principle, such as burning rays, can only be used to attack unshielded enemies. The magic of the super magic skill of spell overcoming obstacle. It is the ability to break the above rules. When the spell is cast, this super magic skill is added, and the spell will get the special effect of crossing the space barrier. The moment the spell is completed, it disappears out of thin air and enters a mysterious high-dimensional space. Until the obstacle that blocks the ballistic is bypassed, go to the real space and continue to attack the target specified by the caster. The super space characteristics of spell overcoming are not only effective for physical barriers such as shields and walls, but also can cross magic shields and force field boundaries. What makes Joan even more incredible is that the cost of performing this super magic skill is almost zero, and there is no need to increase the spell level. I really didn't expect that Siren Kraken actually had such a good thing in his hands, and this time it would make a lot of money. Joan lamented that the spell over obstacle scroll was stored in the storage bag, and decided to learn this super magic skill as soon as possible, which is very helpful to improve his actual combat ability. Throwing away his empty leather pockets, Joan squatted on the deck and made a magic trick to clean up the pile of gold and silver coins and put them all in a storage bag. Afterwards, he took out a large group of green and purple siren hairs like seaweed from his arms, combed them neatly and put them into the casting material package. Chapter 484 Water Element Gem. Siren's hairline looks like a mess of water plants. Very unremarkable. In fact, it is a valuable magical material. In the future, Joan will learn to use the fourth ring of transfiguration, and he will be able to use a piece of hair as a casting material to turn into a siren. In addition, the hair of Siren Banshee has a wide range of uses in the fields of alchemy and enchanting. For example, when refining a magical potion such as Charming Potion, or when manufacturing a magical control system, adding a strand of siren hair as an auxiliary material can significantly improve the potency and the effectiveness of the magic device. After sorting out the trophies, Joan casts a spell as an eagle, spreads his wings and leaves the shipwreck, follows the red light emitted by the lighthouse, and landed outside the lighthouse store within 10 minutes. The dead soul of Thomas Curry, the lighthouse watchman, had been waiting for Joan, and he finally hoped to come back to him around midnight, and he quickly floated over to greet him. "Mr. Master, you finally came back. I just vaguely saw the flames rising over the shipwreck. Are you not surprised?" Curry asked with concern. "I'm fine, Mr. Curry. The three sisters Siren, and their accomplices of the Shawu were all wiped out by me." Mr. Master, you... aren't you kidding me?" Curry's dead soul widened his eyes, and he couldn't believe it. Joan didn't want to explain more, so he showed Curie the sapphire necklace ripped off from Sister Siren's neck. Dead souls are incorporeal undead creatures, unable to pick up real objects, but it is not difficult for Curry to recognize that the gem necklace is a magical ornament worn by the Siren Banshee leader. Since this necklace fell into Joan's hands, it can be seen that he didn't brag, and he really wiped out all the evil parties that had been entrenched in this sea area for 4 years by himself. "Mr. Master, thank you very much for your kindness to me and all the victims who were unfortunately buried in this sea." Curry's eyes burst into tears with excitement, and his corpse became blurred. "Now the lighthouse has been repaired by you, and the Siren evil party has also been wiped out by you. I have revenge. My wish is gone. There is no reason to continue wandering in the world. It is time for my soul to rest. Farewell. But dear Master, I wish you peace and happiness forever." Sending the last blessing, the lighthouse watchman Thomas Curry's dead soul dissipated in the wind, completely erasing the last trace of this world, and entering an eternal long sleep. Joan watched Curry's soul dissipate, sighed softly, and a trace of sadness lingered in his heart. An honest and kind ghost like Curry is actually a very rare exception. In fact, most ghosts in the world are evil spirits with cruel madness and cruelty. It is difficult for living people to communicate with them rationally. If they are not killed by ghosts, they can only manage to destroy them. I was fortunate enough to meet Curry, a ghost who still has a strong sense of justice after his death. It is also a memorable adventure in the journey of life. After midnight, Joan's journey and the fierce fighting just now, after a long day of physical exhaustion, he placed a campfire rosary in the lobby on the first floor of the lighthouse and raised a warm bonfire. Joan sat down to eat by the campfire and boiled a pot of boiling water for washing. Then put away the campfire rosary, take a rope from the storage bag, and apply 2 magic rope techniques. The magical rope seemed to have gained life, and it jumped into the air. One end of the rope touched the ceiling, and the end dragged to the ground, forming a vertical suspension cable. Joan climbed up the suspension cable and drilled into the half-plane created by magic rope, and then put the rope hanging on the ground into the half-plane window, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. In the invisible half-plane created by magic rope technique, Joan can rest peacefully without anyone needing to help himself to the vigil. But before falling asleep, he has one more thing to do. Joan propped up the portable folding table and chairs in the hay-plane space. First put the sapphire necklace on the table, then took out the pen and ink, and painted the number 4 rune ensues on the sapphire to analyze the magic contained in the gem. Sure enough, the analysis result shows that this is a water elemental gem, and the 5th level of monster summoning is attached to the gem. The holder can chant a spell to stimulate the magic contained in the gem and summon a large water element as his servant. The large water element will unconditionally obey any commands of the owner. There is no limit to the number of times a gem can be summoned, but the total length of daily summons is limited, and the accumulated time cannot exceed 10 minutes. When the time limit is reached, the large water element will disintegrate on its own, and it must be recharged for a whole day before the water element gem can be used again. Joan transcribed the past level 5 monster summoning technique into his spell book, and then put away the water element gem and stationary tables and chairs, lying on the floor in this absolutely safe and secret hay-plane space. He got into a sleeping bag, yawned a lot, and soon fell asleep. At the northernmost point of the colony of Alfheim, between the Machete Coast and the Halehead Forest, there is a trading city called Prince Harbour, which is the permanent population of the Alfheim region, the second largest city in terms of wealth, and wealth is second only to the capital Leiden Harbour. Joan left Port Leiden since the end of October and travelled north along the Scimitar coast. Because of the time, he was not in a hurry to rush on the road. On average, he transformed into an eagle to fly 2 to 3 hours a day. The rest of the time was mainly used to appreciate the scenery on the journey. Of course, at least 8 hours a day should be set aside for studying spells. In this way, Faifai stopped, and a week later, the Scimitar coast had reached the end, and the bustling Prince Harbour appeared on the horizon. After crossing the Prince Harbour, Joan, even if he formally bid farewell to his hometown of Yalfheim, then he will fly over the endless Noose Forest and enter the Midgard area. This long journey will also usher in the second half. Joan originally planned to arrive in Prince's Harbour on November 6 before sunset, but the plan was not as great as the changes. The wind direction changed abruptly that afternoon, and the overcast bad weather forced him to give up and continue his journey, landing on more than 80 miles away from Prince's Harbour house town. Joan decided to spend the night in town, and it was not too late to continue his journey until the weather improved. House town is a small place, with a population similar to Joel's hometown of Dillon Town, but its reputation is not small. Joan often heard people talk about House Town when he was studying in Port Leiden. The town of House is known for its rich horse production and is the location of the largest horse trading market in the Alfheim region. The cultivated land around the town is not mainly used for growing cereals, but for pastures and grazing horses. There are no fewer than 20 local ranch sizes, and most of the town's residents are engaged in industries related to raising or selling horses. Chapter 485 House Town. Thousands of horses are produced every year in the town of House. The best horses are trained as war horses for the garrison at Prince's Port. The lesser horses are trained as stage horses and transported to Yalf. Posts around Heim are on duty. As for the worst horses, they are usually sold at relatively low prices to major farms and even self-cultivators in remote villages, serving as big animals for trailer farming. Joan's travels mainly depend on flying, and he has no interest in horses. He came to House Town to avoid the rainstorms that may come at any time. In addition, he also has a purpose to find a business to sell himself in the Sailor Cemetery. The spoils earned by the Banshee. House Town is worthy of being the most prosperous horse dealer base camp in Alfheim. Joan walked into the town market, and his sights were all the signs of buying and selling horses. The shop and the auction business firm pushed the door and went in. There were only 2 people in the business hall, talking in a low voice in front of the counter. The older man with grey hair wore a pair of nasal glasses and casual clothes at home, and he behaved like a business owner. The man who talked to the boss of the firm was about 30 years old. The tuxedo and white shirt were obviously high-end goods. The dark hair and bars were carefully combed and waxed. It looked like a handsome gentleman, but when you look at people, you always squint your eyes intentionally or unintentionally, and with a smile on your face, you will inevitably leave a deep impression. Kian stood in front of the business house for a while, and when no one was greeting him, he walked to the front of the shelf and randomly looked at the goods displayed on the shelf. Unfortunately, he didn't find any magic items worth buying. The level magic guide is not as good as the one he made, and he cannot arouse his shopping desire. At this time, the 2 people in front of the counter seemed to have finally settled a business, and got up and shook hands and hugged each other, saying good night to each other. The boss of the firm sent the middle-aged gentleman out of the door, then returned to the store, closed the door, sighed, and patted his forehead towards Joan, and said apologetically, "Sorry, poor hospitality." Joan shook his head, saying he didn't mind. However, the boss of the firm seemed disappointed, and invited Joan to sit down and drink tea, and explained to him again and again, "Mr. Baldwin's temper must have been heard by you too. If something he confesses is messed up, I don't want to be in the future. Housetown was confused and had to wait carefully, lest he might offend him. I'm sorry, I just arrived in Housetown today, and I don't know that Mr. Baldwin, Joan answered helplessly. Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. Look at me. People get silly when they get older. The business owner smiled and patted his forehead. Mr. Henry Baldwin is the richest man in the town, and he is also running for mayor. Popular candidate. In order to help him plan the championship auction, I have been so busy lately that my brain is often confused. So please forgive me. You mentioned the championship auction just now. What does the championship mean? Joan asked out of curiosity. It is a kind of warhorse with special pedigree. It has better intelligence, endurance, explosiveness and obedience than other types of warhorse. It is said that Mr. Baldwin personally cultivated this kind of excellent warhorse. He applied for a patent for breeding technology and claimed to set off the animal husbandry revolution that shocked the world. The business owner shrugged. Of course there is a bragging element, but the Baldwin family's horse farm did breed very good breeds of horses, which caused it to other peers in the town that run the horse farm. I've been under a lot of pressure and I haven't had a good time recently. Joan nodded, but he didn't see it just now, that Mr. Henry Baldwin turned out to be a livestock expert who was proficient in horse breeding. But having said that, there is indeed a human appearance. When he first saw Lieutenant Colonel Vaser, he did not see that the other party had another hobby that could not be beaten by his own work. Nurture mules. Joan was not interested in mules or thoroughbred horses. After a few chats with the boss of the business, he came to the bottom and explained his intentions. Oh, are you going to sell art and jewelry? The business owner immediately got interested and rubbed his hands and asked Joan, Sir, can you show me first? Joan nodded, opened the storage bag, and took out all the trophies obtained from the recent killing of Siren, and placed them on the counter, including a pair of fiery red coral candlesticks, a dozen pearls, and more than 10 pieces gold and silver jewelry and utensils. The boss of the firm pushed the clip and nose glasses and looked closely at the pile of jewelry and artwork on the counter. Joan patiently waited for him to finish the appraisal, and then said, These are sold. You make a price. The boss of the firm scratched his head and pondered. I can give you a maximum of 2,500 gold dugger, no longer taller. As far as Joan's price is concerned, the 2,500 gold dugger is slightly lower, which is not unacceptable. I wanted to agree, but I remembered that Candy and Rebecca had repeatedly told him to be bargaining when they were doing business. An introverted, unspoken person like Joan is a torture for him. But reason tells him that he must strive for the greatest benefit for himself. After all, he is not rich and will be unavoidable when he comes to Meadgate spend a lot of money. Now I am embarrassed to bargain. If I fall to the point where I cannot eat, will I beg to beg? After a long period of hesitation, Joan finally overcame that psychological obstacle and said to the business owner with a blank expression, 2,500 Jinduga, too low. 3,000 Jinduga is almost the same. Oh, my good gentleman, if you buy these things at your price, then I have to lose my pants. The complaint of the business owner's frowning face was obviously handy for the bargaining technique, as if Joan had taken advantage of him. Joan was upset and irritated, so he got up and planned to put away his jewelry and leave. Too big to go to Prince's Port tomorrow to find other businesses for sale. Saving him from this crime. The boss of the business firm has been quietly observing the changes in Joan's complexion. With his insights and skills that he has been practicing in the mall for many years, it is easy to see that this little brother is an extremely stubborn person, compared with the endless whipping, more willing to take direct action to show their attitude. If he really annoys him and crosses the threshold of a commercial firm, then it is really impossible for 10 horses to come back. Chapter 486 Frost Giant. Hey, wait a minute. The business owner quickly stopped Joan and smiled bitterly. Young man, don't be so irritable. There is something to discuss. 3,000 Jinduga is really too high. Let's take one step back. 2,600 Gindu. How about adding? Joan stared at the business owner in doubt, wondering if he hadn't learned math well. or he misunderstood the phrase take a step back. Since it's an step back each other, it should be that both the buyer and the seller make equal concessions, and the 2,750 Jind Yu-Gi-Oh is reasonable. Kiawan asked nonchalantly, am I right? If the boss of the firm is unable to give a more reasonable algorithm, Joan can only think that he is playing a word game, trying to insult his IQ, and simply not doing this business. The boss of the business opened his mouth and suddenly realized that the brain circuit of this handsome boy was completely different from his daily contact with customers, who would be strict and reasonable in calculating the arithmetic and language logic when bargaining. What a weird person. Forget it. You'll lose some money. How about 2,700 Kinduga? The boss of the firm felt inexplicably hit. The deal. Joan nodded briskly, but he couldn't help but stress, you just made a mistake. Otherwise how can you explain take a step back? Okay, am I wrong? Won't mention this again. The boss of the business mourned. Kiawan saw that the boss of the firm was anxious about being repeatedly questioned by himself. But he did not feel guilty for this, because the continuous complaints of the other party before bargaining made him very upset, even if the two sides were even. Okay. 2,700 gold coins, serving more than 50 pounds. Kiawan took the heavy money bag from the boss of the business firm, then tucked it in the storage bag, and left the business firm. After he went out, he looked around cautiously, and he did not find any suspected pickpockets. However, it was better to be careful when going out. He turned into a secluded alley near the business house, and used the easy rhythm to change to a more common local clothing. When he returned to the lively street again, he looked like a very humble local. Joan walked around the street and had nothing to buy, so he walked straight to the hotel across the street, planning to stay overnight and have a light meal. As soon as he entered the door of the hotel, he heard a fierce dispute in the lobby. Looking out of curiosity, his sight was immediately blocked by a wall. After careful observation, he realized that it was actually the back of a giant. Joan's eyes slowly moved up the giant's generous spine, and the angle of his head increased. Visually, this unusually gigantic man was over 12 feet tall, more than twice as tall. He almost touched the ceiling of the first floor of the hotel, wearing a sleeveless leather armor, exposing muscular arms and hair. The fluffy chest and the high-lifted trapezius muscles extend all the way to the neck, making the neck particularly thick. Joan had witnessed the giant fire at the brass pass. The giant in front of him was not inferior to the giant fire, but his skin color was completely different. The fire giant's skin is dark red, like smoldering coals, exuding suffocating heat. The skin of the giant in front of him appears light blue and white, and the quiet cold light is reflected in the light of the hotel lobby. A cold impression. This guy, is it a frost giant? Joan muttered secretly. As early as 40,000 years ago, the giants crossed the sea to settle in the New World. During the heyday of the giants, they defeated the indigenous peoples of the continent, Thiers and Warners, and drove humans from Asgard on the Genting Plateau to settle in the lowlands on the east and west coasts to establish on the Genting Plateau. The giant kings court that became strong for a while. Until the arrival of the Dragon Age, the giant clan suffered heavy casualties in the war with the dragon, and the giant king's court quickly slipped from glory to decline. Today, the total population of the giants is less than 1% of the heyday, and it is mainly distributed in plateaus, snow mountains, jungles, deserts and even dark hells where human footprints are rare. In the coastal towns established by the colonists, it is rare to see the figure of the giant. No wonder attracted many tenants upstairs and downstairs to watch. The giants have been following a strict caste system since ancient times, or in the language of the giants, it is called the order system. To Joan's knowledge, there are 6 types of giants that are more common in the New World. The ranks caste are arranged from high to low, namely Storm Giant, Cloud Giant, Fire Giant, Frost Giant, Stone Giant, and hill giant. There are strict class barriers between different giant castes. If the status of a person is measured strictly in accordance with the ordinal decree issued by the Giant King's court, then a stone giant prisoner with the lowest status among his family, the status of the entire giant society, is also more noble than that of the giant chief of the hill giants, at least nominally. As for the subjects of less pure blood, such as ogres, trolls, and two-headed giants, they belong to the untouchable pariah class in the giant society that advocates the caste system. Untouchables, who are only deserved to be slaves to giants of more pure descent, and giant castes of high castes, willing to spit at these untouchables, would be a great appreciation. As for humans, their status in the eyes of giants is more subtle. Ordinary people with little power are no different from untouchables in the eyes of giants. But humans with extraordinary powers, especially casters, have a much higher status in the eyes of giants. If you look at human society according to the way of thinking of giants, then super-professionals, including spellcasters, belong to the advanced caste class in human society and are eligible to interact with the noble giants of the same caste on an equal footing. Joan's curiosity is not satisfied with just looking at the back of the giant. He walked carefully in front of the giant and looked at the burly giant from the front. He noticed that there was a large flat deformed nose on his broad face, which seemed to be the sequel of his long-term beating monk, a lot of eyebrows and beards. The giant's muscular arms were crossed over his chest, and a ring was worn on the of each hand. The ring in the left hand was ice blue, and the ring in the right hand was forged in red copper. The two rings, shining dimly under the lights, faintly emit magical waves, causing Joan Doe to glance at them for a moment, and he was unable to identify what spells were enchanted on the ring. Judging from the giant's body, skin color, and northern dialect that pops up from time to time, Joan speculates that he is a frost giant. Most of the frost giants live in the cold north, especially in the area of the Great Glacier of Jotunheim, which is relatively common in the Midgard region. However, in the warm climate of Jotunheim, there are few opportunities to see the frost giants. The frost giant is notoriously cold and afraid of heat, and can't stand the scorching heat of the south. So when the frost giant appears on the streets of House Town, it is particularly eye-catching. Passers-by, including Joan, guessed in his heart, "What is this daunting big man trying to break into the hotel?" Chapter 487. Clark Hinner. Joan moved his feet closer to Frost Giant and looked up to hear him arguing with the innkeeper standing in front of the fence on the second floor. In fact, it was mainly the boss who was arguing, insisting that there was no vacancy in his store, and he could not entertain Frost Giant, so he could leave as soon as possible. Frost Giant showed a mild attitude completely contrary to his national tradition, explaining that he had been on the road for a whole day in skilled human common language. Now he is tired and hungry, and would like to find a hotel to rest and eat something. However, walking from the street to the end of the street, all shops refused to let him in, making him feel helpless. "Sir, I have money. I really have money." Giant Frost shook the heavy money bag in his hand, clanging with a clang, and begging the hotel owner with a bitter face, "Good-hearted sir, please open a room for me. Really, if there is no room, the firewood room will do just fine. I will get some food and water. If there is wine, it will be better. I promise to pay in full." "Wine? You still want to drink?" The hotel owner was even more annoyed. "You big guy, I don't think frost giants are hopeless drunks. You giants, fight drunk when you get drunk. Really? If that time comes, who will live there?" "Don't say that there is no vacancy. Even if there is one, I can't rent it to you. I'm afraid you will tear down my hotel." "Hey, sir, I'm different from other frost giants. I dare to swear to Styx goddess Hull. There is absolutely no alcoholism, and no fights for no reason." Frost Giant's man is serious. Raised his hand to swear. "Come on, I'm too lazy to listen to you nagging." "Come on, big man, anyway, your Frost Giant is not afraid of cold, just find a piece of grass overnight." The hotel owner said angrily, "I'm not afraid of the cold, but sleeping in the town is so ridiculous. It's not something decent people can do. The frost giant's grievous face contrasted sharply with his strong and rough image. Joan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Frost giant heard the laughter and looked down. Joan knew his gaffe, and quickly covered his mouth. His cheeks flushed slightly. Frost giant shrugged at him, seeming to seek his sympathy. Joan did feel a little sympathetic to his experience, but unfortunately he was helpless. The hotel owner is indeed a bit impersonal, but who makes the frost giant's reputation in human society bad? Evil and irritable are just like the labels attached to the frost giant's forehead. This is indeed a common prejudice against frost giants. In fact, there are individual frost giants that are neither evil nor irritable. But hotels the boss had to consider the safety of most of the guests. If he had taken the frost giant for a while, the other guests might have to check out collectively. This is also impossible. Big guy, don't bother here. I will call the police if you don't leave. The hotel owner gave an ultimatum angrily. The frost giant brawled aside helplessly, turned around and walked outside the hotel door, suddenly stopped when passing by Joan, and leaned over to ask him, "Little brother, are you here too?" Joan couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards and nodded a little anxiously. Such an Iron Tower-like giant, talking to himself face to face, was somewhat afraid of Joan. Alas, the hotel owner just said that this store is already full. Giant Frost deliberately increased the volume, and also reached out to hug Joan's shoulder. "Come with me, I know there is a kind person in this town. Be sure willing to provide us with room and board." Joan didn't want to go with him, but the helpless frost giant was too laborious and overzealous, almost dragging him out of the hotel door almost forcibly. The innkeeper stood in front of the fence on the 2nd floor and saw the scene. He was so angry that he couldn't keep Joan open. After all, he just persuaded Frost Giant to use the excuse of not having a vacancy. If he now changes his mind and tells Joan that there is actually a vacancy, then he just made it clear that he was lying. In case of angering the Frost Giant, he has no good fruit to eat. So he knew that the big man was just plain and honest, but in fact he was very smart. He deliberately disturbed his business as revenge, but he could not tell the pain. "Little brother, I'm very sorry. Actually, I'm overwhelmed by the mediocre attitude of the hotel owner. I really don't want him to earn your money." Out of the hotel door, Frost Giant told Joan the truth. Joan couldn't help crying and laughing, and countered angrily, "The conflict between you and the hotel owner is not my business. Why do you have to drag me out?" "That's right, he. Frost Giant shouted ha embarrassedly, lifted his palm broadly and rubbed his bare head. "But having said that, I didn't lie to you just now. There is an old gentleman named Gordon Davis in this town who is decent and has no prejudice against the giants. It is my old acquaintance. I will take you here, Davis, where we can get a warm and thoughtful hospitality, and you don't need to spend a copper plate." Joan sighed helplessly, trying to refuse his invitation and not knowing how to speak, besides being a little afraid to anger the Frost Giant, especially at the distance within reach of both sides. Any sober mage should try to avoid irritating Frost Giants, so as not to attract a fat beat. Frost Giant took his silence as acquiescence, took a big step to lead the way, and said happily, "My name is Clark Hinner, from the Great Glacier of Jotunheim, and I have traveled all over the world to participate in the ring in these years. Competition, fight boxing to earn bonus, when there is no boxing match, give others as bodyguards or mercenaries to eat." "Little brother, where are you from? How do you call it?" Joan thought suddenly, this Frost Giant is a professional boxer. No wonder the nose bridge is flat. The ear shape is like cauliflower. This is the occupational disease left by fighting with people on the ring all year round. "My name is Joan Vida, from Dillon Town, and I plan to go to Madrid to study." "It turns out that you also go to the north." "That's just right. We can stop by. I can give you a bodyguard for a few days and send you to the Prince's Port for free." Clark made up his mind. Joan doesn't actually want to go with him, and he doesn't need to take a boat in Prince's Harbor and drift in the sea. How can he fly fast? However, The departure from Housetown to Meadgate is the most common way to travel by boat through Prince's Harbour. If you refuse to travel with Clark, how can you explain your unique way of travel to the other side? Joan didn't want to reveal his mage status, and he didn't know how to decline the other party's ardent invitation. He just thought about his thoughts and fell behind Giant Frost. Clark stopped and waited patiently for him to follow him, smiling and asking if he was tired. When Joan shook his head and thought he was brave, he squatted down and patted his shoulder, beckoning to hurry him. Chapter 488 Kingdom of Mist. Joan's cheeks were hot and he quickly shook his head to decline. Anyway, I have a lot of energy and go fast. I'm not tired when I'm carrying you on your back. You don't need to be polite with me, Clark said with a smile. It's really not necessary. I'll just go by myself. To prove that he didn't need Clark's back, Joan speeded up and walked up to him. Frost Giant was not reluctant. He laughed, got up and followed. Seeing his hearty smile, Joan suddenly remembered Grey, the grey-bad beast who followed Candy to the Algonquin Valley. Although Clark was far smarter than Grey and was more experienced in life, they all had a sincere and passionate temperament in their bones, which moved Joan uncontrollably and added a bit of affection to this rugged and brutal man. Clark was familiar with the terrain of the House of Towns and took Joan across the street to a mansion located in the northeast corner of the town. The house was surrounded by a circle of milky white fences, the door was hidden, and a cobblestone-paved avenue was sandwiched by vegetable borders and flower gardens, leading straight to a stylish two-story building, showing the owner rich and tasteful. Clark probed into the door and looked around, and found that no one was looking at the door nearby. He simply pushed open the door of the hospital and slammed into it. Finding Joan hesitating, he turned back and waved to him, urging him to follow. Joan felt that it was not appropriate to break into other people's homes without permission. However, Clark couldn't urge him again and again to keep up. The two walked down the avenue to the big house, and Clark shot the door bluntly. Joan frowned secretly. Come on, come on. The door opened, and an old woman with a short stature, a flowered apron and a white headscarf came out and nearly ran into Clark's big thick leg. The old woman stepped back in surprise, groped a pair of reading glasses from the apron pocket on the bridge of her nose, raised her head, and narrowed her eyes to look at the Frost Giant who had almost blocked the whole door tightly. Surprise quickly turned into surprise. Yo! It turned out to be you, stupid big man. No wonder knocking on the door so loudly, almost smashing the door. Ha ha, Aunt Minna, I haven't seen you in a long time. Your old man looks pretty good. Clark bent down and embraced the old woman affectionately. The old woman opened her mouth and kissed on Frost Giant's cheek. Afterwards, he counted him. I haven't seen your shadow for a whole year. Did I run and punch again? Clark shook his head again and again, like a child eager to speak in front of his parents. I haven't officially participated in the boxing competition for a long time. Aunt Minna, I just came back from Nilfheim. I was entrusted with some serious things to do. Now I still have time to fight. Okay, your boss is not too young. You should settle down and find a proper job. Nilfheim? Silly boy, what are you doing in that ghost place? You are not afraid of being frozen to death. My good aunt, don't forget, I'm a Frost Giant. Although the polar regions are cold, I like them very much. Especially the aurora there is simply too beautiful to describe. Clark replied with a smile. Joan listened to Clark chatting with Mrs. Minna, and was a little more curious about Clark. The east coast of Wilnoya is divided into 4 regions from south to north. The southernmost part is the Alfheim region, the central part is the Meadgate region, and further north is the Jordanheim colony, which belongs to the Fekan kingdom, and further north, within the Arctic Circle, is what Clark just mentioned. Fajum. Volheim is also known as the country of fog. It is said to be the birthplace of the Stygian River. The territory is icy and snowy, the fog is heavy, the warcraft is rampant, and the people are very rare. It is a veritable place for bitter cold. Indigenous peoples of the New World, including the Azan giants, rarely set foot in the Mist Country. and colonists from the old world would not go to the White Desert where the climate is cold and the ice fields are everywhere. It is said that since ancient times, only the Stygian witches who worship Hal, the goddess of the underworld, have been happy to settle in the Arctic Circle, and most of the witches are lonely and indifferent, and are very unfriendly to outsiders. Clark has ran to the kind of ghost who does not shit where to go. Just when Joan secretly wondered, Clark turned back and introduced him to Mrs. Minna by rapping his shoulders. "This little brother is a friend I just met. The name is Joan Vida. Auntie, get us some food. My stomach is hungry." Mrs. Minna looked up and down at Joanne, and suddenly she laughed. "Clark, you really can make friends. You stand with this Mr. Vader, and people look more beautiful and handsome. Standing with Brother Joan also makes me look taller and more powerful," Clark added smugly. Joanne's face was so hot that he didn't know how to deal with such an occasion. Mrs. Minna held his hand and smiled for him. "Come in, my children. The master is discussing an important matter with the lawyer. It is not convenient for me to entertain you for the time being. I will take you to the kitchen to fill up my stomach." At this time it was completely dark. Davis had just eaten dinner, and there were only half a pot of tomato stew sirloin left in the kitchen. Mrs. Minna filled the stew into a large pot, first picked out a bowl of meat from it and handed it to Joan, and left the rest of the pot to Clark. Then he opened the cupboard again, took out the freshly baked rye bread, filled it with a basket, and handed it over with a large pot of hot coffee. "Joan is grateful." Clark bluntly ate his head and ate it. The snorting eating attracted Mrs. Minna to make a mockery, and urged Joan to eat quickly, so that Clark would not fill the stomach with his bottomless hole. "You eat first. I'll go to the living room to see what needs to be served there, and tell him by the way that you are here. He must be very happy. Daddy Gordon is the most hospitable person I have ever met. Is his old man in good health? The body is okay, but the mood is bad." Mrs. Minna's face was sad. Clark put down the bread and asked with concern, "What's wrong with Dad? Is there anything unhappy?" "It's not all the troublesome things on the ranch. I don't understand the business matters." "Wait a minute and send away Mr. Lawyer. You can ask the old man yourself." Clark looked at the back of Mrs. Minna's hurried departure. Two thick blue eyebrows were twisted together, as if she was thinking about something, and her appetite was obviously not as strong as before. Joan chewed the stew and vaguely felt that the Davis family seemed to be in trouble. Although he was not a nosy person, he did not mind helping the host within his ability, as a return to the hospitality tonight. While thinking, Joan heard the deliberately light footsteps coming from behind, and it seemed that someone was walking sneakily. Chapter 489. Little Alan. Joan looked back in the direction of the footsteps and saw a small figure flash in from the kitchen door. It was a boy who looked only about 10 years old. The freckles on both sides of his nose made his snickering expression become more lively and mischievous, and he was trying to sneak into the kitchen. Joan saw that the naughty boy was going to play a prank and was about to remind Clark to pay attention, but the boy gave him a wink, gestured, and anxiously begged him not to make a sound. Joan hesitated for a moment, shrugged and turned back, pretending not to see this little naughty. The little boy walked lightly and walked behind Clark, who was sitting with his back to eat, trying to reach out and cover his eyes, but found that the toes were not enough to reach, so he had to move a chair and stand on it. A pair of small hands, covering the eyes of Frost Giant from behind, deliberately pretended to speak with a rough voice. "Guess who I am?" "Ha ha, is this still a guess, Alan, you little monkey cub? It's still naughty if you don't see it in a year." Clark grabbed the boy with his backhand, picked him up, put it on his knee, and introduced to Joan. "This little guy's name is Alan. He is only 11 years old this year. He is the baby grandson of Father Gordon Davis, a little trick-or-treat who knows nowhere." "You are the troublemaker. You are the troublemaker." Alan yelled at Clark with a tongue out, suddenly turned his head to look at Joan, looked at him curiously, and greeted him with a street school he didn't know where to learn from. "Hey, man, are you also Clark's friend?" "Stinky boy, It's rude," called Brother Joan. The little boy always unconsciously yearned for street gangs and thought it was cool, but Clark didn't think so, and put away a smile and warned him seriously, full of street accent, which was detrimental to the gentleman. Alan knew that this big friend was not as fooled as his own tutor. If he was disobedient and took rebellion as his personality, Clark would really beat him. The little boy flattened his mouth, reluctantly accepted Clark's critical education, bowed to salute Joan, and shouted, "Brother, very well. Good evening, Alan. Welcome. I'm only 2 years older than you." "Just call me Joan." "Only 2 years older than me? I really can't see." Alan was surprised by the mature and steady temperament Joan showed. "You must be a good student, right? I used to study at Leiden College and my grades are decent." "Really? Then I will test you." The little boy stared at Joan a little dissatisfiedly. "Can you solve the equations? Will you find the area of the circle?" Joanne smiled and nodded. If someone else tests him with this kind of question, he may suspect that the other party is either an idiot or insulting his IQ. However, Alan is just a child. Perhaps in Alan's eyes, these are even difficult questions. "Then you are amazing." The little boy gave thumbs up to Joan convincingly. "Brother Joan, I'm going to Leidenport next summer to take the preparatory exam, but I don't know if I can pass the exam." "What major did you apply for?" Clark asked Alan. When Joan heard Clark's question, he knew he didn't understand Leiden College's academic system, and explained to Alan, "Alan is still young. He will go to Leiden College next year to study for the preparatory course. Only after 1 year will he decide to apply for the exam." "Which major will take the official entrance exam?" "Look at me. This little naughty bag is probably not a learning material, and may not be able to pass the test." Clark deliberately stimulated Alan. "Your knowledge is not as good as mine. I'm not qualified to laugh at me." Alan glared at Clark angrily, but he quickly became excited again. "Clark, who hasn't seen you all this year, where did he go?" "Going to play. How many championships have you won?" Clark shook his head. "In the past year, I was very busy and I had no time to participate in boxing." The little boy was slightly disappointed. "Last year you taught me boxing. I have already practiced it. Can you teach me a few more tricks?" "Practice?" Clark couldn't help laughing. In order to avoid hurting the little boy's self-esteem, he barely endured the laughter and told Alan seriously, "You should still focus on your studies now. Boxing or something is just as good as gymnastics for exercise. There is no need to invest too much energy. Besides, the few tricks I taught you are enough." "That's the case. With only a few strokes, the bad guys in the town can't beat me anymore, and the older ones don't dare to provoke me." Alan straightened his chest smugly, and then asked Clark, If you don't play boxing, what are you doing all this year?" "I visited old friends in Nilfheim and went to the Temple of Hull at the North Pole." Clark told the truth. "Have you seen the Styx Witch?" Alan asked excitedly. "See you." Clark's grey blue eyes showed a touch of tenderness. "Aren't the witches living in the Arctic bad, specifically kidnapping disobedient children and digging out their own hearts?" Alan's face was slightly nervous. Joan also raised his ears, expecting Clark to reply. He had heard similar horror legends when he was young, but he wondered whether the Stygian witch was really as cruel as the legend. "Witches are good and bad, like giants and humans. As for catching disobedient children," Clark sneered, "I hope this legend is true." It's boring. I knew it was all made up to scare children." Alan jumped off Clark's knee, looking a little disappointed. "Alan, it should be your tuition time now." "I sneaked out and played." "Are you afraid of being taught by Gordon?" "You didn't say." "I almost forgot one important thing," Alan said to Clark and Joan a bit embarrassedly. "Actually, Grandpa asked me to invite you to his den for tea. I patronize and chat with you and forget about the business." "You forget things like this at a young age. It's so strange that you can get into Leiden College with your brain." "Don't hit me, let's go." Alan turned and ran out of the kitchen. Clark got up and followed, whispering to Joan next to him, "I passed by Housetown a year ago, and when I was passing through Davis Ranch, I saw a little boy practicing equestrianism, and it happened that a grey came out of the nearby forest. Bear. The horse was frightened, and the boy fell on the grass and ran away. I was worried about the grizzly hurting the child, so I walked over and pushed the grizzly away and pushed back to the woods. That's it. I met Alan, the little troublemaker, and was later invited back by his grandfather Gordon Davis. Going home to eat and drink, treats me as my own family. Chapter 490 Davis Troubles 1. Joan listened to the frost giant Clark Hinl about his dealings with the Davis family. Cannot help but have a doubt, hesitated before asking him, Mr. Hinner, you are the first frost giant I have ever come across in real life, but your words and deeds are completely out of line with the descriptions of frost giants I have seen in the book. Neither barbaric, not evil. To be honest, if you turn back 3 years, I was once a barbaric and evil guy who was more brutal and evil than the frost giants you learned from books, but that was all a thing of the past. Brother Joan, people will always grow up. I experienced some things during my trip to the far east of the old continent 2 years ago and were deeply touched. Since then I have decided to make some changes. Clark Hinner's smile revealed a bitter taste, as if he was caught in memory, and his eyes became very sad. After sighing for a long time, he sighed, and then said to Joan, no one in the world was born voluntarily. We can't choose our origin and growth environment. When we are young and ignorant, we are inevitably affected by the environment and unconsciously. Some vices are contaminated, but this does not prevent us from making introspections and trying to be a better person. Clark's emotions reminded Joan of his life. Just as Clark did not voluntarily reincarnate as a frost giant, he was also implanted into the strange bloodline under completely passive circumstances. In order to overcome the brutal nature of the frost giants, Clark made a lot of efforts and tried to get along with humans. However, when he walked into the human towns, he was still unavoidably blinded and discriminated. Joan also made a lot of efforts to overcome the lonely and surly nature that originated from the strange bloodline. He endured the disgust to participate in social activities, made friends with his scalp, and tried his best to avoid becoming a strange and dehumanized monster. The similar mental journey has shortened the distance between him and Clark, making him feel that this big friend who met by chance on the journey deserves to make a sincere friendship. Alan bounced to lead the way, climbed the stairs, stopped outside the study door on the 2nd floor, and turned back to beckon Joan and Clark to follow. Clark knocked on the door and an old voice came from the room. Coming. Joan heard anger in the old man's voice, frowned slightly, and followed Clark into the house. An old man in an old military uniform was arranging firearms in front of his desk. His temples were already pale and his waist was straight. It was vaguely visible when he was a cavalry officer when he was young. Dad, long time no see. How are you doing? Clark greeted with a smile. Clark, my boy, welcome home. Old man Gordon Davis put the magic crystal shotgun in his hand on the table, wiped the gun oil on his hand with a handkerchief, strode up to hug the frost giant, and then shook hands with Joan, looking very gentlemanly. Sit down, boys. Minna will bring black tea and snacks right away. By the way, if you are allergic to lawyers, it is best not to be near that armchair. Clark looked at the armchair by the fireplace and asked the old man Gordon in surprise, Daddy, Aunt Minna just said that you were talking to a lawyer. Doesn't it sound like you were having a good time? In these years, the lawyers have become profitable too. I asked him to consult a business dispute, but he was good. When I heard that I wanted to sue Henry Baldwin, I immediately changed my face and didn't bother. It's okay to figure out how to help me win the lawsuit, and still speak for Baldwin in a different way, as if the person who consulted him is not me, but Henry Baldwin. The old man snorted coldly, his face angered. Clark, I bet that our respectable lawyer, as soon as he walked out of our door, got on his carriage, and flew straight to the Henry Baldwin family to ventilate and report. Eat dogs inside and out. Dad, let's get rid of it first and tell us what happened. Clark comforted, patting Gordon's shoulder. It happened that Mrs. Minna brought refreshments, and Gordon Davis did not want her wife to see her gaff, lest she be frightened, so she calmly greeted Clark and Joan for tea and snacks, and asked Joan's origins. Knowing that he is a talented student at Leiden College, he has added a little respect to his attitude. Joan saw that the old man was interested in keeping himself and his family for a few more days, and helped his little grandson Alan Davis to make up a makeup class to ensure that he could successfully pass the Leiden College prep exam next year. Joan had a good impression of the Davis family. Unfortunately, he was eager to go to Meadged and was inconvenienced to stay in Housetown for a long time, which only disappointed the old man. Mrs. Minna told the old man to remember to take the medicine on time, rest early, and then leave the study. Gordon Davis closed the door and turned back to the topic. This matter has to start from last spring, Clark. Shortly after you left the town of Howes, the old man Pym died. His son and daughter-in-law have decided to move to the city to settle down. The ranch is listed for sale. The old man turned his head to look at Joan, and specifically explained to him a few more sentences. The Pym family has been running ranch for generations, and the number of horses it raises is second only to my family. It is the second largest rancher in the town. Our Davis and Pym family, although they are competitors in the business field, but after all, they have been folks for many years, and the relationship has been pretty good. I heard that Xiao Pym was going to sell the ranch, so I talked to him and planned to buy the pasture. Unfortunately, Xiao Pym had a too high price and didn't agree to credit. I couldn't make up so much cash for a while. This matter is put down. Later, about a week later, I suddenly got the news that the Pym family's ranch had been sold. The seller was a foreigner named Henry Baldwin, who was under 40 years old and shot quite the generous, uncompromising acceptance of the price code issued by Little Pym. On the spot, a check of 50,000 gold dagger was issued on the spot, and the endorsement of the largest trading firm in Prince's Harbor was guaranteed. Pay at the site. Old Gordon's face was somber. Oh, this Baldwin is really generous. He is young and unlikely to save such a huge sum of money with his own ability. Wouldn't it be the heir to the heritage of a big man in the city? Clark wondered. Ask. I am very familiar with the high society of Prince's Harbor. There is no noble person named Baldwin. This Henry Baldwin is very mysterious. I have no way of knowing his origins, but an old friend revealed to me privately, Baldwin and General Isaac Hook are very close, and the relationship is unusually close. Old Gordon lowered his voice and answered. Chapter 491 Davis Troubles to General Isaac Hook. Joan is familiar with this name. I remembered it a little bit. This person is the deputy garrison of the colony of Alfheim. He is second only to General Charles Gates in the military world. At the same time, he is also the sheriff and the customs chief of Prince of Port. Prince Port has more power than the mayor. If I guessed right, the money that Henry Baldwin used to buy Pym Ranch was not his own, but from General Hook. Baldwin was nominally the new owner of Pym Ranch, and was actually just a substitute for Hook. The general's agent for this industry is just that. Old Gordon said contemptuously. In this way, it can explain Baldwin's source of wealth. But what does this have to do with your father? Clark asked inexplicably. I didn't want to have a conflict with unknown juniors like Baldwin. When the old Pym was alive, our two companies were doing their own business. There was no contradiction. But Henry Baldwin, a foreigner, is different. This young man, unruly, tossed with great fandom when he came to Housetown, bragging about the breeding patents of the Bulfed horses he holds, and the breeds he breeds are called champions. The breed of horses bred on the pasture is a lot stronger. Why do you elderly people care about this kind of cowhide king? Clark said with a smile. Old Gordon shook his head gently, his face darkened. At first we thought that Baldwin was just bragging, but developments soon exceeded our expectations. What happened afterwards? Kiawan could not help but ask curiously. Since Baldwin came to Housetown, it has messed up our originally peaceful life. Many local ranchers are not used to this guy, so they came to me to protest as the president elected by the town's Animal Husbandry Guild. I had to make it out. The old man Gordon sighed and said with some difficulty, I found Baldwin and I intend to talk to this young man calmly. Please ask him to calm down and stop talking about the crazy words that devalue his peers and tout himself, so as not to hurt peace between peers. It wasn't enough. Baldwin's boy was more arrogant than I expected. He told me straightforwardly he doesn't care what our old guys think. I quarreled with Baldwin, and finally reached an agreement to hold a race. Every ranch in the town will pick the best horse and openly contest the champion that Baldwin boasted. Race results to prove who breeds better horses. What was the final result? Clark asked. Old Gordon sat on the armchair, shaking his head and sighing. We lost and lost a mess. Were their endurance, weight bearing, sprinting or cross-country long-distance running. All competitions are Baldwin's horses ranked first, and they are much better than the second place. Although very reluctant, however, we have to admit that the title of champion is indeed a veritable name. After the game, we old guys have lost their faces, but Baldwin has become so famous that he has become the hottest figure in the town. Even the mayor's wife is proud to invite him to the banquet. Since then, Baldwin's business has become more and more prosperous. Other ranches in the town, including my family, have been in trouble. By this autumn, no fewer than 10 ranches could not bear the heavy debt pressure. It was sold to Henry Baldwin, and I was very sad to see old friends leaving the industry one by one, but I never thought that I would have that day. Gordon's old man looked decayed. Mr. Davis, Henry Baldwin intends to acquire your ranch? Joanne asked tentatively. Old Gordon focused on his head and gritted his teeth. Half a month ago, Henry Baldwin sent his secretary to come to me and offered to buy my ranch. I certainly wouldn't sell it, especially I didn't want to sell it to someone like Baldwin! I'm afraid Baldwin will not give up easily. Did he use any tricks to force you to sell? Joan asked. Let you guess, lad. Baldwin is the kind of unscrupulous guy to achieve his goal. Just 2 days after I rejected his proposed acquisition plan, a large group of terrible monsters suddenly appeared in my ranch, hiding in the riverside bushes. When the horses walked to the river to drink water, they would rush out in groups. In a week of attacking horses, no fewer than 100 horses were killed by monsters. In order to eliminate those monsters, I called the police and invited a lot of mercenaries. Unfortunately, the security team and the mercenaries did not use it. Not only did they not destroy the monsters, but also suffered heavy casualties, so I had to pay a large sum of money. With pensions, the ranch is almost out of business. The old man Gordon sighed, his face full of resentment. Daddy, what monsters are messing up on the ranch? And what is the connection between those monsters and Henry Baldwin? Clark asked curiously. Have you all heard about Black Wilt? The monster that suddenly appeared on my ranch is a withered monster that spreads black wilt. It is actually an evil and cruel activated plant. They look, when they are still, like dry shrubs, messy vines, or low pine trees. Once they smell the scent of humans and animals, they will attack wildly until they tear the prey to pieces. The old man Gordon said with fear. As for the connection between the withered monster and Baldwin, there is not enough evidence to show that Baldwin is the behind-the-scenes messenger of this group of monsters, but Baldwin himself has said it in private. More than once, anyone who offends him will sooner or later broken by a withered monster. Besides, my family is not the only ranch that has been attacked by a withered monster. Before that, other ranch had similar disasters until they were forced to sell the ranch to Baldwin at a very low price. The blame disappeared mysteriously. Every sign shows that Henry Baldwin is the mastermind behind this series of despicable conspiracies. The old man Gordon became more and more annoyed and couldn't help punching the armrest of the seat. Chapter 492 Davis Troubles 3. Clark picked up the teapot, which was slightly smaller than his thick fingers, poured tea to the old man, and persuaded him to drink some water and dissipate. The old man Gordon took a sip of tea, excitedly calmed down, and then told Joan and Clark about what happened tonight. Just this evening, I invited Quincy James, a lawyer who helped me deal with commercial contracts all the year round, and treated him as his own. and told him that I suspected that there was some kind of unspeakable connection between Baldwin and the withered monster. Ask him to help me investigate this matter in depth. If we can find conclusive evidence, we can bring a complaint to the court, expose Baldwin's conspiracy in front of the jury and the public, and let this mean man be punished by law. Unfortunately, Quincy James' attitude disappointed me. I thought he was an upright person, just like his father, old James. However, I was wrong. This young man has been corrupted by desires and reduced to a flaming tendency. Villain. He not only opposed my investigation of Henry Baldwin's details, but also brazenly persuaded me to know the current affairs, saying what accused Henry Baldwin had no chance of winning. It is better to bear this breath, and simply sell the ranch to Baldwin, so as not to cause more trouble. Listen, is this what the lawyer should say? The old man Gordon spread his hands in a rage. Joan didn't say anything. Old Gordon really has reason to complain about Quincy James, but from his perspective as an outsider, the advice given by Mr. Lawyer may not really be a scourge. Henry Baldwin, the richest man in the town and a guest of the mayor's house, is likely to have a big-handed man like General Isaac Hook behind him. Even if there is evidence that he is acquiring Davis Ranch's illegal means were used in the process. The courts and juries in a small town may not dare to offend a celebrity like him who is rich and powerful. Compared to Henry Baldwin's apparent financial potential, Joanne is more worried that this man is likely to have a cult background. Mr. Davis, I have 2 questions to ask you for advice. Joan spoke openly. Want to know what to ask? Boy, I haven't done anything inexplicable in my life, the old man said readily. When you mentioned the withered monster just now, listening to your tone, it seems that you are familiar with this kind of monster. I understand why you ask this. Boy, you come from the south. In the Leiden Harbor area where you live, it is usually difficult to see the trace of the withered monster. It's really rare to see, Mr. Davis. I have only seen the withered monster once in the Algonquin Valley. Those evil activated plants have left a deep impression on me, so I just heard you say that withering is commonplace. Strangely, frankly, I was a little surprised. Is it that the withered monsters are as common as coyotes and bears near the town of Howes, and it's not worth the local fuss? Gordon Davis nodded heavily, affirming Joan's guess. Young people, there are many differences between the environment in the north of Yaltheim and the south. This difference is not only reflected in the climate and customs, but also in the living environment. I heard that your hometown of Dillon once suffered from lizardmen and jackals. Threat of man? The gods are on the top, but there are very few lizards or jackals on the north side. But there are also troubles we have to face here, such as originating in the depths of the bush forest, which has spread from north to south over the years. Blight. Once the shrub is infected with this supernatural disease, it will transform from ordinary plants into withered monsters with life and evil instincts. Since the first outbreak of black wilt more than 10 years ago, residents from Prince's Harbor to Howes Town have been living in the shadow of these monsters and have to take up arms to protect their relatives and friends and their homes. Boy, when I was as old as you, carrying my shotgun and carrying 2 hunting dogs, I dared to walk out of the town alone and go hunting in the nearby woods. At that time, the greatest threat to the hunters was the grizzly bear. Beasts like leopards can be scared away by putting a shot at a distance. But now the world has changed and withered monsters have appeared. When these cursed monsters are lurking quietly in the trees, even the most experienced hunters can hardly tell the difference between them and ordinary trees. A withered monster was mixed in the inconspicuous bushes until it was close to these hidden killers and was suddenly attacked. It was too late to escape again. In such a crisis environment, who dares to go alone into the mountains? The old man Gordon sighed, and then said, unfortunately, withered monsters rarely leave bushy areas. And there is no precedent for actively attacking human towns. As long as we take extra precautions when we are in the wild, it's nothing. Very worried. Having said that, it is precisely because the bitter monster has violated the usual habit and voluntarily broke into my ranch to attack livestock, which made me suspect that there was a conspiracy to manipulate this incident. Joan listened to the explanation of the old man and had a deeper understanding of the local situation, but there was still a question that had not been answered. It took about 5 minutes to sort out the ideas, and first typed what he wanted to say into a belly draft. Open calmly. Mr. Davis, I used to live in the Algonquin Valley this spring. The local Azat tribe was also attacked by a withered monster from the north of the Ifan River. The locals told me the trees will not be infected for no reason. Black blight will not become a blight monster for no reason. This disaster may be caused by a cult called Conquering the Order. What do you think of this? I've heard the rumors of Black Wilt and conquering the congregation, but, young people, let's just say these things in private. Don't you talk outside. The old man looked deeply. Joan glanced, with a warning in his eyes. Why can't you speak publicly? Clark couldn't help shouting, cults are cults. What's wrong? Cultists still want to block others' mouths. Can't be said. Stupid boy, stop saying such stupid things that cause yourself trouble. The old Gordon stared frostily at the frost giant. Mr. Vader is a foreigner after all, and he is not familiar with the situation here. You don't understand why you can't criticize the conquering sect in public. Of course I know that the Conquest Church has not been officially included in the ranks of cults by the colonial authorities, although it is actually a cult. Clark shrugged helplessly. The most hateful thing is that the doctrine promoted by this organization is very deceptive and deceptive. It can arouse the resonance of the colonists and agree that conquest and plunder is an aristocratic virtue. Many dignitaries joined the cult in secret. In the Midgard area, the influence of conquering the ecclesiastical group is not inferior to that of the Orthodox Church that honors the sun god Perot, so it is no wonder that people dare not openly criticize the cult. You know it. Old Gordon lowered his voice and said to Joan and Clark, if Henry Baldwin really manipulates the grotesque behind pheasants, this person must be a conqueror, and his status in the church is not low. With such a strong background, it is not surprising that the arrogance he showed before. Chapter 493 Cult Shadow. Joan followed the thought of Gordon's old man, and soon thought of a possibility. Mr. Davis, Mr. Hinner, you have just mentioned that there are many secret members of the princehood in Prince Harbor who conquered the order, and Baldwin is likely to be an agent of General Hook. Then General Hook himself. Could it be one of the high-level carders who conquered the sect? Old Gordon waved his hand vigilantly, beckoning Joan to stop talking. Child, I can't answer this question. There are some things that we can doubt in our heads, but we can't say it publicly. Understand? Understood. Joan sighed. The trouble that the Davis family has caused is far more complicated and dangerous than it seems. Old man Gordon yawned and said to Joan and Clark, thank you for visiting me and listening to me complaining about these boring things. I must be tired of it. It's too late. Go rest. But my dad, the trouble with the ranch hasn't been solved yet. We have to think of a way. Clark frowned. Forget it, my boy. After I talked to you, my mood is much calmer. The old man's expression appeared on his face, and he said in frustration, now think about it. Quincy James is a bit snobbish, but there is a sentence that he said is very reasonable. An old guy like me who is out of date, destined to fight but the popular Henry Baldwin, continue to fight is not good for me or my family. It is better to open one point, give back one step and sell the ranch to save worry. Isn't that your truth, Daddy? Don't lie to me. Clark looked at the old man suspiciously. Of course it is the truth. When you reach my age, you will understand that people always have to serve the old. The old man Gordon got up and walked to the hangar, took off the old military uniform and hung it on the hanger, and then took off a piece of pajamas from the hanger. Joan looked in his eyes, recalling the days when his grandfather's disease was dying. Well, Dad, good night. Clark shook his head in frustration and took Joan out of the old man's room. Both of them were in a low mood, silently descending the stairs to the side of the room. That's wrong. Clark stopped suddenly, stroking his bare head and said to himself, I always feel something is wrong. What's the matter, Mr. Hyle? Joan looked up at Frost Giant. Brother Joan, I know Father Gordon's temper. He is an officer. He has experienced countless battles in his life. He has never been a deserter, and it is impossible to bow his head to the forces of evil. It is better than killing. He is even more unbearable. Old hard bones like him. Do you think he would willingly surrender to kneeling to a person like Henry Baldwin? But Joan hesitated. Or, let's go back and talk to the old gentleman. Go. Clark said to go away, turned away and drove back to the second floor. Joan quickly caught up quickly. Dad. Didn't you sleep? I have something to tell you. Clark pushed open the door and rushed in. The old man Gordon was wiping his shotgun with his back to the door. The pajamas he had just changed had been taken off and thrown on the sofa, and he put on the old military uniform again. In addition to the shotgun on the table, there is an armed belt stuffed with shotguns. Clark and Joan's sudden return scared the old man, and instinctively grabbed the shotgun and aimed at the door. It turned out to be the two of you. Why are you back? Clark ignored his question, strode forward, and grabbed the magic crystal shotgun in the old man's hand. Dad, don't be confused. The old man Gordon stared at the frost giant with anxiety, and it took a while for him to realize what he was worried about, and he could not help laughing. You silly big man, what are you thinking about? You think my old man can't bear the blow and plan to hide here and drink suicide? Ah, isn't that the case? Don't be embarrassed. I saw it all just now, Clark said with his hands tucked in his waist. Idiot, I haven't lived enough, and I won't shoot at my own head, like a dead dog, said the old man Gordon angrily. I was just preparing my firearms just now, and I plan to visit the ranch. Ring. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Ha ha, ha ha. Clark grinned, touching his head. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. The old man wore an armed belt and a military shoulder bag, and put his shotgun in his back pocket with his backhand. His movements were clean, and his expression was swept away. He was calmly like a hunter about to travel. Mr. Davis, if I guessed right, you didn't plan to sell the ranch at all. Would you rather use your own power to eliminate the Hewitt monster? Joan asked softly. The old man's cold face twitched slightly and nodded silently. Hey, you'll say it. No wonder you just pretended to be a deceased one. I was trying to flick Joan and go to the ranch to find the withered monster alone. Clark jumped on his thigh, shouting angrily, Daddy, this is your fault. How can we treat us as outsiders? Stupid boy, you are still young, and there is a great future waiting for you. I don't want to involve you in taking risks. I don't want to see you get involved in this storm and offend Henry Baldwin or even the big man behind him. For my old man, you cannot afford the consequences. Old Gordon replied sadly, I don't care so much. Whether you agree or not, I must go to the ranch anyway, and I must take care of this matter. Clark rarely exuded the frost giant's emotional impulse to do things regardless of consequences, and made the old Gordon stare. Joanne felt that Clark, who was occasionally impulsive, was more lovely than the usual manner and politeness, like a childish child. After a little thought, Joan made up his mind, made a simple cast gesture, and chanted the spell. Room. The pale magical gleam illuminates the room, and a translucent mage's hand is shaped by Joan. Clark and Gordon stopped arguing, and both eyes stared blankly at the master's hand. Joan took the remote control mage's hand to take off the old military hat hanging on the top of the coat rack, and handed it to the old man Gordon across the air. Mr. Davis, if you insist on going to the ranch, can you take me with me? As you can see, I will use a few superficial spells to deal with the dead branches. How much can help you? Joan looked at the old Gordon calmly. Oh, Brother Joan, it turns out you are an arcane spellcaster. Why didn't you say that early? Clark asked excitedly. I'm just a little mage in the 3rd grade of Leiden College. There's nothing to show off. Joan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Chapter 494 Son of the Jungle. Clark turned around like a whirlwind, and said happily to Gordon Davis, Dad, Brother Joan is proficient in arcane art, but I am a passerby hand, plus the old gun in your hand. The three of us are just right for a long-range and close combat match. How about going to the ranch tonight and teaming up to kill the abominable withered monsters?" The old man Gordon hesitated for a moment, and after seeing the sincere eyes of Clark and Joan, he thought that he had no way out, and finally nodded. "Okay, I'll take you to the ranch. But don't run around. It's dangerous in case you fall into a large group of withered monsters," the old man solemnly advised. "Dad, rest assured, I'll be careful." Clark smiled and opened the door. As soon as his fingertip touched the door handle, the smile on Frost Giant's face suddenly disappeared, and he turned back toward Joan and Gordon to make a warning gesture, holding his breath and approaching the door quietly, clenching the door silently. Pulling the handle, the door suddenly opened with force, and the left arm looked forward, grabbing the person who was hiding by the door and eavesdropping, and could not help but talk. "Oh, Clark, it's me, you lighter, okay." Hearing this young and familiar exclamation, Clark's face calmed down immediately, letting go of the boy who was writhing in his hands, and asked angrily, "Alan, you are not sleeping at this late hour, hiding outside the door? Are you eavesdropping on our conversation? I didn't overhear. When you went downstairs just a moment ago, you made a lot of noise and woke me up. I got up to use the toilet and heard you talking by accident when I passed by here," the little boy sternly defended. "Okay, Alan, there's nothing to do with you here. Go back to sleep." The old man Gordon waved at the baby grandson, trying to drive the little naughty away. "Grandpa, I heard that just now, you and Clark and Joan are going to the ranch to expel the withered monsters, right?" Alan's eyes flashed with excitement. "I'm not sleepy at all now. Take me with me, okay? It is good." "No," the old man flatly refused. "The ranch is too dangerous for children to go." Alan swelled his cheeks angrily, and suddenly ran to his grandfather, taking off the magic crystal shotgun diagonally behind the old man in an unexpectedly fast manner, skillfully dismantling the magazine and reloading, and aiming the gun. This series of movements, like flowing clouds and flowing water, is done in one go, showing well-trained shooting skills. "Grandpa, you always say that when I am as old as I am, I often carry a gun and go hunting alone in the mountains. Didn't you know that you were taking risks? Why didn't you do what you did?" This is simply not talking about it. It makes sense. Alan's questioning was justified, and the old man of Gordon could not always be in front of his grandson. He personally admitted that he was also an unscrupulous troublemaker when he was a child, and he was speechless for a while. "Alan is young and his marksmanship is not bad, Dad. Let him go together." Clark was moved by Alan's courage and helped the boy plead with the old man Gordon. "With me by my side, Alan, doesn't something will happen." Old Gordon sighed helplessly and said to his grandson, "Go change your hunting clothes and get your shotgun. Be careful. Don't let Mingna hear the movement." "Oh yeah." The boy jumped up excitedly, turned his head and ran out of the door. "This naughty boy. It's really impossible to get him." Old Gordon looked at the back of grandson and shook his head and sighed, showing a deep love in his eyes. 10 minutes later, Davis and grandchildren took Joan and Clark out of the big house and went to the stable, without disturbing the servants at home, and they put on their own saddles. Clark is too big to have a horse he can ride, but fortunately he has long legs and a walking speed comparable to Joan's. Old man Gordon and Alan were carrying their shotguns and slung their ammo belts to avoid disturbing the family and attracting unnecessary care. Even the hound did not bring one, and the group of four quietly left the house. The night was dark, most of the shops on the street had been closed, and few people could not be seen on the deserted streets. Joan and his party rushed along the street in the hazy moonlight. When they were almost out of town, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the alley beside Joan. This sudden figure scared Joanne, and subconsciously thought it was an unconscious drunk man, and quickly gathered up the reins, lest he run into the other party. Joan's horse was also frightened by the daredevil who rushed over, and the man stood up in fright, raised his front hooves, hissed, and almost threw Joan off the horse's back. The black shadow rushed out of the diagonal thorn, stopped in time, and whistled with his forefinger. The crisp whistle reverberates in the night sky. At first glance, it sounds nothing special, but it is very strange. The frightened horse under Joan's crotch heard the whistle, as if he had been hypnotized, immediately calmed down, and went to the initiative. The man approached, sniffing his nose, and gently rubbed his hand. Joan wiped his cold sweat and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the roadside lane through the faint moonlight and saw a knight standing in the alley, reaching out to caress his horse. "Sorry, sir, did my horse hit you just now?" Joan choked as soon as he spoke, and couldn't help staring at the man with wide eyes. In the moonlight, it is not a knight standing at the alley, but a full monster. Above his waist is a human body wrapped under a cloak. His face is broad, his nose is tall, his brows are raised, his eyes are shining and his eyes are bright, his messy short hair shows a rugged personality, and his skin is brownish red. If you only look at the upper body, this person is just a sturdy guy who can be seen everywhere. However, when the night wind lifts the hem of the cloak, it reveals a weird body below the waist, shaped like a tall and strong horse, with a thick mane like his skin, with a saddle on his back and a horseshoe on his forehoofs, stood still in the alleyway under the moonlight and looked at Joan without a word. "Don't be afraid, Brother Joan. That is a Mr. Centaur, probably from the Ironhoof tribe in the jungle outside the town." Alan urged the horse to come to Joan and explained to him the origin of the half-man half-horse. "Weirdo." Joan nodded and looked curiously at the opposite centaur. He had seen illustrations and related descriptions of such creatures in the Vare's monster illustration, but this was the first time he saw the living centaur. "Good evening, son of the jungle." Old Gordon turned his horse's head and waved to the halfman. "Son of the jungle" is a tribute to the centaurs by the local human inhabitants. "Good evening, Master Davis. You hurried out of town all night. Where are you going?" the centaur youth seemed to inadvertently inquire. Chapter 495 Night Hunting 1. It's not quite flat lately. At night, withered monsters break into my ranch and attack the stables. We are going to patrol the ranch. The old man Gordon explained his plan briefly, and then asked the young centaur, "Son of the jungle, it's already so late. Why are you still wandering the streets?" "The tribe's salt is almost finished. Master Zeod sent me to the town to buy some salt and bring it back." The centaur backhanded patted the saddlebags hanging on both sides of his back, bulging, presumably filled with salt. "Master Davis, the withered monster is our common enemy. Anyway, I am not in a hurry to go back to the tribe. How about going to the ranch to help you deal with those monsters?" "Don't trouble you, son of the jungle. Go back before the light of day. Don't drink too much wine, or you will be reprimanded by your patriarch and grandmaster for mistakes." Old Gordon waved his hand to the centaur, shaking the reins and urging the horse forward. Joan followed the old man of Gordon and urged the horse to gallop until he was out of town. He could still see the centaur standing at the mouth of the town through the deformed eyeballs behind his neck, staring thoughtfully at himself and his companions. Back view. Joan recalled the details of the encounter with the centaur just now, and the more he thought, the more he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but ask Alan, "It's already so late, haven't the salt shops in town been closed yet?" "It stands to reason that it has been closed for a long time." The centaur, "Where did you buy the salt?" "Who knows, maybe he bought salt in the afternoon, and then ran to the pub to drink until midnight." "Brother Joan, do you know? Centaurs love to drink, regardless of sex. It's just to drink." "Race." "Of course I know, but the Mr. Centaur just had no trace of alcohol on his body," Joan said, frowning. "Brother Joan, don't be suspicious. The centaur kid is not a bad guy." Clark shrugged off Joan's horse and introduced to him the details of the young centaur. "A group of centaurs live in the jungle outside the town, claiming to be the Ironhoof tribe. The clan of the Ironhoof tribe hates the blight monsters and always fights at the forefront to resist the blight monsters. Its existence provides a means for the residents of the town to prevent the blight monsters' intrusive security barrier. The residents of House Town and the centaurs outside the town have common enemies on both sides. They have always been in harmony. There are often centaurs of the Ironhoof tribe who come to the town to purchase salt, sugar, tea or needles and needles. The daily necessities they cannot produce by themselves are not worthy of fuss. Brother Clark, have you been to the Ironhoof camp? Alan asked. I've been there once and had a fight with Centaur Prince Drogo Ironhoof. I heard that the kid is now the patriarch of the Ironhoof tribe. Clark replied with a smile. Oh, have you fought with the Centaur Prince? Alan came in. Who won? It's still a question. Of course I won. Frost Giant raised his head proudly. Actually, it can't be considered a fight. The centaurs will hold a carnival every fall. Besides drinking and having fun, there is a lively show-like wrestling competition. I met Zo-O Ironhoof in the finals and spent a good time. It took a lot of energy to throw him down. After the game, he invited me to drink, and we are not unfamiliar. Mr. Hinner, you can beat the centaur in the wrestling field, which is really not easy. Joan said admirably. The guy Drogo Ironhoof is actually far less powerful than me, but he is a centaur. There are 4 feet on the ground at the same time, which is much more stable than our toe-legged walk. It is really difficult for him, Clark recalled. Joan smiled and tentatively asked Clark, I'm curious how much strength you have. Can you let me check your physical attributes with spells? Of course it's okay if you want to see it. But Brother Joan, it's best not to disclose it to others after reading it. But I am very concerned about privacy, Clark said half-jokingly. Joan nodded to accept his request, inspiring Sid Mana to perform 2 rings of higher endoscopy, and the magic glory of Dong Yancho Eye appeared in his eyes. How much detail advanced endoscopy can see depends on the resisted will of the person being investigated. If the opponent's resistance is strong, the spell will be rejected. The information seen is very vague, and it may even lead to the failure of the spell casting. A 2-ring spell slot is in vain, and nothing can be seen. Conversely, if the investigator's will is not strong enough, or does not exclude the caster's peep, then the data that can be seen is very rich. For example, at this moment, Clark knew that Joan was observing himself while casting a spell, but he did not resist. The privacy information including health status, physical attributes and even occupational level were all displayed in Joan's vision without reservation. Scouting target, Clark Hinner Adult Frost Giant. Health status, good. Extraordinary class, Frost Giant Barbarian 8 Frost Fury 3. Attributes, Strength 32, Dexterity 14, Constitution 24, Intelligence 11, Wisdom 16, Charisma 12. Joan closed higher endoscopy and couldn't help but secretly slap. What is the power attribute of up to 32? It is no exaggeration to say that the level of overwhelming the vast majority of adult dragons. Clark Hinner is simply an invincible humanoid siege car. What surprised Joan was Clark's extraordinary professional level. How powerful is the level 8 Barbarian plus level 3 Frost Giant's unique high-level professional inheritance Frost Fury? Joan had long seen Clark as an unusual person, but he could not have imagined that this womankind big friend was so powerful that he was close to the legendary strong. If not counting the spellcasting abilities, among all the people he knew, I am afraid that only the fiery giant mercenary captain lord of the Black Castle by Leist, comparable to Clark Hinner. A group of 4 rode out of the town, and it took another 20 minutes to reach the Davis ranch. The night was dark. The animals in the ranch had already been locked in the stables. The herdsman hired by Gordon's old man had also rested, and only an elderly servant was still vigil in the hut near the stables. Old Gordon rode to the hut under the faint light from the window, dismounted and knocked on the door, entered the room and told the night watchman a few words, and when he came back, there were 2 more shepherd dogs screaming. This is a night watchman's hound. It will come in handy when you search for the withered monster, old Gordon said to Joan and Clark. Joan nodded and said nothing. Alan jumped from the back of his little foal and ran to play with the 2 big dogs. Of course, the hound recognized his little master, and surrounded him intimately. Old Gordon sighed helplessly when he saw the boy's playfulness. and whispered to Joan and Clark, "I now think it is a mistake to bring Alan. You better don't expect this monkey boy to help. If he doesn't help, it's worth our thanks to the gods." Chapter 496 Night Hunting 2. "Come on, Dad. At least Alan doesn't complain as much as you do," Clark said with a smile. The old man of Gordon gave him an angry look, took off his shotgun behind his back, and strode toward the bushy beach, as if to prove that he wasn't old enough to be compared to a little boy. "Grandpa, wait for me." Alan picked up his shotgun and chased him up with two happy dogs. Joan followed behind the boy and looked across the riverbank. A clear stream flows from the depths of the dense forest, bypassing the hills and gentle slopes covered with dense legumes such as alfalfa, meandering through the flat grassland, providing sufficient and clean for the thousands of horses living here water source. Since the withered monster broke into the ranch, this seemingly calm river has become a restricted area. If the horses come to the river to drink water as before, they may be attacked by monsters disguised as bushes. For this reason, the herdsman had to abandon this natural water source, and drove the horses down the river to drink water. There are bushes or thick or sparse bushes growing on both sides of the beach, standing quietly in the night, swaying the branches with the wind, and casting a messy black silhouette on the river reflecting the moonlight, making Joan feel inexplicably scary. Every bush in front of him seemed so suspicious, as if withered lurks everywhere. His sense of crisis made his nerves tense. Old Gordon stopped in front of a thicker bush, and raised his hand to signal Joan, Clark, and Alan not to move closer. Joan has activated the dark vision enchantment special effect of Emerald Eyes, and night can't hinder his vision, but he really can't see anything abnormal in the bushes that are 100 feet away. "Mr. Davis, did you see the withered monster?" "It's too far away. I can't see if there is a withered monster hidden in the bush. If you continue to get close, there is a risk of ambush." The old man patted the magic crystal shotgun, and there was a confident smile on his face. "Fortunately, I don't need it. We are personally involved in danger. My old man will help us find the way." The old man loaded a shotgun, raised his gun and aimed at the opposite bush to pull the trigger. A shining spark was emitted from the muzzle, accompanied by a sharp blast of wind. The bullet, fully accelerated by the magic crystal circuit, disintegrated itself at the break that was free from the barrel constraint, and the large amount of iron sand wrapped in a thin layer of lead was like the heavy rain spread to the trees, and the shrubs fell down, and the broken branches and leaves splashed all over the sky. Alan also filled his magic crystal shotgun with shotguns, following the grandfather's way, and shot a shot at the bushes, and the huge bush shook violently. After the two shots were fired, the withered monsters hiding in the bushes were injured by the iron sand from the shotgun. They gave up their camouflage in exasperation. The branches gathered into two long arms, and the roots pulled out of the soil were twisted into a pair of thick legs. "Become a seven-foot, half-human, half-tree monster, take a big step," and approached Davis' grandson with a slightly dull and aggressive attitude. Old Gordon stared at the human-shaped shrub that burst out of the bush, reminding his companions, "That's the brick monster. The largest number of the three bitter monsters, with great strength, but slow action, only will beat the enemy with branches. There is no danger of not being close to them." "No, Dad. The cute little saplings are in danger." Clark grinned and squeezed his fingers, striding toward the dead branch. "Hey, stupid man, don't go." The old man of Gordon tried to drink the frost giant, but Clark rushed to the dead branch like a reckless horse next second, punching himself in the trunk. Frost giant's seemingly random punch, pouring into the dead branches through the bark, like detonating a bucket of alchemy gunpowder, and the terrifying fist force blasted the monster on the spot. Clark withdrew his fists, brushing off the wood chips falling on his body without turning his face, and turned to another dead branch. The dead branch attacked first, throwing out branches to cling Clark. Frost Giant shook his shoulders at will to break the tough branches. He kicked the dead branches with one foot, stepped forward to make a foot, and broke the trunk of the monster. The shadows in the trees shook, and more withered monsters woke up and joined the battle. Clark rushed into the densest area of the monster, lifted a dead branch monster with both hands, and used these two thick activated shrubs as weapons, sweeping like a windmill, sweeping down the dead branch monsters, approaching one by one. Broken Joan watched Clark's mighty figure penetrate into the enemy group, as if a tiger broke into the flock of sheep, unstoppable. Not only admired the frost giant's powerful fighting ability, but also worried that he was too aggressive to fall into the encirclement, and quickly caught up. Clark is like a humanoid bulldozer, leaving only stumps and leaves everywhere. The withered monsters lurking in the trees are mostly pulled out and torn by him alone, and occasionally there are one or two monsters who have escaped frost giant palms. He was also shot down by Davis and his grandson. Joan walked along the way, and even had no chance to cast spells. It was completely playing the role of watching the masses. Joan stopped boringly, thinking about whether he would become a Hawthorne of Jordanheim, and flew into the air to help Clark and Davis' grandson search for prey. At this moment, there was a rustling motion in the bushes in front, and then there were many activated vines that were creeping against the ground. Clark, watch out for the vine monsters. Old Gordon shouted for warning, his voice anxious. The frost giant stepped back 2 steps alertly, keeping a distance of about 20 feet from the group of wild vine monsters that crawled to the ground, and lured them away from the complex terrain of the bush, and came to the sand-covered flat river beach. The dead vine monster leapt out of the nest, chasing Clark's footsteps and crawling to the open and unobstructed river beach, and found Clark stopped, just like a crowd of snakes swooping up, climbing up his ankle, and in a blink of an eye wrapped this frost giant from head to toe, as if a parasitic on a tall tree, trying to strangle Clark alive and his flesh. Joan saw that Clark had deliberately induced large groups of vines to attach themselves, but he did not know what Clark would do next. Witnessing this frost giant being entangled in layers of python-like vines, it was almost impossible to see what it was, and the whole person became bloated and clumsy, and he was worried about Clark's situation. After a moment of thought, Joan took out a glass bullet and planned to cast Mage Assault Palm before Clark was crushed by the vine monster to help him get rid of the vine entanglement. However, before he even started to cast the spell, the vines that were wrapped around Frost Giant suddenly tightened, and then crackled and crackled. Drink. Clark uttered a powerful battle roar, slammed his muscular arms, and instantly broke the dense vines wrapped around him, and the broken vines slid down from his body one after another. Snakes everywhere. Chapter 497. Frost Nova. The vine monster's intelligence is obviously higher than that of the twig monster, and finds that the strength of the prey is beyond their control limit, and quickly escapes from Clark, fleeing like a low tide. It's too late to run away now. Clark sneered and raised his left hand, clenching his fists suddenly. The ice blue ring worn on his left burst out with a dazzling magical brilliance, and the sensational cold current burst out violently, covering all the space within 20 feet around him created by the extreme cold magic power. Among the frost, all the vine monsters that had not yet had time to escape from this area were frozen in an instant, stiffly standing still, and the white skin of the vine was covered with white frost. Witnessing the icy scene in front of him, Joan couldn't help moving slightly. Frost Nova. Frost Nova is a very famous three-ring arcane, and the caster often compares Frost Nova to Fireball. Both of these three-ring spells belong to the Plastic Energy School and have the same level of lethality and killing range. Although the energy attributes used are diametrically opposed, both are optimized at the level of spell structure and are regarded as an example of three-ring spell optimization. Compared with Fireball, Frost Nova chooses different optimization directions. The basic range of Fireball is as high as 400 feet, which is like the long-range artillery in Arcane. The basic range of Frost Nova is only 100 feet. The part of the magic capacity that is shortened by the range is used to optimize this spell. Freeze special effects. The optimization result of Frost Nova is just like what Joan saw at the moment. In addition to normal magic damage, the vine monsters within the magic attack range are also frozen by the low temperature that instantly invades the body, becoming slow, and being pursued by Clark. I trampled it up and crushed it all in an instant. Having wiped out the dead vine monsters on the river beach, Clark and Davis continued to search for the withered monster trails along the bushes. Joan took a deep look at the ice blue magic ring on Clark's left hand. He planned to borrow this ring from Clark after the battle to analyze the enchanted frost star and copy it into his spellbook. With Clark's bold personality, I would never refuse my request. Clark and Davis' grandchildren had reached the end of the river beach and stopped in front of a pine forest. Joan heard Clark and Gordon, old men, seem to be arguing, and quickly chased them up and asked Alan what happened. Clark wanted to enter the pine forest to search for monsters. My grandfather said it was too dangerous, and he refused to let him enter the forest. The two couldn't convince each other, and they quarreled. Alan shrugged helplessly. With Clark's strength, even if there is no more wilting monsters in the forest, he will not be a threat to him. Will Mr. Davis be too cautious? Joan expressed implicitly in support of Clark's attitude. Brother Clark said the same. But my grandfather said that the pine forest is different from the river beach. The forest is likely to contain the dry needle monster, which is the most difficult one of the three common withered monsters. Still, when it is not moving, it looks like a coniferous shrub. Mixed in the pine forest, it is difficult to distinguish. Once it wakes up, it will become a spiky monster, and it can fire the spiky body to hurt people, comparable to the power crossbow arrow. Alan seriously described the horror of the dry needle monster to Joan. In fact, he had never encountered the dead needle monster. These details were listened to by old Gordon. Joan listened to the boy and immediately remembered that during his stay in the Algonquin Valley in the spring this spring, he witnessed the invasion of the Portan village by the Blighted Corps. Among them was the kind of dry needle monster that Alan called. It is very insidious, and I love to hide behind other withered monsters and put a cold arrow, which caused a lot of damage to the Azar warriors who defended their homes. Can you shoot a gun at the woods to lure a monster out? Joanne asked Alan. The boy shook his head and replied with a bit of depression. Grandpa said that the dead needle monster is very cunning. Even if we hear gunshots, we will not leave the woods easily, and we dare not get too close to the woods. The shotgun range is too short. We can hit by the time the dead needle monsters. The spikes shot by the opponent can also hurt us. Can't you do it without a shotgun? The range of ordinary lead bullets is far enough, but unfortunately it is not effective against the withered monster. Old Gordon turned around to answer Joan's questions for Alan. These evil activated plants are not as deadly as our humans. There wasn't even any pain. A bullet pierced the tree trunk, and the battle could continue without being affected. I see, Joan thought. So now we have two problems to solve. First is to confirm whether there are withered monsters in the pine forest, and secondly to try to lead them out and wipe them out. Brother Joan, do you have any good ideas? Clark asked. Try it. Joan touched the storage bag and took out the branch of Ilmansa. Let's solve the first problem first. Joan raised the branch of Ilmansa and took 2 steps to the pine forest, calming down to sense the magical fluctuations emanating from the branch. Sure enough, the fluctuation of the magic power became severe with the movement of his footsteps. The branch of Ilmansa seemed to wake up, twisting the green leaves and deflecting towards the pine forest, and the branches showed a scarlet halo, just like a warning lighthouse on the coast indicating a reef. When Lao Bei folded this branch and gave it to Joan, he specifically stated that the branch of Ilmansa has 2 functions. It can temporarily turn the holder into a powerful dreamer, except in addition, it can also sense the surrounding activated plants. Joan has used the transformation function of branch of Ilmansa many times. As for the investigation function, this is the first attempt. After a short period of speculation, Joan found that the branch of Ilmansa was similar to that of the alarm made with ground worm tentacles, but the branch of Ilmansa was only right. Activated plants are effective, and the detection range is much larger than the siren. The entire pasture, and even the town of Howes, which is 3 miles away, can't escape the surveillance of the branch of Ilminster. In addition, Joan also found that the red halo from the branch of Ilminster was actually a warning, suggesting that there were evil activated plants nearby, which might threaten him. If neutral or kind activated plants are detected, the light from branch of Ilminster will not be as dazzling as it is at this moment. In this pine forest, there are a total of 27 withered monsters lurking, of which 20 are just withered needle monsters. Chapter 498 Frost Frenzy. Joan relayed the results of the branch of Ilminster to Clark and Davis. The three were surprised that he was able to draw such precise intelligence, but they did not question it. Only when Joan was good at some kind of magical technique for searching monsters. So many dead needle monsters are hiding in the woods, and if anyone breaks into it brashly, he must not be shot into a sieve on the spot. Alan exclaimed. That's not necessary. Joan opened the storage bag, took a small piece of turtle shell out of it, and used it as a casting material to take a picture of enchantment on himself. Subsequently, 2 mythical powers were continuously stimulated, blessing mythical mage armor and mythical shield technique for themselves, which greatly improved the defense power. 2 mythical protective spells were added, and even if Joan was surrounded by dead needle monsters and was shot by chaotic arrows, he would be able to stand at least 1 minute without damage. With full preparation, Joan stepped towards the pine forest. Brother Joan, I will go with you. Clark chased. Joan stopped to look back, frowning slightly, just to dissuade Clark. The frost giant rushed and said, You can rest assured that the spikes fired by the dead needle monster will not hurt me. As if fearing that Joan would not believe it, Clark took a deep breath and slammed in a sudden, a fiery fighting spirit burst into the depths of his grey blue eyes. His physical potential was all inspired, and his already strong muscles suddenly expanded. Circles. Every inch of the skin is full of explosive power, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Joan was frightened by Clark's sudden rising momentum and could not help but take 2 steps backwards, staring at the frost giant with fighting spirits in his eyes. Froze for a moment before realizing that he had started furious. Clark's basic occupation is barbaric warrior, also known as barbarian. While fully exercising physical strength, he also cultivates a special spiritual meditation idea. When he reaches a certain level, he can hypnotize himself with a roar of war and enter fanatic combative mental state. In this state, the physical potential of the barbarian warrior will be stimulated by the fighting spirit, and the destructive power and resistance to attack will be significantly improved, ignoring the pain and the mental interference to fight frantically, until it knocks down all the enemies in front of it, or continues to physical strength the moment of overdraft and inability to fight anymore. Entering the furious state is only the first step. Clark once again issued a battle roar, using a special breathing secret to cooperate with spiritual meditation. The chest fluctuated at a high frequency according to a fixed rhythm, bringing the inherent coldness of the frost giant's body. Thus it is actually a kind of blood power urged through the pores. Hua, hua, dot. The breath circulated at high speed in Clark's body, and gave off a rhythmic whistling sound like an organ. Forced out of the cold outside the body, it became more and more intense, all attached to the skin surface of the frost giant, absorbing the moisture in the night sky and condensing into frost. Layers of frost are stacked to form a set of frost armor that wraps Clark's body. Even his hands are covered with a layer of hard ice crystals. The sharp ice edges extend from the outside of the 10 knuckles, like a fist inlaid on an iron glove. Brother Clark, how did you turn into an ice sculpture? Alan's eyes widened in surprise. Clark exhaled a large white mist and turned back to tell the boy, This is the armor that I created using the Frost Rage mystery. As long as I don't throw me into the fire to roast, this frost armor has enough defensive power to match the steel armor. With this armor, I don't have to be afraid of dead needles. Joan knew that Clark had advanced the Frost Giant Rage, which is unique to the Frost Giant family on the basis of the barbaric warrior. What he called Frosty Rage and Frost Armor must be the special ability of this profession. Clark's Frost Armor is not inferior to stainless steel forged body armor in thickness and hardness, and it is no longer necessary to resist the shooting of crossbow arrows. Joan also found that Clark did not lose his mind like other barbarian fighters after turning on Furious. His mind was full of war, and he still talked and laughed and seemed very calm. What's going on? Joan suspects that Clark either has mastered a secret technique for maintaining reason in a violent state, or is benefiting from the frost armor covering the whole body, keeping his body temperature at a relatively low level. A person in a cold environment will appear calmer and less prone to blood, which seems to make sense. Brother Joan, my frost armor can't be maintained for a long time. The time is too long to inevitably melt. Let's go to the forest to search for the withered monster, Clark urged. Joan nodded, followed closely by the frost giant wearing ice crystal armor and majestic wind, and quickly walked deep into the pine forest. Clark intentionally blocked Joan behind when he walked, using his huge body as a moving barrier, providing a solid and reliable safety barrier for the young and magnificent young wizard who was behind him. Joan followed Clark and was completely drowned in the shadow cast by the frost giant. Fortunately, he has already activated the dark vision enchanted by the prosthetic eye, and his vision is not affected by the dim environment in the pine forest. While watching the surroundings with vigilance, he sometimes looks down at the branch of Ilmancer in his hand. By observing the branch, the deflection angle and the light and dark changes of the brilliance of the branches can accurately measure the location of the withered monster. Mr. Heil, 30 yards to the left, between two massive pine trees, there is a withered monster. According to the information provided by Branch of Ilmancer, Joan discovered the hidden monster in advance and informed Clark in time. Okay, I'm going to pull out the cunning little sapling. Frost Giant had no doubt about Joan's judgment and turned to the left side of the forest. He waved the shrubs up at the root with a random wave of his hand, and threw a large piece of mud with roots at the location indicated by Joan. Boom! The bush hit a seemingly ordinary pine tree, and the sand and leaves spattered. The impacted pine tree shook violently, and the thick trunk of the bole made a clicking sound, and a deep crack appeared. Clark looked at the pine tree curiously, not seeing anything abnormal. Joan said it was a monster disguise. Wouldn't it just look away? Just when he was wondering, the pine tree suddenly twisted in a way that violated the normal plant habits. The roots swelled, and the roots detached from the soil on their own, twisted into two bifurcated lower limbs, and moved slowly. The half-folded trunk leaned forward, and the canopy-covered crown sagged down, stumbling through the dim forest, looking like a skinny old man. Brother Joan, come and see. The guy moved. What is that? The dead needle. Clark danced excitedly, like a 3,000-pound child. In order to see the appearance of the dry needle monster, he took the initiative to meet him and looked at the other party curiously. Chapter 499 Dead Needle. Joan noticed the sharp increase in the brightness of the red light from the Branch of Ilmancer, realizing that the hostility of the dry needle monster was rising sharply, and hurriedly reminded Clark to be careful. Almost at the same time, the dead needle monster pointed the slightly drooping canopy at the frost giant and launched an attack 20 yards away. The dense needles on the canopy turned into dense arrows and shot at Clark. A scalp sounded in the forest. The tingling wind screamed. Clark stopped when he heard Joan's warning, crossed his arms to cover his face, protecting the only eyes on his body that were not covered with ice armor, and also blocked Joan behind him. The oncoming spikes hit him, blocked by the solid frost armor. Most of them were bounced off, only a few fell into the ice, but the depth was not more than half an inch, far enough to penetrate the thick frost armor up to 2 inches. It looked down. It seems that this ice blue armor is inlaid with a layer of nail thorns, which is even more domineering. When the sound of the wind subsided, Clark slightly moved his arm covering the face, tilted his head and looked at the dead needle monster on the opposite side, and found that the other party did not continue to shoot spikes, but dragged his bulky body back into the depths of the pine forest. Thinking nodded, strode up, and slapped the monster to interrupt it. Brother Joan, I found a pattern. Clark stomped heavily on the dead body of the dead needle monster, making sure that the monster was dead. and turned back to tell Joan, "There are thousands of spikes on the dead needle monster, but it can shoot up to hundreds at a time, and it can shoot continuously. After each launch, it has to stop and rest for a while." It seems that firing spikes is a very physical tactic for the dry needle monster. As long as we can block the first round of shooting, then there will be plenty of time to launch a counterattack. Joan followed Clark's thoughts for an in-depth analysis. "Yes, the key is to resist the first shot of the dead needle monster." Clark wiped his chest, cleared the spikes stuck on the frost armor, and then asked Joan, "There are other withered nearby. Is it strange?" "Front, 25 yards away, there are 3 withered monsters hidden in the bushes. 2 of them are withered needle monsters, and 1 seems to be withered vine monsters." Joan followed behind the frost giant and didn't have to worry about being attacked by monsters, but only needed to provide Clark with enemies by using the branch of Ilminster. Good. He'll kill them in the past. Clark took a big stride and ran straight into the direction pointed out by Joan. As soon as his front foot stepped into the bushes, a vine monster came out and tried to trip him. Clark stopped in time, hooked the tortoise with his toes, picked up this python-like monster, and then flew a swing with his hand to explode it into the sky, and the broken wood chips fell like rain. The 2 dead needle monsters floating in the bushes stood up one after another. The original plan was to set traps by the dead vine monsters, trip over the prey, and then they threw up to kill the prey. It was unexpected that the prey was stronger than them. I expected to kill the dead vine monsters with one punch, forcing them to jump out in a hurry, firing arrows at the frost giant from both the left and right sides. Clark raised his hand to cover his eyes, and there was a dense sound of sharp spikes constantly hitting the frost armor from his ear, and a hard fluff grew on his body. After the 2 dead needle monsters shot around, Clark took the opportunity to pounce over, one by one, and neatly split the dead needle monster into burning matches. Joan did not participate in the battle, and looked deep into the pine forest. With the help of dark vision, he saw a vague figure coming out of the trees, looking like a dead needle monster. The dead needle monster saw Clark's kind of beating himself from a distance, and seemed to be frightened, daring not to continue to approach the mighty frost giant, hiding in the woods and shaking the canopy. With a rustling sound of rubbing leaves and branches, a yellowish dust rose around the canopy of the dead needles, like a haze spreading through the forest. Clark inadvertently inhaled the yellow dust mixed in the air, couldn't help sneezing twice, quickly covered his nose, and urgently reminded Joan, "Young man, beware, the monster seems to be releasing poison gas." "That's not poisonous gas, Mr. Hyle, it's the pollen spread by the dead needle monster. There is no toxicity," Joan said softly. "Pollen? All right." "Ah." Clark wiped his nose and asked Joan in confusion, "Why do the needle-drained monsters distribute pollen? Does it know that it will be slaughtered by us and will be passed on before death?" Joan smiled and shook his head, recalling the special habit of dead needle monster that Candy's father told Clark. The dead needle monster will spread pollen when it encounters a strong enemy, and the pollen contains a kind of with special ingredients. Ordinary people can smell the fragrance of flowers, but other dead needle monsters can sense the distress signal from them, and quickly gather in the same location where pollen is spread, helping the rescuers against the strong enemy. Understood. The strong enemy in the eyes of the dry needle monster. I want to refer to the 2 of us. This is also good. The monsters sent themselves to the door to find death, saving us the time and effort to search in the forest," Clark said confidently. Joan approached him and reached out to touch the thick and strong thighs of the frost giant Liangzu, his tentacles cold and smooth. "Is ice armor starting to melt?" Clark asked him, bowing his head. "There are signs of melting, but not too obvious." "Well, it's almost what I expected, and it should be fine to insist for a few more minutes. There is a slight crack on the ice armor. It should be the dark wound left by the previous sharp shooting. Will it reduce the strength of the armor?" Kiawan asked with confidence. "There will be some impact, but I don't think it matters." Clark laughed optimistically. Joan sighed and drew a piece of ham skin from the spellcasting material package, and decided to cast a spell to help the overly optimistic big man deal with the upcoming enemy that would be the most serious challenge tonight. The silence in the pine forest was broken by the sound of rubbing leaves and branches, and a large group of withered monsters were approaching. Shaky shadows emerged from the forest one after another, quickly approaching where Clark and Joan were. "Mr. Hinner, wait a minute before you stand in front. When you hear me chanting spellcasting spells, immediately squat your head down." "Hold your head and squat down." Clark shook his eyebrows, his face reluctant. "This kind of movement sounds so shameful. I don't want to." "You just listen to me." Joan lowered his face, pretending to be angry. Frosty Giant feared that his mage friend was not happy, and had no choice but to nod. "Okay, there are no outsiders here anyway, so it's not too shameful." Chapter 500 Fire Attack. Just as Joan was preparing to cast a spell, a large group of withered monsters had surrounded 30 yards in front of Clark. There are nearly 20 in number, most of them are dry needles with long thorns, sprinting towards Clark with a stumbling step, shaking the canopy while running, and shooting him a dense arrow rain. Clark bowed and bent his knees, covering his arms to shield the arrows from the storm. There were too many spikes shot this time, and the frost armor jingled, and a large crack quickly appeared. Clark groaned secretly, so that he continued to withstand the intensive accumulation of shots, and the frost armor would not disintegrate for 10 seconds, and no matter how powerful he was alone, unable to destroy all enemies in such a short time. Just as Clark was worried, there was a sound of chanting mantras behind him. He immediately remembered Joan's advice and squatted without thinking about it. Pura. At the same time, Joan happened to sing the last start mantra of the second ring of fuel, raised his hand forward, and the surging wave of magic passed over Clark's head, turning into a large piece of black sticky fuel. On the opposite group of withered monsters, Joan chanted another activation spell without hesitation. A red aura suddenly appeared in his right eye. A burning ray burst from the depth of his pupil, almost across Clark's shoulder, and shot across the distance. A recent dead needle monster. The sticky grease attached to the surface of the dead needle monster was immediately ignited by the burning ray and turned into a large torch in a flash. The fire spread rapidly along the ground, and soon the surrounding withered monsters were swept into the flames one by one. The vast majority of activated plants have a weakness, that is, they are afraid of fire. Withered monsters also cannot overcome this birth defect, plus they are themselves transformed from dry shrubs, with a lower water content than ordinary trees. At this moment, Joan splashed fuel and ignited it, just like dry firewood. The fire, the needles and branches were crackled by the fire, and it was burned into a pile of coke within 2 minutes. Some withered monsters fell and rolled in the first place when they were ignited, trying to extinguish the flames. However, their struggle soon proved to be in vain. Instead of extinguishing the flames after falling to the ground, they were contaminated with more flowing fuel. The flames on their bodies burned and became more prosperous, and they quickly fell in the fire and stopped struggling. The other withered monsters saw their companions fall into the sea of fire one after another, and drove out of the pine forest desperately under the drive of survival instinct, trying to jump into the gurgling stream across the pasture and extinguish the fire. The distance from the pine forest to the river beach is only 300 or 400 yards. Under normal circumstances, the withered monster can reach the riverside in only 3 minutes at most. However, most of the withered monsters can support it for 3 minutes and fall in the middle of the way. Swallowed and turned into a bonfire. From the pine forest to the river beach, a long corridor of campfires was opened, and only a few withered monsters walked to the river. However, their good luck ends here. The old man Gordon and Alan Jr. received the warning from Joan Communications, and they had been carrying their shotguns by the river for a long time. Seeing the withered monsters staggering against the fire and the thick smoke, the needles were already burnt to the ground, and the grandchildren and grandchildren shot up mercilessly. Dense shotguns sprayed on the withered monsters, like a storm of steel intertwined, directly blasted it out, and the burning wood chips flew all over the sky. After Joan cast a spell, he greeted Clark to run out of the pine forest so as not to catch fire. At this time Clark had lifted the frost rage, and the frost armor on his body was partially melted and cracked by the fire in the forest. He shook his shoulders at random, and the broken ice attached to the body surface dropped to the ground. Joan watched from afar as the withered monsters were engulfed by the fire and the trees in the forest were also ignited. The fire showed an uncontrollable momentum. Worried that the entire pine forest was burned by the fire, he quickly opened the storage bag and took the one from the neck of the banshee. Pull the pearl necklace off, hold the sapphire pendant on the necklace and start the spell. Yal. The magic contained in the gem was inspired by the incantation, combined with the water vapor in the surrounding environment, and summoned a large water element, standing with his hands in front of Joan, waiting for his orders. Joan issued a spiritual command to the large water element using the gem as a medium to let it extinguish the fire in the pine forest as soon as possible. The large water element nodded obediently, dragged two thick long arms to glide on the ground, and broke straight into the pine forest where the fire was blazing. The body of the large water element is completely composed of water. It is born to be a nemesis of flame. It can extinguish a large fire at random with a wave of hand. Within 5 minutes, Joan's order was completed. Even one Mars was not left, only the withered monster. The embers of the corpses were still emitting black smoke. The large water element walked through the fire and returned to Joan. The water in the body was roasted and evaporated, and it seemed to shrink a circle than when it was just called out. "You have worked hard." Joan nodded at the large water element, chanted the spell again, and sent it back to the water element plane. At this time, old Gordon and Alan had all killed the withered monsters who had fled to the riverside, carrying a shotgun to join Joan and Clark, and saw the scorched debris of the withered monsters all over the pine forest. They were shocked for a while. "Brother Joan, are there any remaining wild monsters in the ranch?" Clark lowered his head and asked the young mage. Joan took out the branch of Ilmansa and observed that the red light of the branch became very faint, like a twinkling firefly. This indicates that there are still evil-activated plants within the sensing range. But it is far away from here and not within the range of Davis Ranch. Staring at the branch of Ilmansa for a long time, Joan finally said, "The withered monster in the ranch has been completely wiped out by us." But what?" Clark asked. Joan shook his head. "Nothing. Let's go back." "It's okay. I've been busy working in the middle of the night. It's time to get a good night's sleep." Giant Frost stretched out and turned to Davis and Grandison. Joan picked up the branch of Ilmansa and glanced at it again, frowning. It wasn't until Alan's call came from behind that he recovered, mounted his own horse, and followed the crowd out of the ranch. On the way back to Housetown, the old man Gordon thanked Joan and Clark repeatedly. Clark blamed the old man for seeing too much, but Joan said nothing, silently thinking about his thoughts. Back at the Davis mansion, it was past midnight and everyone was very tired. After a good night, they returned to their rooms to rest. Joan returned to his bedroom, took out the branch of Ilmansa and looked again, and found that the red light of the branch became stronger than when he was in the pasture, and the restlessness in his heart also followed it becomes more intense.